Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. What if the one who was forgotten, the one who was ignored by everyone, returned with a power no wizard could ever hope to match? In today's story, we dive into third part, what if Harry Potter discovered his parents' greatest secret? Here is short summary. As secrets unravel, Harry and his allies expose the hidden past of Albus Dumbledore, shaking the foundation of the wizarding world. Meanwhile, Sirius' wedding, muggle advancements, and the Black Sisters' reunion change the game forever. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. Sunset at Hogwarts was many hours ago, considering it was now 2 a.m. A heavily charmed Voldemort was inching his way through the castle's dark and deserted corridors. Voldemort headed in as much of a direct line to the Room of Requirements as it was possible to take, from the statue of the One-Eyed Witch. Silencing charms, scent masking charms and of course invisibility were all cast in the hope this crazy venture wouldn't end with Voldemort having to attack anyone while escaping capture. After reading today's prophet, and knowing what those promised photos would be, crazy ventures were simply the only avenue left. Those pictures would not only destroy Voldemort as a Dark Lord, they would also put an end to the current anonymity the little old lady was able to take advantage of. Voldemort needed to know if the Horcrux placed here was still intact, or then face the very real possibility that the spirit trapped in this body was now mortal. On entering the Room of Requirements, and closing the door, Voldemort could let out a sigh of relief that there hadn't even been a ghost needing to be snuck past. Taking a few steps into the vast cavern of lost items however saw that relief vanish forever. Like his mother's home, Voldemort could feel where the diadem Horcrux had been destroyed. It had certainly happened before the locket, but that was really as accurate time-wise as Voldemort could be. It was only the pain being emitted from the recently injured leg that alerted Voldemort this old body had slumped heavily to the floor. Struggling into a more comfortable sitting position, Voldemort was at a total loss on what to do next. This body had to compete in the Triwizard Tournament, or lose its magic. If Voldemort actually appeared at the tournament, every Auror in Britain would be there to take this body down. Tomorrow's pictures in the Prophet would end any fear of him, there would be no hesitation from the Aurors that day. There had to be another way, a third option, preferably one that didn't see this body bleeding out on the grass. While certainly missing his fanatical group of supporters, it was information Voldemort desperately needed even more. With the right information, Voldemort might be able to plot a route out from under this tournament. While thinking specifically about that problem, an occasional table with a slim book on top appeared at his left elbow. Could this be Voldemort's salvation? Finding an empty holiday home along the Kent coast was easy in November. Charming the windows so any muggle looking in would see exactly what they expected was the work of mere moments. Only the muggle owners turning up would disturb them, again it would be the work of mere moments putting an end to that problem. They now had a safe house on the outskirts of Folkestone from which to plan their next moves. Augustus placed today's prophet on the table and took a step back. There was silence in the room, though that silence was predictably broken by Bella. Is this a effing joke? A shake of his head. Didn't convince Bellatrix. How can this be? That's not our master. That's not a lord, never mind a dark one. Rabaston looked to Augustus. You're our expert here, how could this happen? Seeing the other three were in shock, Augustus thought it was safe enough to sit at the table and pour himself a cup of tea. There were no curses flying around, yet. It would appear our master attempted a ritual to regain his body, but anything that could go wrong did. Taking a sip of his sweet tea, Augustus continued. The ritual required 4 main components. A body to hold his spirit before the ritual began, the bone of his father, the flesh of a servant, willingly given, and the blood of an enemy, forcibly taken. Seemingly, our master had been possessing the body of Bertha Jerkins for months. Using a female body going into this ritual though was risky, a risk that backfired. After a little more fortifying tea, Augustus moved on to the second component. From what Potter reportedly said, he might have switched out the bones in that grave. The fact that he was there when the ritual was taking place lends credence to his claim. Potter being there not only means he knew exactly what our master was attempting, but why, where and obviously when too. Not being the correct bones would seriously affect the ritual, and worse if the replacement bones were from a female muggle too. It was after all a muggle graveyard. While sipping the sweet elixir, Augustus was thinking it might be time for something stronger as he discussed the third element. The servant's flesh must be willing given, or magic would know. I actually agree with what Potter said about this. Pettigrew was a terrible choice. We all know Peter's a cowardly little bastard, there's just no way he would cut off his own hand willingly. The Weasleys are a light family, and certainly our master's enemy. Snatching the Weasley patriarch was an inspired choice, and probably the only reason the ritual met with any form of success. Sitting back and refilling his cup, Augustus waited on the "what now" part of the discussion that simply had to come. Bella hadn't taken her eyes off the pictures during Augustus's explanation. She now lifted her sleeve and stared at her dark mark. That mark used to pulse with her master's power, all of their marks had. She'd felt so connected to her lord on a practically spiritual level, never mind magically. Currently there was no feeling at all being transmitted through any of their marks, they could be mistaken for ordinary tattoos. Bella had reached her decision. I couldn't kneel down and key the hem of any robes that thing wore. That's simply not the wizard I pledged my loyalty to. With Bella breaking the ice, the Lestrange brothers then looked to Augustus. They needed to know what their options were here. I know of no way to turn that form back to our master, and certainly not in the time frame the first task of this tournament imposes. Having been entered under the name Riddle, it would be our master who loses his magic, with that body probably dying too, if they don't compete in the first task. If they do compete, and that body dies, our master might become a spirit again. Then we could possibly seek that spirit out and help. There was no confidence whatsoever in that last sentence, something Rabastan picked up on immediately. You don't think that will happen? Shaking his head, Augustus then tried to explain why that was a no. Whatever group Potter is heading, their intelligence on our movement and master is only matched by the utter ruthlessness brought to bear on their enemies. I think it's safe to assume we're the last of our master's Death Eaters, and we only survived with a massive slice of luck, with Carrick being in the wrong place at the right time. Our master's power base has been totally wiped out in Britain, his rebirth ritual heavily sabotaged, and a very public scheduled appearance is now magically forced upon him. If they could achieve all this, while practically destroying Dumbledore and Fudge at the same time, you have to think they will have taken all the steps needed to thwart our master once more becoming a spirit and escaping. All three Lestranges easily followed Augustus's logic, and none could argue against any of it. Rodolphus was reduced to basically thinking out loud. Could we kidnap someone, force them to cancel this tournament? Thinking about that for a minute or two, Augustus again was left to shake his head and explain his visible rejection of that idea. Two main problems with that. I think anyone we could kidnap that would be important enough to apply significant pressure for a cancellation will probably already be living in Italy. The goblet took that witch's magic, and even if it could give her magic back, she's now dead. There's simply no way to reset the goblet, the tournament has to play through to completion. Rabastan followed his brother's example and voiced his thoughts. At another time or place, those thoughts would have seen him tortured to death. Our master was powerful, intelligent and charismatic, that's why we all followed him. Sitting here, Bella has power to spare, Augustus's intellect hasn't led us wrong yet, while Roddy and I can be charming. If we can't save our master, can we save his cause? Now that the unmentionable had been uttered out loud, and no one had even glared at Rabastan, Augustus felt safer voicing his own ideas. Seeing proof of his origins, our master's cause has been very publicly exposed as nothing more than a method to gain power for himself. He took the pureblood beliefs, bastardized and weaponized those beliefs until his Death Eaters didn't balk at anything we were ordered to do. With a muggle for a father, how could he possibly champion the pureblood supremacy cause? Since he no longer has the magical power or followers to do anything about it, these newspapers can print whatever they want without fear of any retaliation. We already knew witches and wizards wanted nothing to do with us in Europe. This is the last nail in the coffin of the pureblood supremacy cause in Britain. You mean he lied to us? Bella's temper was never far away. Augustus didn't want it making an appearance here. He lied to the entire country, told the purebloods what we wanted to hear, needed to hear, and killed anyone that disagreed with him. His power allowed our master to do that, something this new body simply doesn't have. You yourself said you couldn't key the hem of that's robes. I agree, just for a different reason. I wanted to believe so much that our master could change things. Even spending over a decade in Azkaban didn't dent my devotion, it was probably the only thing that kept me alive. I still want to believe with all my heart, I just can't. Our master is gone, and that thing is just a pale shadow, a poor imitation of someone who had enough power to be considered practically a deity. My beliefs have been shattered, and I don't know where to go from here. You will have my wand and my full support however you decide to move forward, I just have no idea what direction that should be. Standing from the table, Augustus rinsed out his cup before heading out the room. It was about 5 minutes later when Rabastan found him lying on the bed and staring at the bland ceiling. It's not the Muggle father thing that's bothering me, I just knew it was over the instant Bella said she could never key any robes worn by that. She put into words exactly what I was thinking. Without the copious magical power that radiated off him, that's simply not our master. What have we left to live for, since we're now left without a cause we all swore to die for? Lying down beside Augustus, Rabastan gave his lover the only answer they had managed to come up with. Revenge. Kill and torture those closest to Potter, before ending his suffering by eventual killing him. As Augustus started thinking about people to target, he gave a nod of acceptance. Revenge was as good a reason as any to keep moving forward. The combined modern studies and Italian class was a spectacular success, and the mock broadcast played that night at dinner was simply another reason for the visiting parents to be flabbergasted with their first impressions of the Potter Institute. Lindy had carefully monitored their reactions, trying to suss out who would be good candidates for interviewing live at the BBQ. She'd immediately zeroed in on the Greengrass family, moving them straight to the top of her list. Gillian Green would also be another fascinating interview, but Lindy was wary of any backlash. There were parents so desperate to get their children into Pi, declaring them orphans for access to this wonderful school wasn't beyond the realms of possibility. Lindy already had interviews with the headmistress, Poppy Pomfrey and the Grangers recorded, these would be woven in amongst the live interviews. Lindy had explained right from day one that she wanted to end the broadcast with a live interview with Lord Potter, and didn't really want to sit down with him before that. She had allocated 17 minutes for that alone, and knew for certain no one would cut her off should their interview run over the allotted time. Andy had told her this program was being broadcast to the entire network of Wizarding radio stations, and reckoned the listening audience would be larger than their previous record, the Quidditch World Cup. No pressure on the young presenter then, as she watched her assistant countdown to going live. All around Europe, but especially Britain, listeners were glued to their Wizarding wireless sets. The next hour or so would blow their minds. Good evening everyone, and welcome to our exclusive live broadcast from the Potter Institute. I'm currently standing in the area that's enclosed on 3 sides by the school building, but what an area, I've honestly never seen anything like it. A swimming pool meanders and loops around the area like a river, creating a large island in the middle that's accessible via bridges and becomes a great hanging out area for the students. The pool has built-in underwater colored lights that are synchronized to change color, giving the impression that the water flows in waves around the pool. The entire area is also festooned with festive lighting, altogether creating a wonderful effect that's simply breathtaking. The planting in the area is beautiful by day and stunning when highlighted by lights at night. You would expect nothing less though when the Institute's headmistress is a master of herbology. Taking a breath to allow a few seconds for the listeners' imaginations to catch up, and hear the sounds of people having fun in the background, Lindy was soon continuing with her descriptions. Dotted in amongst this wonderland are tables and chairs, creating little pockets of activity amongst the serenity the entire scene creates. Those pockets are currently occupied by students, their visiting families and also staff, many of whom live with their own families at the school too. The sounds and smells of sizzling meats and vegetables being cooked over charcoal really sets your appetite up for the fabulous fare on offer tonight. Witches and wizards, my name is Lindy Lang, and I invite you to spend with me what passes for a normal Saturday night at the Potter Institute, normal for them that is, extraordinary for everyone else. Pomona would be delighted to know her interview came across as nothing like Dumbledore's pompous pontificating from the previous week's broadcast. Rather someone who was very proud of what they were trying to achieve, and had every right to take pride in those achievements. The headmistress laid the groundwork for those being interviewed after her. In Hogwarts, you could have heard a pin drop as every wireless had groups gathered around it. The pureblood Greengrass family extolling the facilities and quality of professors available at the institute was a bitter pill to swallow for those who were refused entry. Gerald Greengrass was talking about meeting with the institute's potions professor to try and incorporate some of the things he'd seen fitted in her classroom into his own potions business. After hearing that, Daphne going into raptures about their potions class was perhaps expected. Her younger sister had different ideas. Astoria claimed she liked the outdoor section of the library best, because she could work with friends on their assignments in the sunshine, the weather wards ensuring a pleasant temperature all year round. Not only did they not have to converse in whispers, they were even allowed drinks and snacks as they worked. Dumbledore counted Poppy Pomfrey as his original betrayer. With hindsight, it was now obvious that she was protecting Potter and Granger from him. She was one of the first members of his staff to resign, and hearing on the wireless how she left Hogwarts to immediately portkey to Italy and Potter was just kicking a wizard when he was down. Anyone who'd ever shared a conversation with Poppy couldn't fail to hear the happiness and contentment in her voice while speaking about her new job, or should that be new life. This broadcast was turning into as much of an embarrassment to Albus and Hogwarts as the Halloween fiasco had been. The interview with Dean Thomas gave a totally different viewpoint, from someone who previously had to give up so much while attending Hogwarts. I can phone home every night now, and talk to all my family. I can even phone my Nan, who knows nothing about magic. My Nan is just chatting to her grandson as usual, and over the moon my new school lets me call her. My dad was a wizard, but he died when I was young. My mum is a muggle, and so is my stepdad, my kid brother and little sister too. None of them had ever seen me do magic before, and this is my 4th year of being taught it. They were one of the families who visited last month. Like everyone else, Harry's school blew their minds. They saw me do magic, even got to see me in classes, and I was able to take the kids up flying on a broom that weekend. They had a great time. Lindy was honest enough to say she hadn't appreciated that problem, and asked what else had changed for Dean now that he was attending the institute. I'm a football nut, most of my friends back home are too. You've no idea the amount of time we waste blabbing about our favorite team and players. If you switch Quidditch for football, then most teen wizards and witches will know exactly what I mean. Here's the thing, for 10 months of the year I can't watch my team, can't listen to their matches on the wireless or even read about them in the newspapers. When I go back home at summer, not knowing the latest goss has me sticking out like a sore thumb, and it's against magical law to say why. For the last 3 years it's like I drop of the planet for 10 months, and it has my mates wondering if I'm getting banged up for shoplifting or something. After the barbecue tonight, I'll be shooting straight for the Institute's TV room, and watching the Hammers play the Gunners on Match of the Day. Having these links to my other life just helps me out so much. Lindy thanked Dean, before they moved on to the next recorded interview. For anyone connected to the Ministry or the Wizengamot, bar Amelia and Augusta, it was the Grangers being interviewed that had them cringing. Emma wasn't pulling any punches, she very eloquently tore the British Ministry apart. We walked down Diagon Alley with the phrase, "filthy muggles," being shouted at us. The front door of our family home was magically blown off, and a pair of Death Eaters attacked us, yet the Ministry wanted to put Dan and myself on trial for defending ourselves. Everyone knows what happened when we attended a Wizengamot session. Here, we're respected professors. We are always made very welcome in the beautiful magical shopping section in Naples. The Italian Ministry of Magic also couldn't have been any friendlier, or more helpful, when we were there to apply for Italian citizenship. No Italian wizard has ever fired a curse at us, far less the Cruciatus. Sadly, we can't say the same about their British counterparts. Trying to move the interview onto happier ground, Lindy asked why they changed the name of the course they taught to modern studies. Dan quickly answered that question. Our jobs are to help protect the statute of secrecy, by preparing young witches and wizards to handle today's modern muggle world. When we were figuring out what to include in our syllabus, Amelia Bones told us that over 30% of the obliviates carried out by the British Ministry were caused by wizards and witches not knowing how to dress or behave in a muggle environment and exposing magic. That is a massive amount of potential breaches, and one we hope our teachings here will eventually put a dent in. While the recorded Granger interview was being transmitted, Lindy had made her way around to Harry's garden for the final interview of the evening. As the recording came to an end, she seamlessly cut back into broadcast live again. Now, while I've been at the Institute for a few days, I have deliberately avoided talking with its owner, wanting our listeners to be part our first conversation. I'm now sitting with Lord Potter, his betrothed Hermione Granger and a young girl who I don't know. Would you like to introduce yourself? Getting a nod from Harry, while Hermione squeezed her hand, Joan knew no harm would ever come to her while sitting between these two. I'm Joan Potter, and I'm 4. I was an orphan, just like Harry, when he asked me if I wanted to be in his family. I said yes. Thank you, Joan, and you are now officially the youngest person I've ever interviewed. Would either of you like to expand on what Joan said? Hermione was nipping this in the bud, they didn't want their interview to go in that direction. Not really, Joan basically said all that needed saying. She lives at the Institute, spending school nights staying with my parents and her weekends here in her bedroom next to mine. No one was interested in the orphanage before, we would hate to see that changing because a former orphan is now a Potter. I'm assuming you've got other questions to ask, otherwise this will be a very short interview. Lindy actually laughed while saying, I'll do my best. Hearing the story Luna had told her from their perspective was pure gold. It wasn't too difficult to imagine them planning the Institute while supposedly quarantined in the Hogwarts infirmary. It also probably explained why Poppy Pomfrey was the first member of staff appointed. I've noticed you both keep a low profile here, especially on Friday when the visiting parents arrived. Is this normal behavior for you too, or is it because a reporter was roaming throughout your school? During term time, Hermione and I are just another 2 students. The headmistress does a fantastic job of running the school, she certainly doesn't need any help from me, it was actually her who invited you here. When we have our scheduled family visits, we want those visitors focused on the students they're here to see, and the school. I'm a distraction so I make myself scarce until the Saturday. It gives everyone time to settle down, and Joan loves our BBQs. Lindy again changed subject, and this time specifically targeted Harry. Your admission policy for students attending the Institute is causing a lot of confusion back in Britain. Could you explain your policy, if you have one? It was now Harry who was laughing, before explaining the reason for his laughter. I'm sorry, but that was just so funny. You see, we're using the exact system Magical Britain invented, we just turned it upside down. In Britain, your entire future is locked in, from the day you are born. If both your parents are pureblood, then you're top of the tree, with all doors open to you. If only one of your parents is a pureblood, you might still be able to eke out a good living, depending on connections. If neither parent is pureblood, already good jobs at the ministry are denied to you, and membership of the Wizengamot is absolutely not going to happen. If either of your parents are muggle, then you're really going to suffer career-wise. If both your parents are muggle, you're almost bottom of the pile. Stone last are those orphans who don't know their parentage. Flip that upside down and you have our admission policy, up until we reach 20 students per year group. That's how many students the Institute was built for. We're not elite, just exclusive. We don't want to be any bigger because the Institute is following a different model, one where smaller classes results in a better school experience for our professors and students. The people who will never get a fair chance in Britain are the very people who we will give that chance to here, and they are grasping it with both hands. Oh dear. We ran a competition to give our listeners the chance to ask you a question. This one was put forward by so many of our listeners that we'd be here all night if I read their names out. I think I already know the answer, but here goes. If Voldemort was defeated tomorrow, would you return to Britain, to Hogwarts? Harry didn't even have to think about it. No, and I'll tell you why. Over a decade ago Voldemort was defeated, yet nothing changed. I built Pi with my own gold, it's also my gold that pays all the salaries. Yet there are people in Britain who, just because of their circumstance of birth, think they have the right to tell me what to do with our school, in Italy. Their arrogance and sense of self-entitlement is actually staggering. That the people usually on top in Britain find themselves at the bottom of our lists is their hard luck. I don't hear them complaining about the lack of opportunities in Britain for the people at the top of our list, the bottom of theirs. Far too many people have invested time, energy and their ideas in seeing the Potter Institute become the success we know it can be. We're certainly the new kid in town, but the Institute is here to stay. Hermione, myself and Joan will all graduate from the Potter Institute, as will many others for decades to come. Expecting an answer along those lines, Lindy changed direction once more. Have you any idea how either of your names came out of the Goblet of Fire? There was not a shred of doubt from Harry with his answer. Albus Dumbledore. While I don't know if he physically put my name in, he certainly would have arranged it. When your go-to signature spell is a compulsion charm, then you can see it wouldn't be difficult for him to arrange my name to pop out of the goblet. And the other names. This had Harry smiling. It would take a really powerful wizard casting spells on the goblet to get it to spit out more than 3 names. Once those spells had been cast though, Lindy was more than smart enough to put it together. The door was then open for anyone's name to be put in there. Exactly, can you imagine if a slip of parchment with Cornelius Fudge written on it had come out of that goblet? Britain's ministry would be an international laughing stock. Harry was basically letting Fudge and County know things could have been so much worse. We will portkey to Hogwarts just before the task, and leave immediately after we finish the task. The Italian ministry doesn't want Dumbledore anywhere near either Hermione or myself, so we'll be sending a couple of Italian hit wizards along with us to ensure the old wizard keeps his distance. Joan couldn't help but chip in at that point. I'll kick the old wizard in the ankles if he comes anywhere near. As Joan was hugged by Hermione, Harry was smiling at both of them. Lindy's next question killed that smile. There's apparently a Yule Ball at Hogwarts, with the champions leading off the dancing. The reporter didn't even get to ask the question she was leading up to. Harry swiftly cut Lindy off. There's a meeting here tomorrow between the board of the Black Orphanage and the Institute. The entire orphanage has been invited to spend the Christmas holidays with us here in Italy. That invitation was issued during the summer. We've all been working on this for months, and tomorrow's meeting is basically to confirm all the arrangements. Hermione is on the orphanage board and this is the Potter Institute. There's no way either of us will be leaving here over the holidays. It's also Joan's first Christmas as a Potter. Hogwarts simply has nothing to offer that can come close to any of that. I'm sure Dumbledore will be able to cast a compulsion charm on someone to partner him. They can then lead off the dancing. I understand Snape is now married, but I'm sure Albus and Draco would make a striking couple. Hermione was howling with laughter in his head at that image. That she still managed to keep a straight face impressed the hell out of Harry. Lindy was loath to ask this question with Joan sitting there, but was all out of time. This would be her last question. Are you worried that Granny Voldemort might actually make an appearance? Not in the slightest. We trust Amelia, she'll have her oars primed and all over the situation. If Granny V turns up, then Amelia will throw her a going away party. Granny V will be giving one last final performance on her farewell tour. And with that, it's our time to say farewell too. I would like to thank the Institute for their fabulous hospitality, and their cooperation in making this broadcast something I hope everyone listening at home enjoyed. This is Lindy Lang bidding you a fond farewell from the beautiful Potter Institute in Italy. As her assistant signaled they were now off the air, Lindy slumped back in her chair and handed her microphone over. Thank you so much for this opportunity. There are people at our station turning green with envy that you chose me for this. We wanted a reporter who would tell the truth, not follow an agenda laid down by someone else. You proved that reporter was you with your Hogwarts broadcast. I hope you now realize we have nothing to hide here. Nodding in agreement with Harry, Lindy was going over the interview in her head. I think it went very well, apart from Miss Granger shutting me down over Joan. We won't apologize for that. These two simply clicked from the moment they met, and get closer every day. Joan is our family, end of story, no other questions are needed. Cuddling Joan, Hermione made a suggestion. This one's too hyper for sleep anytime soon. Fancy taking her for a walk on the beach. This was greeted by excitement by both Potters. As the radio people left their garden, Dobby arrived and popped them to the beach. Barchoke portkeyed into the Institute, ready for the meeting. It was unanimously agreed to deal with the main topic first, the Christmas visit of the orphanage. Since this was something everyone present wanted to happen, the meeting was more about confirming the logistics, as any possible problems had long since been taken care of. When everyone was happy with the final arrangements, only then did Barchoke distribute a few copies of today's prophet. He then gave a few spoilers to the contents of the newspaper. Since that fateful Halloween, magical Britain developed an insatiable appetite for any news or facts on the boy who lived. That has now been surpassed by their new obsession, the Potter Institute. Almost half of that newspaper is filled with articles written by people at the Prophet who were sitting listening to last night's wireless broadcast. It's bizarre and unprecedented, but the whole country is going gaga over this. We have more distraught parents at the bank, while 2 members of the Hogwarts board were escorted from Gringotts at the point of goblin steel. They weren't taking no for an answer. Pomona's interview was very well received, and her throwaway comment about arranging a Quidditch friendly has already seen 3 professional British teams offer to come here. Glancing at the headlines and listening to Barchoke, Pomona was not a happy headmistress. This was supposed to ease our problems in Britain, not create more. This is a school, let's not forget what we're here for. Positive publicity is all well and good, it can't be allowed to shift focus from our main aim, the educating of our students. You all know I'm fully on board with the orphanage visit, and I think there's great benefits from the family visits. How do we stop all the other stuff, these people making demands of us? With a wry smile, Harry answered his headmistress. You don't. The only thing I learned from Lockhart, probably the only bit of truth that gets spoke, is that fame is a fickle friend. These people making demands are easily ignored, or they can taste goblin steel. The press and radio are going to write or say stuff anyway, so let them get on with it. I think the Institute just goes back to what it was doing. There's no way a professional Quidditch team is coming here though, simply for all the free publicity their visit would bring. We also don't want the orphanage's Christmas visit to be seen as some publicly stunt. Everyone here knows that's not why it's happening. I'm not against Zeno doing a small piece to say what a great time the kids had, but no more than that. Barchoke had to report he'd already been approached by the radio station, offering a fortune to the orphanage or the institute, to broadcast the Christmas visit from Italy. Pomona and Sirius immediately killed that idea stone dead, with everyone there fully supporting that decision. Hermione had been thinking some things through, and had a suggestion to offer. We all liked the idea of a friendly Quidditch match before this happened, but against another school. Can I suggest Accademia di Magia Milano, for the Saturday after the first task? We don't know what will happen at Hogwarts, so it might be nice to give our students something to look forward to. Looking at her headmistress, Hermione elaborated on her thoughts. You and Remus would be the ones to know if we should invite anyone from the Italian ministry. They all arrive in the morning, play the match, a quick tour of the school, have a meal with us and then portkey home, minimal interruptions to our normal Saturdays. Pomona had always liked the idea of a friendly match being played against another school, and this match not affecting anything other than that Saturday was also a point in its favor. It would be nice to invite a few of the Italian ministry along, just to say thanks for all their help. What's our stance on press coverage for this event? I'm assuming Zeno would be happy to cover it for the Quibbler, but I don't want hordes of the Italian press descending on us. It was actually Francesca who offered a suggestion. If you explain that to the ministry, they will allocate a photographer and a reporter to cover the event. Our newspapers extensively covered last night's broadcast too. They especially loved Harry saying the Potter Institute was here to stay. I know what playing this match will do to the Institute's credentials in Italy, boost them significantly, but I don't know how it will be perceived back in Britain. Minerva was of course in favor, and already looking forward to watching the match from her balcony. Since we all work and live in Italy, I can't say I'm too bothered what Britain thinks about us anymore. I could easily see myself buying a little house and retiring here, so the opinions of people who live in another country are starting to mean less and less to me. Laughing at how the prophet had gone nuts over his Granny V comment, it was Hermione who mentally prodded Harry to speak about the secret project currently being considered. Your retirement is years away, and we may have options for you before that time comes. B&P Holdings are already looking into tracts of land for sale around here. This had all eyes on Harry, but his were focused on his godfather. Clearing his throat, Sirius spoke. Things are at a very early stage. If we can find a suitable piece of land to buy, and the steward of House Potter has successful talks with the Italian ministry, then we can get this wonderful architect I know involved. We are thinking a few years into the future here, but how many of us already want to make Italy our home? When Francesca leaned in and keyed Sirius, it was left to Harry to take up the narrative. I said at the summer we were asking people to basically change their lives, and that has quickly become even more evident with their response to the Institute. Pushing the issue of the profit on the table away, he let the present company know what their current thinking was, and where it could eventually take them. We're creating a community here, and it's everything we could have possibly hoped for. What happens when our students graduate though? Returning to Britain might not be an option for our graduating students, far less our orphan or muggle-born students, no matter how well they do in their NUTs. We're thinking about creating another option for our students, and anyone else who wants to stay here. A magical village in Italy, owned by us, would allow people somewhere to prepare for what comes after the Institute. Sirius once more took up the narrative, his excitement for this project clearly visible. We want a fully functioning village though, one where people can live and work. Shops, restaurants, bars and whatever else we can attract. It won't be hidden like the Institute, and I can see some locals working and possibly living there too. We've already got someone in mind to run this project, and oversee the village when it's completed, but we're still at the very early stage of seeing what's available to us. Gillian was unashamedly crying by this point, though smiling too. Every time I see Joan, it makes my heart sing with how happy she is. As you already knew, and my visit here confirmed, your students from the orphanage are having the time of their lives. You were already giving them a future none of us could ever have dreamed of, but this is beyond fantastic. Taking a moment to wipe her happy tears away, Gillian had more to say. Harry mentioned changing lives. You changed all of ours from the day you walked into the orphanage. I have all these feelings inside of me now, and don't know how to handle them. We spent so many years struggling to just keep the orphanage open and put some food on the tables, yet, in such a short space of time, we have all this. Christmas was never a happy time for us. The holiday just seemed to emphasize what we didn't have, parents or any spare gold to even celebrate. I feel I need to key someone in thanks. Sirius just couldn't resist. Well, Remus is actually spending today looking at some possible sites. I'm sure he would appreciate being keyed when he returns. Harry followed on with the gentle joking. He's also unattached, so isn't likely to get slapped for keying a beautiful woman. Gillian laughed along with everyone else, though was now blushing profusely. Whether that blush was because she let her emotions show, or the thought of keying a handsome professor, she wasn't sure. She certainly wasn't adverse to keying Remus Lupin under the mistletoe at Christmas. Gillian was sure that could be arranged. She didn't know both Harry and Sirius were sitting planning the exact same event. It might be a prank, but it might lead to so much more. Draco was having a quiet meal with his mother and Severus. Has the teasing stopped yet, dear? Rolling his eyes at the question from his mother, Draco gave her the answer she was looking for. Yes, mother. The rumors that Potter and Granger will have to face a dragon in the first task are all anyone can talk about now. Is there any truth in those rumors? Knowing it was only a matter of time before the press were all over this, Severus didn't see any point of keeping it a secret. Yes, the champions will have to face dragons. How do you feel about that? He couldn't help but notice both adults were focused on what his answer was going to be, so Draco took a minute to gather his thoughts. Before the summer, I would have been delighted, hoping Potter and Granger were ripped apart by the beast. A lot has changed since then. Potter is seriously messing with everyone, and that could easily been yours or my name that came out of that goblet. He has reason to hate both of us, and only you marrying my mother got us out from under the blood feud, Potter declared on the Malfoys. Nodding in agreement, Severus waited to see just how much Draco had grown up. He didn't have long to wait. The old me would have been pissed off that Potter didn't even consider Draco Prince worth bothering about. Now I'm just happy not to be facing a dragon, and I think his date with Dumbledore jibe was just to remind me things could have been so much worse. Since he stuck it to Dumbledore so easily, he really could have had Fudge entered in this farce. Being further down Potter's list of enemies is actually a good thing as far as I'm concerned. Very pleased with that answer, and also nodding in agreement, his mother pushed for more. How do you feel now about Potter and his betrothed facing a dragon? He again took a minute to think before answering. Being able to do what he did with the goblet, you have to believe Potter also knew what the first task was. That means he's confident of dealing with it, otherwise Granger's name would never have been anywhere near that goblet. Potter would kill anyone who even threatened Granger, or her parents. That last bit was particularly hard for Draco to say, and saw his normally aloof mother lean over and key his forehead. She'd been a lot more demonstrative lately, and Draco was putting it down to her pregnancy hormones. Draco wouldn't admit he preferred his mother this way, or that he was excitedly looking forward to having a sibling. There was no way Draco was admitting to have changed that much. Cornelius was making his way to see Amelia, after having a torrid morning. Explaining the facts to people who had never let a little thing like that stop them from getting what they wanted before. This was very hard work for the minister. Telling wealthy purebloods no was not something he had a lot of experience with. Potter's school was on Italian soil, with the institute's owner also having Italian citizenship. It didn't help that the Italian Ministry of Magic had also granted temporary citizenship to every current student attending the institute, with a guarantee of full citizenship when they graduated. The Minister of Magic couldn't even send a message to this school, without going through the goblins, far less make any demands of its owner. He needed a discussion with Amelia, the ministry's only link with Potter, to bring up some points that had been raised by many individuals visiting his office today. Walking through the Auror department, you couldn't really miss the different attitude here from the rest of the ministry. The witches and wizards here seemed to stand that bit straighter today, and appeared ready to take on anything thrown at them. Cornelius wondered if Harry Potter saying he was confident the Aurors could handle Granny V was responsible for the air of competency that everyone appeared infected with. Finally reaching Amelia's office, and taking the offered seat, Cornelius really didn't know what to say when his head of DMLE asked what she could do for him. To be honest, Amelia, I'm not really sure. I've had people in my office all day, each with a suggestion more desperate and bloody ridiculous than the one before them. That wireless broadcast was devastating on a few fronts. Potter was being entirely truthful when he claimed his school would be there for many years. He's invested a fortune in it. This has really lit a fire under those who thought it a flash in the pan, especially since it's looking increasingly likely that Hogwarts will close its doors for the final time this summer. Why would Hogwarts close? It's actually operating 3 professors short at the moment, with another 2 already confirming they will leave for new jobs in Drumstrang at the summer. Even Dumbledore can't dodge the ICW forever. When he's put on trial, I'm sure neither of us think he'll escape unscathed. There's also a recruitment drive from Drumstrang and Beauxbatons. They seem to be cherry-picking Hogwarts students to attend their schools. With Potter taking another 20 for his institute next summer again, that's going to leave only those students the other 3 schools don't want attending Hogwarts. At that point, it's simply not financially viable to open the castle. I'll be forever known as the minister who shut Hogwarts. Rubbish. Amelia's answer shocked Fudge, as she'd intended. Augusta and I had long discussions over sending our charges to the institute. These were not decisions we took lightly. Augusta claimed the 2 main stumbling blocks for getting any changes made at Hogwarts were Dumbledore, who opposed any advances on principle. He wanted things kept the way they were, and certain members of the board not wanting to spend good gold on the wrong type of witches and wizards. You're saying Dumbledore will be gone, and all the wrong type will attend the institute. Where's your problem? Let these people put their gold where their mouth is. Harry certainly did, and look how that turned out. If only it were that easy. Amelia was in no way ready to take part in a ministerial pity party, so decided it was time Fudge learned some home truths. Hogwarts is a problem, but by no means the biggest you're facing. We both sat through trials where some of our former most prominent citizens confessed to crimes so vile, there was no other option but to sentence them to death. That these crimes were all committed by witches and wizards who thought the purity of their blood justified and excused their actions is sickening, not just to us in Britain, but witches and wizards the world over. Magical Britain has had its head up its own ass for a century or more, searching for that bit of pure blood that makes us so superior to everyone else. What a load of bullocks. Fudge couldn't refute any of that, but Amelia was in no way finished. The Potters and Blacks have already left Britain, and I can't see them returning. 2 of this country's oldest families who couldn't stand the stench of a country that was rotten to its core. They might have been the first, I guarantee you they won't be the last. Harry's institute is not only showing its students a better way of life, those monthly family visits are opening the eyes of a whole different generation too. Students who graduate from any of these 3 schools will not return to Britain and accept what's on offer to them here. I'll be honest with you, Cornelius, the day after Voldemort is dealt with, my resignation will be on your desk. I have nothing else lined up, I just can't work here any longer. Fudge sat in stunned silence for a moment, before his brain kicked back into gear. If you leave, how will we contact Potter? After all she'd said that this was what concerned Fudge the most left Amelia shaking her head in dismay. Why would you need to contact a 14-year-old Italian citizen? First thing on your list should be cleaning up the ministerial hiring policy, assuming there is an official one, and put a stop to the nepotism, cronyism and blood bigotry that runs rife through every department at the moment. Second, the Ministry of Magic has a duty to educate the witches and wizards of Britain. Start a fundraiser to either save Hogwarts or build a new school. Get the people who come into your office complaining about things to help actually fix the problems. A blustering Fudge was already manufacturing excuses to why her suggestions could never work, and cemented Amelia's decision to leave the ministry, and possibly Britain. She had one final comment for Fudge though, who was now standing and getting ready to flee her office. You're the Minister of Magic, Cornelius, yet you stand there saying these things are impossible. Harry Potter has shown the entire country exactly what's possible, and that's why you've had people in your office all morning complaining. In any comparison between what he's achieving in Italy and Hogwarts or the ministry, we lose, badly. That this is undoubtedly the opinion of the entire country leaves you with some very difficult choices to make. Since the very first Death Eater trial, maintaining the status quo was never a viable option. You have to lead the country onto a new path, Cornelius, or sit back and watch everyone take a different path to pastures new outside Britain. Amelia thought his choice was obvious when Fudge couldn't wait to leave her office. Glancing up at the calendar on her wall, with the date of the first task clearly highlighted, Amelia could hardly wait to get out of here too. She really had nothing lined up, but was pretty sure where her chosen path would lead. Taking Amelia's advice to heart, Ludo set about making the first task the biggest entertainment spectacle he could. With the actual task now an open secret, Ludo decided to invite a multitude of press to report on the dragons arriving at Hogwarts. While the dragon handlers were angry at the camera flashes upsetting their charges, making their jobs harder and even more dangerous, the press loved it. Ludo was actually asked to pose for a picture, with the dragons in the background. This would see Hogwarts back on the front pages, for a positive reason this time. It certainly helped that no Hogwarts student would be facing any of these monsters. It also gave those competing more information on exactly what they were facing. Both the foreign champions had been invited to today's unveiling, or offered the chance to study them in depth later. Somewhat surprising to Ludo, both chose the second option. Hagrid had asked Ludo if he could bring his students along to see the dragons when they were timetabled for care of magical creatures, but had been told he would need to ask the dragon handlers for permission. Recognizing one of them was Charlie Weasley, Hagrid was sure the answer was going to be yes. No one even commented on the fact that Albus Dumbledore was nowhere to be seen. The issue of the prophet featuring the dragons proved to be very popular. None of the champions might have been there, but that didn't stop them attaching stock photos of Harry, Hermione, Victor, Fleur, Dumbledore and Granny V. While there was some speculation about who would face which dragon, there was certainly no debate over the dragon to be avoided. The Hungarian horntail was the stuff of nightmares. The issue certainly proved popular with 4 Death Eaters. The Ministry are so confident of taking down this thing that used to be our Lord, they are even inviting an audience along to watch. There's a part of me that wants to turn up and throw their whole effing carefully planned day into total chaos, see how the spineless bastards respond to that. I know it would be pointless though, and distract us from our real targets. The 3 wizards let out silent sighs at Bella being sensible about this. There will be Aurors everywhere because they're expecting trouble. By the time the second task comes around, they'll think their problems are all over. That's when we strike. The look of adulation Bella graced her husband with showed she was totally on board with that plan. It was Augustus who had to introduce a note of caution. We might have the house owners turning up here for the Christmas holidays. While disposing of them would be the work of a few moments, the last thing we want is to draw attention to ourselves. I've been looking for another bolt hole but haven't yet seen anything suitable, not giving us the same problem of the owners turning up for Christmas. We might be better with something really remote. I'll stay in a effing lighthouse if we have to, anything for a shot at causing Potter hurt. We'll hopefully find out the date of the second task, directly after the first is finished. That's only a few days away, we can wait until then to make a decision. When Bella was being sensible, there was every reason to agree with her. Hermione was getting ready to face the day when she felt a sharp spike in Harry's emotions that swamped the bond their rings provided. Rushing through to their sitting room, she found him sitting reading a letter someone had sent him. Since their mail was heavily screened, and Harry was smiling, she recognized this couldn't be bad and slipped onto the sofa beside him. It's from Hagrid. He's documented each of the 4 dragons, listing all their strengths and weaknesses. Hagrid didn't want us stepping into the arena unprepared. A key from Hermione rebooted Harry's emotions. He's a good friend, who we'll see tomorrow. Is there anything there that we didn't know? Hagrid studied the actual dragons we'll be facing, rather than just having species-specific information, so yes. Also, he agrees that whoever draws the Horntail is in a world of trouble. Makes you wonder what champion Dumbledore intended that beast for. Amelia has assured us that the draw will be fair, and she'll be waiting for us tomorrow. A certain Miss Potter is waiting for us today, so we better get a move on. Another key preceded them leaving to greet Joan and have breakfast. For Antonio DeMarco, today was personal. His wife taught potions to these students, his family actually lived at the Potter Institute, and they all loved it here. He and his partner were charged, by the minister himself, with keeping Harry Potter and Hermione Granger safe on their visit to Hogwarts. Antonio had certainly volunteered for this duty, and had even trained with Harry and his crew a few mornings. He was well aware this couple had good people around them, but he would officially be in charge of the group, and sanctioned by Amelia Bones to work in Britain on the day of the tasks. Okay people, let's check those emergency portkeys. No one leaves the institute without theirs. Antonio winked at Joan, which had the little girl giggling. She ran about the institute with his own children, and treated Antonio the same as they did, as a 6'5" cuddly teddy bear. He fervently hoped Joan's opinion of him didn't change today. The chosen group were primarily going to support the young couple competing, but all of them could hold their own in a fight. The rope portkey was stretched out amongst the entire party, with Antonio double-checking everything before counting down to activation. Amelia was accompanied by 6 Aurors, while waiting on the party from the institute arriving. It might seem like overkill but, as with Antonio, this was personal for her too. Not only did Amelia know every single person who would arrive from Italy, Susan would be part of the group too. The loud crack that signaled the institute's arrival was quickly followed by them dropping into a formation that was clearly rehearsed. Leading was Pomona and Phileas. Minerva stayed at the institute, claiming she couldn't be anywhere near Dumbledore without drawing her wand on the old goat. Harry and Hermione followed next, with an Italian hit wizard either side of them. The Grangers, Joan, Sirius and Remus were behind them, their job obviously to protect the group's youngest member. Ron and Millie, Neville and Luna, Susan, Hannah and the Weasley twins completed the group. With Amelia dispersing her Aurors to cover the group, they started to make their way to the stadium and Champions tent. When the attack came, it was carried out with the precision and ruthless efficiency this trio was known for. That the initial screams almost instantly turned to laughter was the only reason curses didn't start flying. Harry and Hermione though moved like lightning to ensure their accompanying Italians didn't take any action. It's fine, they're very good friends we haven't seen in a while. They'll be making their way toward us in a moment, once they're done torturing the twins. Harry had barely finished speaking when Angelina had Hermione wrapped in a hug. How can I ever thank you? I nearly put my name in that stupid goblet, have you seen those dragons? Katie now had Harry in a hug, but still managed to reprimand her fellow chaser. Way to go, Angelina. Who do you think is going to be facing those same dragons this afternoon? A mortified Angelina was now trying to apologize while Hermione caught movement out the corner of her eye. Joan, come and meet some of our very good friends. The little witch's demeanor changed instantly, she would say hello, rather than use her new boots to kick ankles. Pomona took control of the situation. Girls, that was a very, very stupid thing you just did, you could have been mistaken for Granny V. Had you ran at these two first, I guarantee you would have been cursed. Sorry Fred and George, we should have recognized that half of Hogwarts would want to attack you. Since each twin had an arm around Alicia, all three of them started the laughter off before the Gryffindor chaser got herself back under control. Oh, I can't tell you the last time we had anything to laugh at here. Dumbledore isn't exactly known for cracking jokes, well, not any that are funny. Those institute robes are amazing too, they even make Fred and George look. With smiles and laughter, the group plus three moved forward toward the stadium. Amelia did signal for a pair of oars to cover the rear of their group, they didn't want any more surprises. Without exception, every student they passed stopped and stared at them, like they were exhibits in a zoo or something, rather than just another school group. Upon reaching the stadium, Harry and Hermione knelt down as Joan threw her arms around both of them. "Sweetie, I don't want you to worry. It might look scary but we'll be in control. If you don't want to watch, just cuddle into Granny Emma." "Hey, I'm too young to be a gran, remember?" With Joan now giggling, Emma counted that as a win. Leading her away saw the couple rise with their game faces on. The twins steered the three chasers away from Harry and Hermione. "We wished them luck before leaving Italy. The group needs to stick together, strength in numbers." A serious Fred and George was enough of a shock to see the girls moving forward without any questions. Antonio entered the champion's tent first, not seeing Dumbledore there he signaled to his partner who lead the rest in. Harry and Hermione were accompanied by Pomona, Phileas and Amelia. "I told you Dumbledore wouldn't be here yet. He'll want to make a last-minute grand entrance, wearing robes so bright they'll make your eyes bleed." Harry was hardly finished speaking when Ludo Bagman was introducing himself. "Lord Potter, such a pleasure to meet you. Miss Granger, delighted. May I introduce Victor Crumb and Fleur Delacour, representing Drumstrang and Beauxbatons respectively. So Z little boy Zat will compete also. Did you bring Zay grand orders to protect Z girlfriend?" Harry was about to laugh at this obvious attempt to upset them before the task, until he noticed Crumb callously ogling Hermione. Harry always thought his betrothed looked good, but with her hair tied back in her dragon skin armor emphasizing that fabulous figure under those fitting institute robes, she was a knockout. The little boy said on the Varellus you vold not be going to the ball. You want to come with me, they have good time. Yes, Harry, let me handle this. Popped into his head via their rings and saw him smiling, anticipating Hermione letting rip at this arsehole. That would be a definite no. Oh dear, we were going to take it easy on you two as well. Let's be honest, we hardly need the money, and certainly not any more fame. I've heard Quidditch can be a short career, and injury can put an end to the fame and money at any moment. I suppose you're used to grabbing everything while you can, though I'd advise you to be careful about overreaching yourself, it can have very nasty consequences. Turning her attention to Fleur, and completely dismissing Victor at the same time, Hermione aimed a few barbs at the French champion too. Hopefully you're going to try and be a bit more creative than flouncing out there and batting your eyelashes at the dragon, otherwise you'll get roasted. Obviously the schools you attend are rather slack on teaching their students manners. Then again, they can only work with what they've got. As both their heads were quick to defend their students and schools, Harry wore a wide grin. Now who needs adults to protect them? Victor was about to get angry with this boy when he spotted something alter in those green eyes. The boy seemed to grow in stature and power. This dramatic change stopped the Bulgarian in his tracks. Victor was actually relieved to discover he wasn't the subject of the boy's rage. Harry spun around and was right in Karkaroff's face. Listen, Death Eater, don't you dare speak to my betrothed like that. You see, we both know exactly what you are, and what you did while worshipping at the feet of your old master. Along with that knowledge, we also discovered the Parseltongue spell that connects to your dark mark, and we both can cast it. My betrothed took down 3 of your former brethren who cast the death curse at her, the same brethren you cowardly betrayed to save your own ass, right in the middle of a packed Wizengamot chamber. Don't believe me, then pull your wand and prove us liars, I dare you. Igor had turned an unhealthy ashen gray as he very slowly moved his hand well away from his wand. Harry nodded, but his anger was still in evidence. Very wise decision. Your old master might just turn up here today, yet we're left having to deal with these 2 petty pricks deliberately trying to rile us. They're in way over their heads, probably still actually believing this is a tournament to be won. News flash, this entire circus was arranged by Dumbledore to get me back at Hogwarts, and hopefully under his control again. Today we could even have the other Dark Lord to deal with too. What's 1,000 galleons compared to that? The reason no Hogwarts students entered was we managed to get word to a few friends just how dangerous this tournament could be. They've already suffered through Voldemort teaching here for a year, a 60-foot basilisk roaming the corridors of the castle and, my personal favorite, swarms of Dementors sent here by the Ministry to keep us safe. They've seen supposed figures of authority play with their lives too many times already. No one was about to volunteer for a lot more of the same. Harry then used his betrothed's tactics and deliberately turned his back on Igor, knowing Hermione had him well covered. He then focused on Olymp. Hagrid is a very good friend of ours. He asked me to set his portkey for Boxing Day, so he can still take you to the ball. That friendship buys you some slack with us, but these two here think this is some kind of game. They haven't a clue what they've gotten themselves into, conscripted into performing in Dumbledore's latest three-ring circus. If Riddle shows up, you need to get them the F out of here. Dumbledore doesn't care who his plans hurt, he never has, but we do. A shocked Olymp could only nod in agreement. This was no little boy, here was a powerful lord of an ancient and noble house, ready for deadly battle and taking no prisoners today. The tension was eased slightly by Antonino's partner mock whispering to him. "Hey, Antonio, why are we here again?" The words had hardly left his lips when the reason finally showed up. Exactly as Harry had predicted, the old wizard's robes were so colorful and surreal, Salvador Dali might have designed them. "Harry my boy, so good to," Albus never got to say any more as two wands were now forcefully pressed into his old body, their points almost ruining these especially created robes at his tan back. "We are here at the direct order of our minister, specifically to stop you interacting in any way with our citizens, Harry Potter and Hermione Granger. You can either agree, or we will stun you and take your wand until it's time to face your challenge." Albus was raging, but knew, due to their very deliberate positioning, he couldn't take out both of these obviously highly trained wizards before getting stunned. He simply couldn't risk having his wand taken. "Amelia, how is this possible?" Fudge was forced by the Italian ministry to grant these two a special dispensation, allowing them to operate in Britain on task days. The Italian ministry simply doesn't trust you not to cast any spells, slip compulsions or potions to their citizens. If Minerva was here, you would already be stunned and wandless, deservedly so for your abysmal and unlawful treatment of her. Minerva says the only time she wants to see you is in court, where hopefully you'll finally be made pay for your many crimes. As usual, when something was said he didn't want to acknowledge, Albus simply ignored it. He couldn't ignore the wands currently poking him and was forced to agree to their terms. Albus was shocked that his word alone wasn't acceptable to them. They wanted a magical oath, one they actually brought with them already written out. Albus was about to refuse, before spotting the clause at the end that stated his oath would only be active for 12 hours. "Just so there's no misunderstanding here, deviate from what's written there and we're going to assume you're trying to cheat the oath. We will then stun you and take your wand." Only after Dumbledore had given a word-perfect rendition of their oath did the tension lessen, but not by much. Ludo seized the opportunity to get things back on track. "Now then, inside this bag is a model of the dragon you will have to face, and collect a golden egg from its nest. Around the model's neck is the order in which you will compete. Ladies first." Ludo deliberately offered the bag to Hermione. She drew a model of a Swedish short snout, with a number 1 around its neck. For once in Wizarding Britain, something was self-explanatory, though Bagman felt he still had to earn his money. "The students from the Potter Institute will go first, and face a Swedish short snout dragon. Miss Delacour, the common Welsh green, and position 2. When Dumbledore drew the Chinese fireball, Harry could see from the smirk on Amelia's face that Riddle had deliberately been given the worst dragon, and was going last. Harry headed straight for their Italian guards and threw up a quick privacy bubble. "This is going down today. Riddle is near, I can almost feel him. If he turns up, you need to still focus on Dumbledore. He simply won't be able to help himself from interfering with whatever goes down. When he does, stun his wrinkly old ass back into St. Mungo's." Hermione's letting everyone else know what's happening. Amelia shooting out of the champion's tent let them know her mission had been accomplished. As everyone but the champions, plus their 2 Italian guards, left the tent at a more sedate pace, Harry and Hermione sat while silently discussing their strategy. With Joan in the audience, I want this to look as easy and non-threatening as possible. I don't want her worried. I know, love. Hagrid's notes gave us the perfect bait, we'll use it. Sorry for losing my temper earlier, but the bastard is near, and those two clowns were trying to play games. That, and the fact I'm not used to people staring at you like a piece of meat. You had Crumb almost drooling just by standing there, and the French champion is Avila. Hermione's laughter was running through his head while they waited to be called. They were ready. Ron was experiencing similar problems as people were staring at Millie as if she had two heads. With their bright blue robes, the Institute students were impossible to miss on a dreek, miserable Scottish November day. Thankfully they all had warm clothing on under those robes. The stares were bad, but the whispers that weren't really whispers were much worse. Surely that's not Bulstrode. If those robes do that for her, I want a set. Getting prepared to do something about Millie's poor treatment, Ron's focus changed when Professor Flitwick arrived, and passed on the message that Harry thought this was happening today. All eyes were now scanning the stadium. Personal slights were pushed to the sidelines, for now. With the dragon already in the arena, Bagman finally announced who would face it, Harry and Hermione. Just before they walked out, Bill sat down beside him. I got word to Charlie, and Pomona's sitting next to Dad. We're all over this, little brother. Before Ron could answer, Harry and Hermione entered the rocky arena. Hermione made her way over to their section and waved up to Joan. Harry started levitating rocks, being careful not to upset the wary dragon. After a warning burst of flame, she seemed content to sit there and guard her eggs, as long as nothing got too close to them. As Harry moved his biggest rock yet into the rudimentary rectangle he'd quickly laid out, Hermione then made her way over to assist with the next stage of their plan. With a wave of his wand, the large rock was transfigured into a roasting whole pig, slowly turning on a spit over an open fire. Harry's transfiguration was so good, the entire stadium could practically taste what was roasting from the wonderful aromas being given off. The dragon was clearly tempted. She could easily ignore the babble created by 1-2 legs shouting loud enough so everyone heard his words, the noise of the fat dripping off her favorite food, and sizzling as it hit the hot coals under it, was drowning out all other sounds and driving her crazy. When combined with the delicious aroma, the dragon was slinking toward her meal before realizing she'd actually moved. Finding the roast was right at the very limit of movement the chain around her neck allowed, a delicate nibble soon had an entire delicious haunch slipping down her throat. As the dragon stretched in for a second mouthful, it was time to implement their plan. Working with speed, precision and unbelievable power, Harry and Hermione combined in complete synchronization to transfigure the rocks Harry had placed into iron bars. The cage appeared to organically grow out of the ground and, before the dragon could swallow its second mouthful, it was trapped, with its precious food inside the cage too. Hermione gave another wave to Joan, a massive double thumbs up to a laughing Hagrid, before becoming invisible and heading for the nest, and the golden egg. Harry stood guard on the dragon but needn't have worried. All her senses were being overwhelmed by gorging on her favorite food, though, favorite, really didn't do this justice. The keepers had told Hagrid they couldn't cook or eat bacon anywhere near this dragon, the smell alone drove her crazy. He stepped back as a once more visible Hermione joined Harry, and held up the golden egg. The crowd went nuts. 3 of the judges were applauding too, but Igor wasn't happy. He was still smarting from his abysmal treatment by these two in the champions' tent, and intended to make them pay now. Vir was the spectacle in that. It was far too easy, was their dragon drug to be docile before the event. Igor hadn't expected an angry Arthur Weasley to turn on him, few would. They have a little girl in the audience that both think of as a daughter. Harry and Hermione would be concentrating on not alarming her, rather than entertaining you. Why did they bring her then? Pomona was all over that question, and Igor too. When they left the Institute at Halloween to rescue Arthur and face Voldemort, remember him, Joan was of course left behind. She worried herself sick, and asked to come here today. They got their egg in a timely fashion, no one was hurt, and that was some world-class transfiguration on display. I could almost taste that roast myself. Nowhere in the rules does it say they have to be entertaining while completing their task. As Ludo called on the judges for their marks, Pomona had no hesitation in awarding the full 10 points available. Arthur too gave full marks before Olymp almost grudgingly awarded a 9. Igor really wanted to give a 4, thought he could get away with awarding a 6, but Olympe's 9 had killed that idea. 7 was probably the lowest mark he could give, without getting lynched, so that's what he did, to howls of derision. As the howls died down, the young couple still in the arena found themselves being approached by a rather flustered redhead. The family resemblance meant both could guess who this was. Charlie Weasley. What can we do for you? Hi, this is rather embarrassing. There's 8 of us trying to end your transfiguration, and we can't. If you don't mind, we'd like our dragon back. Since there were amplification charms set on the arena, everyone heard their conversation and laughter broke out around the stadium. Walking over to their cage, a somewhat dopey dragon was leaning against the bars. You would have sworn it was grinning. Scratching his head, Charlie offered an explanation. She's never ate that much pig before. We only give her scraps, usually when trying to get her to do something she doesn't want to. Thinking for a moment, they came up with a plan. Harry verbalized their thoughts so everyone would know what was happening. We wouldn't want to hurt her. Hermione, you get the bars and I'll get the dragon. Before any of the handlers could say anything, the bars dissolved back into rocks, but the dragon was still held in position by Harry's magic. Raising his wand slightly, the dragon floated 6 inches off the ground. Where do you want me to put her? The silence inside the stadium was absolute. Charlie didn't break it as the power of speech had temporarily deserted him. He simply pointed before leading the way. Harry and Hermione followed with the floating dragon. The 7 astonished dragon handlers snapped out of their stupor when the dragon left their sight. There was still a job to do as the arena needed to be prepared for the next dragon. In the judge's box, Arthur couldn't resist tweaking Igor's nose. Was that entertaining enough for you? Charlie is a very powerful wizard. Working with dragons demands you be that at the very least, yet 8 dragon handlers couldn't end a transfiguration Hermione took down on her own. I'm glad most of my family was here to witness Harry levitate a dragon. That's not something anyone's seen before either. By the time the handlers had the Welsh green set in the arena, Harry and Hermione were sitting with their family and friends. It was time to see how the other champions fared. Fleur's plan was obviously to try and charm the dragon to sleep. It might have worked too, if the commentator had stayed quiet long enough for the dragon to nod off. Since Bagman loved the sound of his own voice, that was never going to happen. I hope they've got a plan B. Dan had barely finished speaking when their plan B showed up. A frustrated Victor had come to the same conclusion. The dragon wouldn't be able to sleep with that idiot. Shouting and trying to whip the crowd into a frenzy. He made the decision to switch plans, but crucially never told his fellow champion what he was doing. Victor cast a conjunctivitis curse at their dragon's eyes, his direct hit causing the dragon great pain. That pain instantly ignited the dragon's rage, and an angry roar was accompanied by a gout of super hot flame being blindly shot into the arena. To her credit, Fleur reacted very quickly, but it was never going to be fast enough to avoid injury. With her hair and robes aflame, Fleur dived behind a protective rock before using her wand in an attempt to extinguish those flames. She didn't quite manage it all before losing consciousness, which put Fleur out of the task and, within a few seconds, out of the arena. This alarmed her already worried headmistress, until Pomona provided Olymp with the reason Fleur was missing, and her champion's new location. We didn't expect Dumbledore to have any safety procedures in place, so we brought our own. Your champion could clearly take no further part in this, but was still in grave danger. She has been removed to the medical facility. Olymp let out a sigh of relief before glaring at Igor. That boy of yours is a imbecile Bulgare sanglant. Victor, or the bloody Bulgarian imbecile, as Olymp had just christened him, was currently trying to dodge an enraged and temporarily blinded dragon. The word, temporary, was what really frightened the Drumstrang champion. The more this beast's eyesight recovered, the greater his chances of ending up as toast became. He was now relying on stealth and speed to steal the golden egg. Casting spells just provided the dragon with clues to his location. Finally getting his hands on the prize, there was now only one thing on Victor's mind: get the F out of here. Tucking the egg under his arm, fear lent him speed as he sprinted for the exit. Sensing the movement, the dragon whipped around and its tail caught Victor squarely on his chest. Getting forcibly thrown into the air before hitting the ground some yards away actually proved to be a good thing for the Bulgarian, as the location where he'd been running a split second ago was now an inferno. The impact of the dragon tail, and then being slammed into the rocky ground, left Victor with only one option. He began his agonizing crawl to get out of the dragon's range. Clearing that range had Victor laying there in relief, though it took Bagman's many calls for assistance before a healer and his young nurse eventually turned up. Getting levitated out of the arena on a stretcher was not how Victor had imagined today's task ending, but he was simply relieved to get out of there. When the judges were asked for their marks, Pomona gave everyone her honest assessment of what she'd just witnessed. Their teamwork was non-existent, leading directly to one of them being injured so badly she couldn't continue. A teammate's health should always come before ambition, and the method used also resulted in 2 of the dragon's eggs being destroyed. Her wand drew a 4 in the air. Arthur followed that with a 5. Olymp stared daggers at Bagman as she too was honest with her assessment. I believe my champion would have accomplished her task, if not for outside influences. Her 6 drew applause from around the stadium. Igor's 8 again saw him cast as the pantomime villain, boos and jeers ringing out all around him. Dumbledore's entry into the arena wasn't accompanied by much of anything, some polite applause the best that could be said for his greeting. With the ministry overruling him and allowing today's events to be broadcast live on the wireless, thankfully with no interviews, a stipulation of said broadcast, most of Europe's magical population would be listening into this. It was beyond time Albus Dumbledore reminded those watching and listening just what a powerful and talented wizard he was. Harry figured out Dumbledore's strategy very quickly. The convocation of eagles was a nice bit of transfiguration, and a good tactic to get the Chinese fireball from her nest, except they didn't. They merely harried and tormented the dragon with no attempt made to move the Chinese fireball from protecting her eggs. Dumbledore then added a pack of half a dozen wolves to the mix, and they looped around the outside of the nest, attacking when an opportunity presented itself, but again appeared to be content with containing rather than moving the dragon. He's gonna drag this out, hoping to dazzle everyone with his brilliance. Meanwhile the dragon is just trying to protect her eggs. As the number of attacking eagles and wolves were slowly being reduced by the dragon, Dumbledore picking a particular large rock for his next feat of transfiguration caused Harry and Hermione to reach a decision. Hermione hadn't been standing idle while waving to Joan. She'd applied a triggered transfiguration to some large rocks. This was originally intended as a little surprise for Tom, but Dumbledore picking one of them had Hermione casting the trigger, a harmless spell that couldn't be seen by the BPDI. A pair of male unicorns were appearing from the large rock when something unbelievable happened, totally stumping Albus. He lost control of his transfiguration as the entire thing became small, shiny metal balls. Watching as these metal balls cascade onto the floor of the arena, Albus missed another 3 doing the exact same thing. Moving to choose another rock for transfiguration, the old wizard was suddenly up in the air, before slamming into the ground on his back. His feet had simply shot out from underneath him. A winded Albus lost control of his transfigured animals. The remaining pair of eagles flew out of the stadium, while a trio of wolves approached, looking for easier prey than the dragon. That they too were now sliding around uncontrollably on the ball bearings was a sight to behold, and comedy gold. Roars of laughter now rang around the stadium and, thanks to the wireless broadcast, would reach much further than those present. He easily cancelled his transfiguration on the wolves, but nothing Albus tried affected these blasted metal balls. It was another ball that ignited his temper. A ball of fire from the dragon got close enough to seriously singe his robes, ruining them. With a scream of anger, Albus fired off a stunner so powerful that the dragon was knocked unconscious. Not only did this let everyone see he had been toying with the dragon, watching as Dumbledore inched his way toward the nest, holding on to anything he could grab, was still incredibly funny. It was rather sarcastic cheers that greeted Dumbledore's raising of the golden egg above his head. Using this distraction, Hermione cancelled her ball-bearing transfiguration while Bagman was calling for the judges' marks. Pomona had to dry her eyes, she'd been laughing so hard. Oh my, Dances with Wolves was hilarious. This is purely for entertainment value. She awarded Dumbledore a 2, to howls of laughter all around the stadium. Albus Dumbledore tormenting a creature is more powerful than, now there's a surprise. The watching audience weren't quite sure how to take Arthur's comments, or the 1 point he awarded. Olymp picked up on this too. The earlier champions treated the task with respect, and their selected Créature Magique with such dignity. It was not surprised Zen to learn they are great friends with, agreed, they certainly never learn any of that respect or dignity from you. Her award of 1 point was actually greeted with applause. Igor gave his lowest mark of the day, a single point, and got cheered. This entire tournament was nuts. A fuming Dumbledore stormed out of the arena. Amassing 5 points in total from 4 judges was hugely, and very publicly, embarrassing for the old wizard, especially since he was holding onto his job as headmaster by his fingernails. Harry and Hermione were delighted with the results of their prank. Both understood Dumbledore was far too powerful for the dragon to do him any real harm. No, it was only his image as this great and benevolent wizard that took a very public pounding today. Joan was again hugged them both, before moving behind and sitting between Luna and Millie. This had been prearranged, leaving the 6 at the front free to act while those behind had their backs covered. With Phileas and Bill there too, all of them were on high alert. Joan would be as safe as they could make her. It was getting close to showtime. Riddle had exploited a serious flaw in the security cordon around the stadium, simply walking from the Whomping Willow Tunnel to their current position at 3 a.m. Avoiding the few Aurors given the duty of patrolling the stadium perimeter in the middle of the night proved to be ridiculously easy. Having already carved the required runes into small stone tablets, it only needed the application of a little magic to create this, hide, and be concealed inside the arena hours before the task was scheduled to begin. It was impossible to determine whether it was the massive and fearsome dragon the handlers eventually managed to get into position, or the possibility of Lord Voldemort appearing at any moment that caused an unnatural hush to settle over the stadium. Bagman thought this was his moment to shine, and Ludo was relishing everyone's focus being on him. It was time. Since Tom Riddle didn't attend when the other champions drew their dragons, he was awarded the one remaining for his task. I now officially call on Tom Riddle to complete in the first task of the Triwizard Tournament. It was as if the stadium had been covered by a shroud. The silence quickly became oppressive, with some people seemingly afraid to breathe. Amelia soon shredded the shroud of silence as her voice reverberated everywhere. Bagman, don't be an ass. Call for him 3 times, and then his magic will be gone. This is no time to draw out the tension. Ludo again called for Tom to complete, repeating his call immediately after finishing the second one. The old woman appeared to walk out of a large rock at the back of the arena. Her hands were raised, as Voldemort needed to buy enough time to reveal the information they hoped would save them. The screams Granny V's appearance caused were silenced by the same person calling for that very same thing. That forced silence didn't last long either, however, as Fred Weasley's piercing wolf whistle echoed around the stadium. Not one to be left out, George's shout of, "What you doing later, babe?" actually raised a few nervous twitters. The twins' actions had removed some of the fear factor that even the name, Voldemort, generated. Those red eyes were now focused on the group wearing those oh-so-recognizable robes. Trying to ignore all the wands pointed in their direction, Voldemort revealed the piece of information that would hopefully save their ass today. The rules of the Triwizard Tournament state that anyone deliberately preventing a champion from taking part in a task will lose their magic in the champion's stead. Encouraged by the fact no curses had been cast yet, Voldemort was starting to believe there was a chance they might just pull this off. The plan was to hit the dragon with a killing curse, maybe cast a few into the audience too, just to cause panic and confusion. The runes that created the hide also acted as a portkey point, allowing the one around their neck to get them out of here the instant they dived back into the hide. There was never any intention of going anywhere near the golden egg. Killing the dragon meant Tom Riddle would have competed in the first task, that would be enough to avoid any penalties from the cup. Voldemort would be the first to admit it wasn't much of a plan, but desperate times called for desperate measures, and they were currently walking down Desperation Drive. Amelia was left having to quickly formulate new plans of her own. Reckoning that it would be safe to stun Granny V, after the champion had competed, and then take her prisoner while the Ministry's legal experts sorted out what to do next. Rolling out that plan to her Aurors was going to take a few minutes. Amelia didn't know she wasn't going to get those minutes as other plans were being changed too. As Voldemort drew their wand to compete, a powerful spell impacted their right shoulder. Being blasted to the ground and lying in an expanding puddle of blood, those red eyes tried to focus on the group wearing those light blue robes. Why would you do this? You will lose your magic. A male voice shouted back their answer. Some of us don't have magic to lose. That doesn't mean we're helpless though. To emphasize this point, Dan emulated his wife's actions of a moment ago by shooting Voldemort in the other shoulder. Harry and Hermione had also been busy, adding length to the Horntail's restraints. The large dragon had been tantalized by the aroma of roasting meat. The scent of fresh blood though, now within her reach, proved irresistible to the apex predator. It moved with frightening speed, and the crunch as the Horntail ended the life of the most feared Dark Lord in Britain could clearly be heard, even on the radio. The dragon dragged what was left of its meal back to her nest before consuming the remainder of Voldemort before anyone tried to take it from her. The entire stadium was struggling to believe what they'd just witnessed, though Ludo musing out loud seemed to sum it up perfectly. I wonder what odds Elle would have gotten on Lord Voldemort being finished off by a pair of muggles and a dragon. Shock, horror, disgust at the dragon's noisy eating, all were present inside the stadium, but the overriding emotion appeared to be one of relief. It was finally over, and this time no orphans were created. The crowd weren't quite ready to party just yet, but party they certainly would after today's extraordinary events. Glancing round, Hermione was relieved to see Millie cuddling Joan into her, and covering her little ears with her hands too. Amelia was soon amongst the group, shaking hands and congratulating them on a job well done. She's really most sincerely dead, and I'm so looking forward to telling Fudge where to stuff his job. My last order to my Aurors was to keep the press, and everyone else, away from you until you leave for Italy. I might join you there later. Sirius and Harry shared a quick glance before asking Amelia if they could have a word with her when she visited, as they may have a position that might just interest a recently unemployed ministerial head of department. They were interrupted by Antonio, handing Amelia Dumbledore's wand. He aimed his wand at the group. We suspect to stop Emma shooting, so we stunned him. The next piece of drama unfolding also included the Institute, as shouts and screaming from the medical tent saw Pomona lead 3 people in their direction. While Olymp was unmistakable, there wasn't much doubt over the identity of the other 2 either. They were clearly Fleur's parents. Harry, Miss Delacour is not in the medical tent. Could you call Dobby to find out what happened? Pomona didn't get to say any more as Dobby appeared and answered her question. Dobby took injured Miss to tent, but Healer was too busy lying on bed with Nursey to bother with injured. Dobby was wondering if he should take injured Miss to the Institute when Nursey screamed yes a few times. Dobby took injured Miss to Mam Poppy. Dobby knows Miss will be well cared for there. While Pomona and Harry thanked Dobby, while trying not to laugh, the little elf was watching as his little Miss was wrapped in the arms of both Granger ladies. With the other 4 girls from the Institute hovering around them, Dobby nodded in approval before popping away when it was appropriate to do so. Sorry for worrying you, but Fleur is safe and in great hands. Poppy has cared for all my family, so I'm speaking from personal experience here. You're of course more than welcome to return with us and see for yourselves. Harry's offer was immediately accepted by the concerned trio. They were preparing to leave when Harry found himself facing 3 angry chasers. Hey Harry, what's this we're hearing that you're playing Quidditch this Saturday, without us? Pomona saved his bacon. Sorry ladies, we would love to arrange a friendly Quidditch match with Hogwarts, but you'll need to have a new headmaster appointment first. No one at the Institute will have anything to do with Dumbledore. Harry held a quick whispered conversation with his headmistress, which led to Pomona asking the girls a question. Do you plan on attending this ball in Hogwarts? No, it will be as lame as everything else around here has become. We're all heading home for Christmas. If you would prefer, and parental permission is a must, we'd like to invite the 3 of you to spend Christmas with us at the Institute. The 3 girls were currently hugging each other, while jumping up and down and squealing with excitement. Pomona had another 3 names written down by this point, all Hufflepuff older students, before handing it to Phileas, who added a trio of Ravenclaws to the list. Harry asked if those names could be run past Luna first, and her agreeing none of the chosen claws had ever bullied her saw the list past muster. If you could be so kind to ask if any of these students would like to join your visit. Please let one of the Weasley twins know their answers. We want to keep this as unofficial as possible, but I still need those parental consent letters. One look at the names had Katie smiling. These are all Quidditch players. Smiling herself, Pomona gave the girls a conspiratorial wink. Oh, that's handy. We have an entire orphanage staying with us too. I'm sure they would love to watch a few Quidditch matches. Did I mention that the institute is under weather wards? The flying will be very pleasant. Amelia's warning that Fudge had just arrived saw the institute students and staff leave Hogwarts mere seconds later. He can't be dead. Albus, he was eaten by the biggest effing dragon I've ever seen, of course he's dead. Cornelius held up his hand to stop the old fool repeating the same mantra again. What convinces me he's gone for good, more than the hundreds of witnesses who saw the enormous dragon have him for a snack, is that Amelia Bones tendered her resignation immediately after the event. She's tight with Potter, probably heading to Italy as we speak, so that means they think Voldemort's gone for good too. Potter and Granger have been way ahead of the game since leaving Hogwarts, sometimes on a completely different page from everyone else. So you're saying you believe Potter over me? Looking at both your recent records, there really isn't a choice to be made. They've squashed the Death Eaters, and everyone else who got in their way. Voldemort is dead, as is Dolores, and you were made to look a fool today. We both understand what a disaster my name coming out of that cup would have been, and something Potter was clearly capable of doing. You thought you were trapping a former student. Potter not only reversed your trap, he took out Voldemort for good measure. That's not someone I want to cross in any manner. Cornelius could see Albus still wasn't buying it. He held a different opinion, therefore Albus Dumbledore was right, and everyone else was wrong. Shaking his head, the minister served this old fool some home truths. I listened to the radio broadcast today. The commentator practically christened those two as the reincarnations of Merlin and Morgan Le Fay. Your own efforts didn't fare so well, as a competitor or an organizer. Did you really not have anything in place to save a champion who found themselves in serious trouble? That Potter did, and it worked brilliantly, is simply another massive point in his favor in any comparison against you. But that's preposterous. Is it? Potter is no longer the boy who lived, he's now the Dark Lord Destroyer. Is there any doubt in your mind Potter not only orchestrated today's event, he was in total control the entire time? That was the conclusion the radio commentator quickly came to, and so would most of those watching in the stadium. The ministry is going to be inundated with demands that Potter gets awarded an Order of Merlin, first class. You can't possibly. Of course I can't. He'd very publicly tell me to stick it up my ass. The only chance we would have of Potter accepting is if we offered his betrothed the same, and probably her muggle parents too. The Wizengamot would never vote for that. Albus, its days, like Hogwarts, are numbered as well. Amelia tried to warn me, but it wasn't until I sat down and thought about it I realized the ministry itself is under a very real threat too. There's no point of being the Minister of Magic if there's no witches or wizards left in the country to govern. The Potter family has left Britain for good, so has the Blacks. I suspect the likes of Bones, Longbottom, Abbott, Lovegood and even Weasley will soon follow. Add in the number of families Britain lost during the Death Eater purges and you'll start to see the dilemma we're facing. I have people exploring the extent of the problem at this very minute. I'm already positive I won't like their findings. What can I do to help? There's 3 areas you could really help the country, Albus. Number 1, call off this tournament, it's just an embarrassment now. I would love to, but it can't be done. Once started, the tournament has to continue until the cup is won at the end of the 3rd task. The tasks themselves have to be challenging, we can't have them sitting down and playing chess for the cup. There also has to be a certain break between tasks, to give any injured champions enough time to recover and compete. What are the other 2 areas? Knowing the old wizard wouldn't like hearing this, Cornelius just blurted it out. Resign as headmaster of Hogwarts, effective immediately. That he had managed with one sentence to render Albus Dumbledore lost for words Cornelius considered quite an achievement. There are 2 reasons Hogwarts is still operating. The other schools are providing professors and the fact that Potter didn't take any students from your upper years. Those borrowed professors though are using the opportunity to recruit members of those upper year groups for their own schools. When that happens, there simply won't be enough students attending to financially support Hogwarts. There has to be a new staff and new plan in place before the new year, otherwise Hogwarts won't open next September. I've tried, Cornelius. I couldn't even get anyone to accept the deputy post. The problem is you, the name, Albus Dumbledore, has become toxic. Your methods of running Hogwarts have also become well known. Using compulsion charms on people who work for you is no incentive for anyone to take on a position in the castle. If you don't resign, I'll be forced to take ministerial control of Hogwarts, and then sack you. Only with Albus Dumbledore out of the castle do we have any chance of keeping Hogwarts open past June. Albus looked more shocked than angry, so Cornelius pushed on to his next point. After the third task, you need to disappear. The ICW are desperate to put you on trial, for multiple crimes, and are sure to take action the instant your involvement with the tournament is over. You won't survive a full-blown trial, and they're certain to make the entire process very public, so you might take the ministry down with you. Well, Albus, can you help? Of course I can help. Quick as a flash, Albus cast an Obliviate at the Minister of Magic, while cursing those Italian wizards for taking his wand. He was so busy trying to ensure the Grangers couldn't interfere with the situation, those two powerful stunners had him out for the count before he could do anything. Even now, he wasn't sure if it was losing allegiance of the Elder Wand that was affecting his spell casting, or simply that he was still suffering the after effects of being heavily stunned again. His anger at Cornelius was of epic proportions. Only he knew about Voldemort's Horcruxes, and that the Dark Lord couldn't possibly be dead. With a prophecy in play too, where was Potter's hand in this banishment? Little jumped up Pipsqueak, how dare you even think Potter could possibly be better than me at anything, in my own office too. You will forget everything we talked about, and appoint Shacklebolt as the new head of the DMLE. With Kingsley in that position, he could begin feeding stories, manufacturing evidence if necessary, that the Dark Lord wasn't really gone. Then the gullible public would turn on their false hero, and once more look to him for guidance, and the saving of their miserable lives. Albus had many years of experience at waking his disoriented victims up, and then getting them out of his office as quickly as possible. Fudge was swiftly and surely dispatched to the Ministry of Magic. There was a celebratory atmosphere within the institute. Classes after lunch had been cancelled so the entire school could listen to the broadcast together. They were currently sitting down to dinner, though Harry, Sirius, Remus, Francesca and Amelia were having what looked like a very serious discussion. Hermione was sticking with her family. The three Grangers were worried how today might affect Joan. When asked how she was feeling, her little nose still twitched, but she was now confident enough just to say what she was thinking. The bad wizard who killed Harry's mum and dad is gone, and that's a good thing. Millie made sure I didn't see or hear anything too yucky. The beautiful lady who was burned by the dragon, can we go visit her after dinner? Aunt Poppy is wonderful, and seeing the woman is going to be fine would make me fine too. Hermione explained that it would be up to Poppy if they could visit Fleur, but if she said yes, they'd all go after dessert. It was only seconds later that Dobby appeared to say Madam Poppy said Little Miss could visit, but only for a little while. Joan's wide smile and, thanks, made Dobby's day. Fleur was lying in the hospital bed, with half her body swathed in bandages. It was a challenge to find a comfortable position. Those bandages were there mainly to hold the burn salve in place was a great comfort to the three adults keeping her company. They in turn were trying to offer some comfort of their own to the distraught witch. All were conversing in rapid French. How can I face them again? From the first moment we met, I deliberately insulted them. Yet not only did they save me, I was brought here for treatment. What am I supposed to say to them? The report from the Medowitch that his daughter would make a full recovery in a few days had shocked and delighted Louis Delacour. It was hard to believe such an outcome was possible after what he had witnessed today. The Medowitch insisted that getting his daughter out of the arena and into her care so promptly played a massive part in her being able to offer such a positive diagnosis. Perhaps you're overthinking this, but saying, thank you, would be a good starting point. Olympe also tried to shore up her students' feelings. Lord Potter was of course correct, none of us had any idea just what we were getting ourselves into. Those unbreakable contracts were bad enough, but it would appear Albus had plans within plans, and we got drawn into them. Lord Potter and his betrothed were brilliant today, their power and control was unbelievable in one so young. It was their teamwork that impressed me more, they appeared more in sync than Apolline and myself, and we have been married over 20 years. It was at that point Apolline let go of her eldest daughter's hand, and moved to greet the group who had just entered the infirmary. Miss Granger, we cannot thank you and your Ari enough for saving Fleur today. Merci, merci. Oh, think nothing of it. We know firsthand just how dangerous Hogwarts can be with Dumbledore in charge. We also knew he wouldn't have put any safety arrangements in place. As we said to her headmistress, Dumbledore doesn't care who his plans hurt, we do. Hermione introduced her parents, and then Joan. She wanted to see if the beautiful lady was okay. Joan headed straight over to the injured Fleur, taking the space Apolline had just moved from. I'm glad to see you're okay, you were very brave. Dobby is the best elf in the world, he brought you here. Aunt Poppy will soon have you all better. She did the same for Harry, and there was blood everywhere when he got back from the ministry. That was really frightening. Smiling at the young girl, Apolline gently asked a question. Weren't you frightened today? Oh no, I was with our family. Nothing can happen to me then. Joan appeared to think for a moment before saying any more. That bad old wizard knocked his dragon out when he got into bother. If Mum had gotten into bother, her Harry would have knocked the dragon right out of the place. They're both very strong and clever, so I wasn't frightened at all. Thinking that this was the person she'd called little boy, Fleur tentatively moved her head around to speak with Hermione. I need to apologize for my hurtful words today. I was wrong, and your Ari was so right, we didn't know what we were getting into. Thank you so much for saving me anyways. You're very welcome. Penny Clearwater will be up soon to help make arrangements for what you want to do, she's one of the Institute's assistants. Poppy wants you to stay at least tonight, and the rest of you are welcome to stay too. I need to get this one to bed, we've all had an exciting day. As Joan said goodnight to everyone, Fleur was heard to mutter, "El est adorable." An excited Angelina spotted Cedric in the corridor, she hurried to catch up with him. Hey, Diggory, wait up a moment. Are you going to the ball? Cho possessively wrapped herself around Cedric's left arm. Yes he is, and he's going with me, so back off. Holding both her hands in front of her, palms out, Angelina set the clearly jealous girl straight. Hey, I wasn't trying to poach your date. Not only am I not going, I won't even be in the country. I'm spending the Christmas holidays in Italy with Harry and the gang. Headmistress Sprout gave me some names to invite along, and Cedric was on that very short list. If he's staying here though, I won't bother you again. Turning, she managed to take 2 steps away before Cedric got his voice to work. Hold on, Angelina, you can't spring something like that on a person then just walk away. What's this invitation? Oh, we're spending the entire holiday at the Institute. The headmistress said their school has weather wards, so there'll be loads of Quidditch involved too. Anyone going though needs parental permission, a letter sent to Gringotts works. This is not an official visit, so absolutely nothing to do with Hogwarts or the ministry. Just some friends spending their holidays together, in Italy. Still clinging to Cedric, it was a tentative Cho who now politely asked a question she desperately wanted to know the answer to. Who else's name is on that list? Oh, I couldn't say. We need to speak with these people personally, not let them hear this kind of news secondhand. This forced Cho to ask her real question. Is my name on that list? I suppose I can tell you that. No, it's a very small list. Harry had Luna check the few Ravenclaw names on it, to see if any of them had picked on her. It looks like anyone who did won't be allowed anywhere near the Potter Institute. Cedric, I will need an answer in the next couple of days. This time Angelina got to walk away. The couple she left behind were too busy arguing with each other to stop her again. She well remembered Cho publicly flirting with Harry during their match last year, and he still beat her to the snitch. Angelina simply didn't like the girl, wouldn't find it hard to believe she bullied a younger student, and couldn't see any way Cho would be getting an invitation to the Institute. She headed off to track down the next name on her list. Cornelius swaggered up to his secretary. Maureen, please send for Auror Shacklebolt. I need to speak with him in my office. As he headed through the ornate door to the Minister of Magic's office, Maureen opened her desk drawer and knew what she had to do. Shouting, "Enter," as his office door was knocked, Cornelius was shocked to see Maureen enter with 4 Aurors, and none of them was Shacklebolt. What's the meaning of this? Just following your orders, Minister. If you didn't come back and give me a certain passcode, you ordered me to hand you this and have Aurors take you to St. Mungo's to be checked for compulsion and memory charms. She handed over a scroll, one that he'd obviously sealed himself. Breaking the ministerial seal, he then read the missive, penned in his own hand. If you're reading this, don't be angry at Maureen, she's doing exactly what we ordered her to. We were heading to Hogwarts to confront Dumbledore over today's farce. We had 3 points to raise with him, canceling this tournament, him resigning from Hogwarts and disappearing before the ICW get hold of him. Knowing he wasn't going to like any of that, we thought it wise to take this precaution. It's now time to go to St. Mungo's, and discover if this precaution was necessary. The Aurors received their own roll of parchment, giving them a ministerial order to take you to St. Mungo's. That he'd signed it, and put, Minister of Magic, underneath his signature ended any possibility this could be a fake. Only Cornelius Fudge would know that, even although he was going to be the only person to read this, he would still sign it as Minister of Magic. He silently held his hand out to the lead Auror, and read their orders, again in his own handwriting. The only way out of this would be to order the Aurors to stand down, something these written orders specifically ordered the Aurors not to accept. Well, I suppose we better get this over with. Cornelius left for St. Mungo's, under Auror guard. Using any scale of measurement, Sirius Black just had a stellar day. Voldemort had been the quintessential bogeyman for the entirety of Sirius's life, a figure so scary that witches and wizards were afraid even to say his name. The impact he'd had on Sirius's life was immeasurable, and all of it bad. With Voldemort now banished for good, the world was definitely a lighter place tonight. Sirius was spending the few remaining hours of that day sitting on the terrace of Harry's home, a glass of exquisite single malt Scotch whiskey in one hand while his other arm was around the equally exquisite Miss Rossi. The beautiful view across the Bay of Naples held no attraction for the marauder, it paled in any comparison with the beautiful woman currently cuddling into his side. As expected, Amelia had jumped at the chance of being involved in their latest project. It was the sparkle in Francesca's gorgeous blue eyes that had caught and held Sirius's attention. Sirius was sure he was reading the signs correctly, but he'd never done this before, so there were a certain amount of his nerves jangling too. You looked really excited about our latest project. Oh Sirius, it's an architect's dream to be given a brief like this. Design an entire village from scratch, not just houses but an environment where a whole community can thrive. Yes, I'm excited. How would you like to design one of those houses for us to live in? There was a sharp intake of breath, before Francesca asked a question. Are you asking me to move in with you? Leaning over, Sirius keyed Francesca with all the love and tenderness he possessed. Move in together, marry me, spend the rest of our lives together raising our family, the choice is yours. I just know I will always want you in my life, in whatever form I can get. The smile Francesca sported eclipsed the moonlight they were currently bathed in. Francesca Black does have a lovely ring to it. Discarding his whiskey, Sirius was now down on one knee, determined to do this properly. Miss Francesca Rossi, would you do me the immense honor of becoming my wife? She bent over and keyed him. Just so you're sure, that's a yes. We need a ring, then fix a date. Any suggestions? Plenty of jewelers in Naples. The date can be whenever we decide, but I'd like to get married where my life changed, right here. Do you think Harry would let us get married in his home? You have no idea how happy that would make him, and the rest of our crazy family. Francesca was now laughing. Yes, you are a crazy bunch. What's that old proverb, may you live in interesting times? I think we've got that covered. My family is just Mum and Dad, who you've met. We could get them here for Christmas, meet the rest of the gang too. That's a wonderful idea. How does a Christmas wedding grab you? If we talk it over with my folks, then we'll see. Sirius wanted to head for Naples right now, desperate to be there in time for the jewelry shop's opening. There's no way I want to give you any time to change your mind about marrying me. Oh, you'll find I'm very stubborn when my mind's made up. You're not getting away from me now, Sirius Black. That declaration deserved a key, possibly many keys. On this stellar day of days, Sirius was sure he'd saved the best bit until last. Cornelius should also have been experiencing a stellar day, and a glass or two of whiskey sounded just about perfect at the moment. After ranting and raving for at least 15 minutes, with numerous swear words peppered in there too, it was time to calm down and do his job. The biggest problem he faced right now was Cornelius didn't know who he could trust. The minister ordered the quartet of Aurors who'd accompanied him to St. Mungo's to undergo the same tests as he had. When one of them was found to have a loyalty charm on them, it just made Cornelius more determined. He sent for the head of the hospital and, after they had been given a clean bill of health, Cornelius explained the problem. Dumbledore has been rather charming, playing fast and loose with memory, loyalty and compulsion charms. We have no idea how many charms, how many people or even how long it's been going on. I suspect decades, but at the moment, the only people we can trust are currently in this room. We need to change that, and quickly. That will take a massive involvement of your staff, but I think they need to be scanned first, with the aura department next in line. The mere thought of someone casting spells on any of his staff had the head of St. Mungo's instantly agreeing. They would begin the sweep of the hospital staff immediately, with Cornelius assigning 2 auras to help quash any objections those about to be tested might have. The minister then sent the 3rd to track down the head of the unspeakables, and bring them here. He held onto the 4th as a personal bodyguard. They were currently playing everything by ear and the next few hours would be critical. Like many residents of magical Britain, Augusta Longbottom had partaken of a few celebratory drinks to mark the passing of the abomination who called himself Lord Voldemort. Watching her grandson proudly march into that stadium, his lovely betrothed at his side, was also an occasion worthy of a celebration for Augusta. She was shocked when, after turning in for the night, her house elf announced the House of Longbottom had important visitors. Making her way down to the reception lounge, she was greeted by the Minister of Magic, along with a healer and auror. "What's the meaning of this intrusion, Cornelius? I better like your reason, otherwise there will be consequences. Madam Longbottom, could you indulge us for a moment? We need the healer here to scan you for any behavioral modifying charms or potions. I really can't tell you anything else, until we discover if you are clear of these abominations." A serious Cornelius was enough for Augusta to agree. She also wanted to hear his explanation. With the healer nodding she was clear, Augusta invited them into the lounge for a seat. Somehow Augusta thought she might need one. "Today I went to Hogwarts and confronted Dumbledore. Things just can't continue the way they are. I came back to the ministry with no memory of our confrontation. The only thing in my mind was to appoint Albus's suggestion to fill Amelia's now vacant post. I had left some orders with my secretary though, and found myself dragged to St. Mungo's. There it was discovered I had been memory charmed by Dumbledore, and not for the first time. Scanning my accompanying auras, we discovered one of them had been charmed too." Augusta got straight to the heart of their dilemma at once. "Who can we trust? I understand now why you scanned me first. I decided we needed to test those who would be doing the scanning first, so instigated a sweep of St. Mungo's, with terrifying results. The reason we're here is because every healer who worked on your son and his wife have all been compromised. We need to sweep the auras next, followed by the ministry, the Wizengamot and then anyone else who wants a checkup. With St. Mungo's now on full alert to tackle this unprecedented challenge, the hospital itself will be running with a skeleton staff. I wanted to offer you the chance of moving your family somewhere else, just until things can get back to normal here." A quick glance at the clock had Augusta diving for the phone on her sideboard. In another 10 minutes, the phones at the institute would be switched to that thing where you had to leave a message that wouldn't be listened to until tomorrow morning. After a few rings, her call was answered. "Hello, Augusta Longbottom here. Is that you, Percy? I am perfectly aware of the time, young man. The fact that I'm calling at this hour should instantly alert you that this is an important matter. I have a bit of an emergency on my hands. Can I speak with Pomona or Minerva?" Covering the mouthpiece with her other hand, she let her flabbergasted audience know what was happening. "Percy's trying to connect me to Pomona. I'll need to apologize for snapping his head off next time Oh, hello Pomona, I'm so glad I could catch you. No one is hurt, but we have a serious problem here. Albus has been casting a lot more charms than we thought, and for a lot longer too. He memory charmed the minister again today, but this time Cornelius went to St. Mungo's and got treated. Hold on a minute, Pomona." Covering her mouthpiece again, she quickly explained that Harry, Hermione and Poppy had witnessed Dumbledore casting a memory charm on the minister in the Hogwarts infirmary. Only Harry and Hermione getting the drop on Dumbledore saved them suffering the same fate. Knowing they wouldn't be believed, Poppy cast a memory charm on the headmaster while Dobby tucked the old git into his own bed. That was the night they all decided to leave Hogwarts. "Pomona, the healers that have worked on my Frank and Alice have all been targeted by Dumbledore." She had to hold the phone away from her ear as Pomona gave her opinion on that, rather loudly. "Yes, I totally agree. St. Mungo's is going to be operating with a skeleton staff, while just about every witch and wizard in the country will need to be scanned. I don't want to leave them there. Oh, thank you, Pomona. If you could let Neville and Harry know, yes, that would be wonderful. Thank you so much, and see you soon. It was with a sigh of relief Augusta placed the handset down. Pomona will organize everything. Frank and Alice will be in the institute tonight, under Poppy's care. I don't want to get my hopes up here, but we've not had any hope at all for over a decade. Dumbledore is not a friend of our house, anything he did won't be to their benefit but will possibly be reversible. Thinking it would be easier to achieve what they needed to at St. Mungo's with the Minister of Magic, a healer and an Auror in their group, Augusta offered them refreshments while she went and changed for traveling. The Longbottom matriarch had just returned when the wards alerted her a portkey had entered their home. With Neville in their party, the Longbottom wards would allow their party entry. Neville came racing in and hugged his grandmother. I want to kill him, Gran. Dumbledore's a bigger Dark Lord than Voldemort. Get inte line, Neville. Yer way doon th, cue for a shot at that lanky bearded Sassenach. Augusta knew her friend must barely be holding her temper in check for her accent to slip that badly. Minerva spotted Cornelius the minute she entered, and he was next to feel her wrath. Minister, what ye dayin' aboot this monster while I hides a shul? At this minute in time, we're having to ensure the people we send to arrest him are free of any spells Dumbledore might have placed on them. You have my word he won't be in Hogwarts come tomorrow morning. Minerva wasn't angry with anyone here, but the mere mention of Dumbledore's name stirred her Highland blood, and saw her primed and ready for battle. Her, aboot bloody time, was almost spoken in her normal accent. Harry completed the trio of visitors and approached Augusta. Ma'am, House Potter considers House Longbottom family. Whatever I have is yours for the asking, anything we can do will be done. The emotions of tonight caught up with Augusta, tears were running down her cheeks and she couldn't answer Harry's formal declaration of aid. Neville stepped forward though and accepted by shaking Harry's hand. Minerva was now back under control and able to fulfill her part in tonight's shenanigans. Poppy has asked for all medical records pertaining to Frank and Alice Longbottom. We would also like samples of any potions they were prescribed. Our potions mistress is standing by to determine what exactly they were been drugged with. Quickly agreeing to all of that, the seven then flowed to a very busy St. Mungo's. Totally unaware of the drama unfolding elsewhere, Dan was lying in bed with a wife who was struggling to sleep. He could feel Emma's apprehension through their bracelets and decided to face head-on the pachyderm that was currently sharing their bed. Do you want to talk about it? After a minute or so, Emma was ready to air her thoughts. Today I shot a man, or was it a woman, in front of hundreds of people, and I don't feel one iota of remorse. Shouldn't I feel at least a little regret that someone died today, and we played a big part in it? Dan tried to answer as honestly as he could. If a rabid dog was getting ready to attack people, and you had your gun, there would be no hesitation and you'd take the shot. That might have looked like someone's grandmother today, but we were both there when it was born in a cauldron of bone, flesh and stolen blood. It wasn't a person who died today, that was a murdering monster. There was absolutely no humanity in that body he manufactured. Because of what we did today, our family will now be able to live normal lives. She knew her husband was cracking a joke, but every now and then Dan somehow managed to nail one that was actually funny. After she stopped laughing, Emma started jokingly berating her husband. Our family couldn't do normal if they tried. A couple of gun-toting former dentists, our 15-year-old daughter has a 4-year-old calling her mum and Harry levitates dragons, in his spare time. Our family parted ways with normality the instant the doors were magically blown off our old home. I wonder if they ever got all the blood out that kitchen. I used to spend hours ensuring it was spotless. That got Dan chuckling, remembering how particular his wife had been about keeping her beloved kitchen so clean you could eat your dinner off the floor. You forgot to mention the in-laws, a big black dog, a werewolf and an adoring elf. Yip, that's definitely not normal. As they lay snuggling, Emma had another thought. With Voldemort and his Death Eaters gone, there's nothing to stop us going back to Britain and taking up our old lives. This shocked Dan. Do you really want to? Hell no. I much prefer what we do now, and we sold everything back in Britain anyway. Apart from the odd visit to Ambrosia's, which we can do anytime, what else is there to miss? What would we have to talk about with our former friends? We spend our days trying to teach magical children how our world works, but we can't tell anyone from our world what we now do for a living. Told you we don't do normal. You had me worried there. I couldn't go back to pretending interest on how the new club Charles Wilkie just paid way over the odds for is going to improve his golf game. His wife is worse. Explaining in excruciating detail how to avoid suffering from a soggy bottom when baking pastry. Listening to that is about as exciting as performing root canal treatment on someone with really bad halitosis. That had both of them chuckling. They now embraced each other with the same enthusiasm they had for their new lives and family. Poppy loved her new job, new life, but was also enjoying the challenge of tackling the problems currently in her infirmary. When she'd discovered 2 institute students would be facing dragons, she'd immediately contacted 3 separate dragon reserves, asking for a sample or formula of the burn paste they used. All 3 had replied, and Miss Delacour was benefiting greatly from the salves and knowledge Poppy had received. The Longbottoms were a different matter altogether. After stopping all medication, she didn't trust anything Dumbledore had a hand in. Poppy was monitoring them through the night, while using that time to study their medical files. Something wasn't adding up here, and she was determined to get to the bottom of it. Looking at the box of potions, she was positive that's where the answers lay. Poppy was also positive that the Institute's potions mistress would be up to the task of deciphering whatever secrets they held. Poppy's thoughts were disturbed by someone entering her infirmary. Couldn't sleep, love. Ginny came over and wrapped her arms around her second mother. Too much has happened too quickly. I really wanted to see Tom ended today, give me closure as my healer would say. I also understand why I couldn't go, something else Dumbledore robbed me off. Surely you talked to Luna, she would tell you exactly what happened. She did, and of course I believe her, I just wish I could have seen it for myself. Luna's with Neville just now, visiting the room his grand's staying in. I don't think any of them will get much sleep tonight either. Without Luna there, I didn't want to be in our room alone tonight, and knew you'd be working on this, I hope you don't mind. Keying Ginny's forehead, Poppy got up and made them both hot chocolate in the little refreshments alcove built into her office. She'd always hated calling for elves to supply her with tea or coffee when the situation demanded Poppy had to work through the night. The elves now simply checked her alcove was topped up with fresh supplies, just one more thing Poppy loved about her new infirmary. Sipping her hot chocolate, Ginny then broached the subject that was really bothering her. Now that he's gone, do you think people will still come to the Institute? Knowing Ginny as she did, Poppy understood she wasn't looking for blanket reassurance here, rather an honest answer. If the Ministry of Magic ever get their act together, and if Hogwarts becomes a top school again, I could see years where we might not get 20 students from Britain. Now, bearing in mind the massive changes needed for either of those conditions to be met, I'm sure we'll be full for many years to come. Seeing that had settled Ginny somewhat, Poppy brought out the big guns. The Institute also has an agreement with the Italian ministry that, should there be spaces available within a year group, those spaces will be offered to local Italian students. The Potter Institute is here to stay, Ginny, and Harry's already looking at places for students or staff to live when they graduate or eventually retire. At the moment, that last bit is a secret, but definitely happening before you graduate. Finishing her delicious hot chocolate, Ginny hugged the woman who'd quickly become someone who meant a great deal to her. She could now head back to bed, relaxed enough to sleep, and hopefully dream about building a new life in the future, a future that would be spent in Italy. Albus was down early for breakfast. He needed to see what damage today's newspaper was going to do to his reputation. He never doubted for a minute that he would soon repair and rebuild that reputation, and Albus Dumbledore would once more be considered the greatest wizard in Britain. That fudge had the audacity to think that Potter was the better wizard still really smarted, a right kick to the ego. The idiot had so many loyalty charms on him, he should have been arguing that Orders of Merlin be renamed to Dumbledore. That pleasant thought was interrupted by a squad of 8 Aurors marching into the Great Hall. Rather than being alarmed that the Hogwarts wards hadn't warned him of their approach, Albus was more worried that Kingsley was near the back of the group, rather than leading them. It was a different delivery that was going to ruin Albus's day, as the lead Auror removed a scroll from his robes. Albus Dumbledore, you are under arrest for crimes too numerous to list here. You have already been sacked from a ministry-controlled Hogwarts, and will accompany us to the Ministry of Magic, where formal charges are being prepared." Albus didn't have to act shocked as he took to his feet. "This is preposterous." He was interrupted though by the same whir. "3 of this group were under the thrall of spells you personally cast on them. We find this unforgivable, and are hoping you won't come quietly." The standoff ended rather quickly, and somewhat anticlimactically. Severus had stealthily drawn his wand, and silently stunned Dumbledore in the back. He then slowly and carefully laid his wand on the table before raising his hands, all the while offering an explanation. "Horrors, my wife here is pregnant, while our son is sitting down to breakfast." Dumbledore might have been happy with an all-out duel taking place in the Great Hall. "I am not." Over the years, too many people inside Hogwarts have been hurt by his schemes, not today. As the head of the group nodded in acceptance of Severus's actions, 4 of his Aurors raced to search and restrain Dumbledore. The old wizard twitching was enough provocation for another 2 stunners to be cast upon him. Shackled and then trussed up like a turkey, Dumbledore was physically dragged from the Great Hall by his ankles. Thankfully for all who witnessed this, his bindings ensured those garnish robes stayed in place and protected Dumbledore's modesty. In the now silent hall, the thump, thump, thump of Dumbledore being dragged down the entrance stairs could clearly be heard. Looking around, the same thoughts were shared by everyone, though a 6th-year Muggle-born Hufflepuff summed it up brilliantly. "Albus has left the building." With an almighty crunch, the former monstrous Dark Lord was instantly transformed into a monstrous dragon's lunch. The very name, Voldemort, had held the entire country in an iron grasp of terror for decades. Yet a couple of Muggles left this Dark Lord defenseless before the dragon attacked, and the rest was over very quickly. Granny V was gambling that no one would attack her, because the unbreakable magical contract the tournament invoked would see those attackers lose their magic. As Hermione Granger's father so eloquently pointed out, neither he nor his wife had any magic to lose. Using Muggle means, both soon had Granny V on the ground and bleeding. This was taken as an invitation to lunch by the huge Hungarian Horntail, and no one was foolish enough to try and disagree with the massive dragon's decision. This reporter did learn that the dragon handlers were later approached by a ministry representative, asking if it would be possible to recover Voldemort's wand from the dragon. The representative was immediately given permission to sift through the Horntail's dung, but was advised they didn't think the wand would survive its journey through the Horntail's digestive system. The representative was also advised to compile a will before beginning this task, as the handlers didn't think they would survive trying to sift through a nesting Horntail's dung either. Bella could read no more. Muggles, effing Muggles. That thing was certainly not our master, letting a couple of Muggles get the better of them. I would have happily sacrificed my magic to put an end to that abomination. The 3 wizards currently sharing this house with Bella could all see her thinking something, all of them instantly recognizing this could be bad. Does the prophet say when the date for the second task is? Having already read the newspaper before returning with it, Augustus was able to answer Bella instantly. "No, I suspect how the task ended put that decision out of their minds. We should know in a day or 2 though." "What are you thinking?" "I'm thinking that if I have to live like a Muggle, wearing their clothes and eating their food, I might as well become one. We can't even use our magic, in case it attracts attention from the ministry, so what's the point in having it? Our way of life is gone forever, but we can still choose how we go on from this life. Killing Potter, or even Dumbledore would be a fitting end." Her husband wanted some clarification. "Are you suggesting a suicide mission?" "Not exactly, but if I go I want to take as many of those F-ers with me as I possibly can. This hiding amongst the Muggles is keeping us free, but we have no freedom, or life. We tried Europe, that wasn't any better. Do you really want to move further away, start again with nothing? Become Mr. and Mrs. F-ing average in Australia, get jobs and live normal lives. That's not me." Indicating the issue of the prophet they were currently reading, Bella really made her point. "And that's not how I want to be remembered either. They've turned our master's memory into a f-ing joke. That thing he became treated as nothing more than a clown. They will be selling dragon-eating Granny V cuddly toys for Christmas, and people too frightened to say our master's name will buy them up for their little brats. I just wanted to put this on the table, see if you 3 can come up with another option that will give our lives meaning, instead of our deaths." With that, Bella left the three stunned men sitting there while she went to lie down. Her anger was never far away, just bubbling below the surface. Bella could effectively keep a lid on it, if there was a possible outlet on the horizon. At the moment they had nothing, making every day harder than the one before. Without such an outlet, it was only a matter of time before her temper got away from her, and that would be disastrous. They would need to blow something up, or burn something down, soon, before those urges became uncontrollable. Of the three men left with their thoughts, it was somewhat predictable that Augustus was the first to speak. I'm not comfortable going into an attack where we have no exit strategy, other than take as many of the F'ers with us as we can. To be honest, I'm too young and handsome to die for a good while yet. Since Augustus was clearly none of those things, it raised a couple of wry smiles amongst the brothers. Knowing his wife better than anyone, Rodolphus stated what the other two had already surmised. She needs an outlet, or at least a fixed time for one. Hitting a muggle target would be easy, and not very satisfying. Dropping into a Diagon alley packed with people shopping for Yule would be better, but would instantly unleash the ministry onto our heads, for very little gain. I can see why she's drawn to this tournament. The prophet said the first task was broadcast live all over Europe. Like you though, I'd like to go to Hogwarts with an exit plan. What about the technique this granny thing used to hide? The prophet claims it just walked out of a boulder. Could we use something like that? Rabastan looked toward Augustus for an answer to his question. We need a lot more information, since we currently don't have any. Depending on the security around the event, we may even be able to get in there by using glamour charms. Remember, no one is looking for us here. If we can keep that status until the task, Polyjuice Potion should see us able to stroll right in there. Tomorrow's prophet should give us some of what we need to know. They left their discussion for now. All understanding events beyond their control would dictate most of their decisions and tactics. Pomona entered the infirmary, immediately noticing the crowd around the Longbottom beds this morning. Poppy was there too, so she asked for an update. Whatever potions they've been given, those potions have been getting administered for over a decade. I'm not expecting any changes for at least another day. It will take that long for the potions to begin working their way out of their systems. I hope to know more when Professor DeMarco is able to analyze what's exactly in those potions. I have Miss Clearwater and Mr. Weasley covering her classes for today, freeing her up to concentrate on this. Her research should at least give us an idea of what we're dealing with. Addressing the students gathered there, Pomona gave them a gentle reminder. I hope everyone remembers that there are no bells in the infirmary. Watch your time for first period. After receiving a number of, yes, headmistress replies, Pomona nodded to Augusta before making her way over to Poppy's other patient. She knew the group that had summered with Harry were now all close, but to see every one of them here this morning, supporting Neville, brought a smile to her lips. How are you feeling today, Miss Delacour? Much better, Headmistress. I talked things over with my parents and would like to stay here until I'm healed. Hogwarts I found lacking in nearly everything, but your institute est magnifique. Thank you, we try our best. Will your parents be staying too? Non, Papa is to return to work, Mama is to go home. My little sister is here. Your mother would be welcome to return with your sister. We also have childcare facilities at the institute and, if my memory serves me right, Madame Riccio listed French as one of the languages she speaks. Fleur couldn't hold back the tears, and her parents then turned up at what could have become an awkward moment. She acted before that could happen, exclaiming loudly to her parents that Gabrielle was invited to stay as well. Appeline's entire demeanor changed in an instant. Oh, thank you, Headmistress. I didn't want to leave Fleur but, Avenue already been away too long from Gabrielle. She is only 8, and misses us horribly when we, Avenue to travel. Think nothing of it, we have a number of younger children at the institute. I believe you met one of them last night. If you arrange your portkey back home, we can supply you with an institute one to return you and your daughter to here. I think Phileas is holding the office position this morning. Minerva and I have classes first period. With that, Pomona really did have to leave. The head unspeakable was shown into the minister's office, finding a grinning Cornelius reading a report. You got him then? Oh yes, and our Aurors are being very thorough. They stripped him of all clothes, trinkets and even his glasses, before shaving his head bald and whipping that beard off. As the report says, Dumbledore could have hidden a bloody hippogriff in there. He's currently dosed with Draft of the Living Death, and still under Aura Guard too. Letting him escape would be a total embarrassment, one I don't think my ministry would recover from. What do you intend to do with him? That question actually drew a sigh from the minister. As much as I'd like to put him on public trial, there's just so much more that urgently needs done right now, trying to fix all the shit he's caused for a start. I'm thinking of handing him over to the ICW, let Dumbledore become their problem. I know they're desperate to get their hands on him, and it might buy us some goodwill from their direction too. Cornelius thought the unspeakable was nodding in agreement, at least the hood moved. I think that's a good solution, Minister. You'll be pleased to know we also have a solution to your tournament woes as well. Throwing the Goblet of Fire and the Triwizard Cup through the Veil of Death will end all contracts associated with the tournament. There was no imagination needed this time. Cornelius was definitely shaking his head in disbelief. I don't know if Dumbledore hadn't thought of that, or was determined the tournament had to continue anyway, but that's a brilliant solution to this problem. I want you to collect both and keep them somewhere safe, and tell no one you have them. This must be kept secret. You don't want me to destroy them now. With the voice modification spell on the Unspeakable's hood, you couldn't tell if you were talking to a witch or a wizard, far less garner any expressions from what they said. Cornelius chose to believe he'd surprised the Unspeakable, and then gave his reason for doing so. Dumbledore is still an extremely powerful and very resourceful wizard. Whether the ICW will be able to hold him during any trial, get a conviction and then keep him contained in a prison is debatable. If they manage all that, we can end the tournament without anyone risking their magic by detaining a champion. Should he escape, the fact Dumbledore is still a champion means he has to turn up at Hogwarts on a date and time of our choosing. There was a minute of silence, the Unspeakable clearly thinking things through. Assuming the task is broadcast live on the wireless again, we would know at once when Dumbledore shows up. Throwing the goblet and cup through the veil then would allow the Aurors to take him down, without risking their magic. I like that plan a lot. I'll now need to contact the ICW, see if they're interested in collecting our prisoner from a ministry holding cell. Then I'll be heading off to Hogwarts, trying to keep the castle open for business. The healers should finish scanning the ministry personnel sometime today. There will be an emergency Wizengamot meeting called for tomorrow morning. After that, we should be able to go public with this, and start offering scans to everyone. Sensing their dismissal, the Unspeakable stood to leave. I'll get the goblet and cup safely locked away, then we'll see what happens. With the minister agreeing, the Unspeakable left to complete their task. Lunchtime was a welcome relief for Harry and Hermione, sitting with Joan between them centering their attention once more. They'd just come from a double period of transfiguration, where McGonagall had sprung a surprise on them, demonstrating to the class the transfiguration they'd used in yesterday's task at Hogwarts. She'd left the last half hour of their lesson free so the two champions could be front and center. Hermione confessed over their bond that she found McGonagall sitting in the front row watching them more terrifying than doing this in the arena with the dragon present. Harry's answer of, well, I think a Hebrida in black would kick a Swedish short snout's ass any day of the week, almost had Hermione losing control of her transfiguration as she laughed in his head, almost. Ron was eating like he'd forgotten all those manners so recently learned. After shoveling down his usual amount of food in roughly half the time, the reason became clear as he pulled a pile of parchment, each bit appeared covered in names and diagrams, from his bag. We really should have had some practice sessions. A few pickup games last weekend doesn't prepare us for this match tomorrow. Are you sure I can't convince you to play Seeker, Harry? With a groan, Harry answered his friend, and team captain, again. We've had this discussion, Ron, many times. The next task at Hogwarts has us on brooms. Hermione and me playing chasers allows us to work on our coordination. On parchment, what's your best team? Well, me in goal, the twins as beaters, you, Hermione and Ginny as chasers, with Colin as seeker. Ron, that's a Gryffindor team, you really need to mix it up more. I could replace one of the twins with Millie. This had Hermione laughing. Replacing one Weasley with another is hardly helping. Ron was now bright red, while Millie appeared delighted. Harry held his hand out, and Ron gave him the list of players in the squad. Our friends who trained and flew all summer with us all saw a big improvement in their flying. With Neville down as the other replacement beater, Hannah a chaser, Susan Ron's backup and Luna seeker, it was easy to see the impact their holidays had. With Dean and Daphne taking up the other 2 chaser slots, Harry though Ron had done a great job with his selection. It was time to play it down a bit though. The whole idea of tomorrow's game is to have a bit of fun. We only have 2 players over the age of 15 available to us, and this is our first ever match. Swap the players in and out, give all of us a game. If we're getting hammered, switch to whoever is playing best on the day. Can you put Hermione and me in and out as a unit? We really need to be playing together, and this match will give us that chance against tough opposition. The important thing to remember here is to enjoy tomorrow. There's no Quidditch Cup or house honor at stake. After setting Joan off to her lessons, Ron was heading to 3rd year runes, and the other 3 to 4th year arithmancy. They split, with Ron hardly out of sight before Millie turned on the other 2. That was mean. Ron had this built up into a huge event and you 2 just tore him down. You're supposed to be his friends. Harry interrupted before she could say any more. Millie, of course we're Ron's friends. Tomorrow's game isn't huge, it's gonna be historic. Sophia has already picked the spot in the library where the picture from tomorrow will hang. Front and center of that picture will be Ron, in the Institute's new Quidditch uniform, which are currently hidden in the headmistress's office, and he'll be wearing the captain's armband. That picture will probably be front page of the Quibbler and plastered over the Italian magical press too. Barchoke is also arranging medals for both sets of players, to commemorate the first ever Quidditch match played by the Potter Institute. Millie's lips were moving, but no words were coming out. Hermione giggling at this reset her thoughts. Then why did you play it down, if this is even bigger than Ron and I thought? She was surprised when Hermione answered her question. You'll know by now, Ron lives and breathes Quidditch. He's a great tactician, a superb reader of the game, and a natural when he plays. That's the Ron we want on that pitch tomorrow. When he starts putting himself under pressure, questioning his own decisions and basically overthinking everything, that won't turn out well for Ron or the team. You were trying to help him. Harry was nodding in agreement as he answered. Yes, and you can too. Keep his mind of the game tonight, or at least have him focused on the celebrations after the match. Win, lose or draw, we will be celebrating the Institute's first ever match. Oh dear, I just remembered I'll be in that picture too. Now I'm the nervous one, and Ron will have to keep me calm. That had Hermione smiling. Brilliant tactic, and one he won't suspect. Ginny's name's on that wall because she helped design the robes we wear. Ron's gonna be up there as the Potter Institute's first Quidditch captain. Which one do you think he'd prefer? Millie suddenly had an epiphany. You did this for him. Of course you did, Merlin, you built a bloody school for your friends. Harry could only smile. Ron dreamed of being head boy and Quidditch captain, copying his elder brothers. Coming here took that away from him. This gives Ron something no one else will ever have. Only Ronald Weasley can be the first ever Quidditch captain of the Potter Institute. Looking to Hermione, Millie then asked a stupid question. What about you? You were a stick-on to be a prefect, and eventually head girl. Hermione put her arm around the girl. Millie, I get to be Mrs. Potter. For me, nothing tops that. As for this, that's what friends do. You and Ron are 2 of our best friends, why so surprised? This had Millie smiling again. My bridesmaid spot is already yours, unless Ron dithers until Joan is old enough to claim the spot. That had her laughing. Harry and I are getting used to playing second fiddle to Joan. Either of us Potter ladies would love to be your bridesmaid. It was 3 happy students who walked into what each considered the hardest class of their day. Severus wondered if there was some strange type of kismet invoked when a politician called you by your first name. He couldn't help but think that nothing good could come of it. He and Narcissa were sitting in their Hogwarts quarters, with Fudge lounging across from them like a welcome guest who was drinking his offered tea. They were about to discover what attracting the attention of the Minister of Magic meant for them. Severus, I have a couple of dilemmas on my hands, and you feature in both of them. With Dumbledore arrested and Hogwarts brought under ministerial control, I really need someone who could step forward this instant and take over the school. We need to make massive changes very quickly as, like it or not, Potter's Institute is the new gold standard that Hogwarts will be measured against. Now, As charming as Narcissa is, she would be the first to admit that she's not the charms Master Phileas Flitwick is. That's what Hogwarts needs, people with experience that are also masters in their fields. Now my ministry is committed to finding those masters, but I need someone to lead them. Minister, I'm flattered, I really am, but I think we both know the person you want is Minerva McGonagall. Taking another sip of his tea, and wishing it was brandy, Cornelius had to immediately kill that idea. I actually spoke to Minerva last night, and mentioned Dumbledore would be getting arrested this morning. She turned me down before I could even bring up the subject of her becoming headmistress. She's apparently having the time of her life at the Institute, loves Italy so much she's already planning to spend her retirement there. She also mentioned loving teaching again, enjoying not having anyone casting compulsion or memory charms on her, and has her own veranda attached to her accommodation, that just so happens to overlook their Quidditch pitch. Minerva is a self-confessed Quidditch nut, and likes nothing better than sitting in that veranda and watching the students play. Apparently they have a game against another Italian school arranged for tomorrow, and members of their ministry are invited too. Severus struggled hearing the first bit, never mind the rest. Where did you see Minerva? At Longbottom Manor. I had gone there to advise Augusta that all the healers who attended her son and his wife had been compromised by Dumbledore. With the healers at St. Mungo's going to be very busy scanning the witches and wizards of Britain, I was offering her the chance to arrange their care elsewhere. I saw the damnedest thing ever. Augusta picked up a device that was sitting on her sideboard and contacted the Institute. She actually spoke to people there. I could hear Pomona clearly calling Dumbledore some choice names, all the way from Italy. In what seemed like 10 minutes, in walked her grandson, Minerva, and Harry Potter. Severus gave a glimpse of his knowledge of Muggles. I believe she used a telephone, a device now common in Muggle homes. Not just Muggle homes anymore. Potter's Institute is apparently full of these things, allowing the students to call home. I have minute in Muggle studies, and have never heard of these things. A pair of Muggles took down the Dark Lord that had brought magical Britain to its knees, yet we know so little about the people we share our country with. I'm now reliably informed that most of what we do know is either wrong or so out of date to be bloody useless. That's just one of the things we need to change. There was nothing else for it, Severus simply had to say the words. Minister, I really don't want the job. I don't think I'm the best person to push through what you're looking for either. Sitting his cup and saucer down, Cornelius had expected no other answer from the wizard. If he couldn't save Hogwarts though, his tenure as Minister for Magic would end fairly soon after the castle closed its doors to students. It was time to play hardball. Well, you see, Severus, this brings my other dilemma into play. At this moment, the only two Death Eaters still at large and known to the Ministry are both at Hogwarts, Igor Karkaroff and you. Igor had his trial, made his bargain and served his very limited sentence. You, on the other hand, survived purely on the word of Albus Dumbledore, a wizard who the entire country now recognizes as a lying, cheating, wand-waving ruthless bastard. If we pull you in for a trial, and I promise you it will be a fair trial, only you know what that trial will reveal. If you're confident you'll walk free from a fair trial, I'll wish you well with your new position at Drumstrang Academy. I'll also be cursing under my breath, knowing I'd lost my best chance at saving Hogwarts. Looking at his pregnant wife, Severus just had to ask the question. If I accept the headmaster position, where will that leave me, and what will you expect from me? That would leave you with my full support, and I would expect you to try your hardest to see Hogwarts survives this crisis, and comes out the other end stronger. I will be honest here and say that, if Hogwarts closes, we both know there will be a massive outcry for scapegoats to be found and punished. I will almost certainly lose my position, while you would already have no school to be headmaster of. Whatever the newly elected minister would then do is anyone's guess. Narcissa understood her husband really didn't have a choice here, but wanted some clarity on their situation. Cornelius, what do you mean when you say, full support? If this wasn't such a tense situation, the minister might have smiled at getting what he wanted. Exactly that, my dear. Tomorrow morning I'm calling an emergency meeting of the Wizengamot, with the first task of the day being getting every single member examined by the team of healers we'll have standing by. I fully intend to blame Dumbledore for the atrocious state Hogwarts finds itself in. Harry Potter is on record saying Dumbledore was the reason he left Hogwarts and opened the Institute. Apparently I was memory charmed right in front of them by that old bastard. If Potter wasn't safe with the Minister of Magic standing beside him, what other choice did he have than to flee the country? Potter's spent a fortune on his school, that institute is here to stay, and we're going to be dealing with the consequences of that blunder by Dumbledore for decades to come. This tournament isn't doing us any favors either. In her time as the Malfoy matriarch, Cornelius was a frequent visitor to their home. Narcissa could sense his frustration was reaching boiling point and, like a good hostess, knew exactly how to avoid that happening. "Can I offer you a brandy, Cornelius? This meeting is clearly going to cover a lot of ground, might as well be comfortable while doing so." Just having that heated brandy snifter in his hand relaxed Cornelius, the exquisite aroma of the French cognac escaping the top of the glass helped too. Narcissa always did know how to do things properly, and having her standing alongside her husband meant this venture had a much greater chance of success. "I intend to inform the Wizengamot in great detail of the dire straits Dumbledore has left Hogwarts in, before asking for ideas, suggestions for possible professors and gold to try and counter the unthinkable happening. The ideas and staff suggestions will be coming to you both. The amount of gold I can get them to part with will determine just how much we're able to achieve." With both Severus and Narcissa nodding in agreement, Cornelius continued with his briefing. "Short-term goals: send the other two schools home. If the Institute can portkey to Hogwarts on the day of the tasks, why can't they? We need them gone, and to immediately begin convincing those students they've been trying to poach that Hogwarts is going to improve, massively. Cancel the Yule Ball? No, that would be very unpopular. Reschedule it for summer, and call it the Champions Ball." Cornelius was almost certain the tournament would be cancelled long before then, but there was no point in giving bad publicity an invitation to snap at you. It would do so of its own accord, so best to avoid what they could and not hand out any freebies. One of the things that really impressed me from talking to Minerva was the amount of input their students had on the Institute. Augusta complained Dumbledore totally ignored the board of directors. He certainly wasn't going to listen to students. Asking them for suggestions and then implementing a few of them will let the very people we need to stay here see that Hogwarts is changing. While Narcissa was talking notes, Severus started asking questions. "So far you've not suggested anything I'm against, but who teaches the classes if our visitors return home? I intend to badger the examination team to help Hogwarts in her hour of need. Again, short-term measure until we can look at appointing appropriate professors. If I may make a suggestion, appoint Narcissa here as your deputy, cut down her teaching to perhaps the first 2 years, that will leave her free to handle all of the administration running Hogwarts entails. That would also free up your time to carry a fuller timetable, teaching the subject of your choice. If you're both accepting of these positions, we can put together a list of exactly what subjects Hogwarts will then need. Professors for." A glance was all that was needed between the married couple for their decision to be made. Taking a fresh piece of parchment, Narcissa promised Cornelius she would have the list ready before he left. There were still questions to be asked though, so Severus did just that. "Our short-term goals are all concentrated around Hogwarts remaining open," again perfectly understandable. "We need at least an outline of our longer-term goals however, so we're not putting things in place now that would need to be reversed later. Number 1 for me would be to discover when and why Hogwarts moved to an exam system that's below the levels held within most of Europe. That investigation will be carried out by the Ministry. Only after seeing that report will we sit and discuss where we take those findings. History of magic and Muggle studies simply have to change, probably the sooner the better. Any thoughts? The problem with Muggle studies is a difficult one. From what I understand, Miss Granger's parents teaching the subject at the Institute have advantages we simply don't. Getting the students using electricity, and all the many devices that allows Muggle life to be easily demonstrated, is something simply not available to us here. Without that advantage, any Muggle teaching the same things inside Hogwarts simply wouldn't be believed, because they'd have no way of proving what they claim to be true. You would need a respected pureblood with extensive Muggle knowledge before there would be the slightest chance of them being taken seriously. I don't know anyone who fits that bill. In the short silence that followed, both wizards noticed the quill in Narcissa's hand had stopped scratching its way across the parchment. I might know someone like that. Whether you could convince her to teach here is debatable. My sister Andromeda married a muggle born 20 years ago. She works in St. Mungo's while their daughter is in the Auror Academy. I think I read somewhere that Sirius reinstated Andy back into the Black family. I know for certain he kicked both Bellatrix and me out. With both mother and daughter effectively working for the ministry, this gave Cornelius a lever he could use to get what he wanted, if this witch proved a suitable candidate for the post. He would of course try other methods first: higher salary, better hours, more prestige, etc. He had his main people in place at Hogwarts now. It was time to finish this. Do you want to talk with your sister about the possibility of teaching here, or would you prefer me to make the initial approach? I think it would be better coming from you. I wasn't allowed to even mention her name in front of Lucius, so we haven't actually spoken since before I was married. Nodding that he would do so, Cornelius sipped the last of his brandy before standing and shaking Severus's hand. Let me be the first to congratulate you, headmaster, on your appointment. While chatting with Minerva, she told me that no magic was allowed to be cast in certain parts of their school, in case magic interferes with their muggle systems. That's certainly something we could investigate within the castle, or build something suitable at the edge of the wards. Again, something the ministry will look into. Narcissa handed Cornelius the list of subjects needing professors, while he keyed the back of her hand to congratulate her on a well-deserved promotion. After confirming it would probably be Sunday before he returned, Cornelius then flowed back to the Ministry of Magic, his mission accomplished. While showing the visiting Quidditch players from Milan around the Institute, Ron was already playing down their chances in today's match. They would certainly be the underdogs, but having your opponents underestimate your abilities might just give them an edge. That he was basically telling the truth meant there was no collusion between himself, Millie, Luna and Neville for the visiting students to pick up on. Yes, this is my first game as captain. Actually, it's the first proper game for all four of us. In our entire squad, only my two elder brothers have played before. They're our beaters. Harry's played a few times too, but never as chaser. This really is a day of firsts for nearly all of us. The visiting captain hadn't stopped smiling since he'd arrived. They'd figured the Institute team would be made up of kids. An initial look around was all that was needed to confirm this. Hearing it from their captain though just supported the idea they would have an easy afternoon. They were under strict instructions to be on their best behavior today, and not beat the Institute too badly, or they might not get invited back. Don't worry about it, once the game starts you'll enjoy the match. I've been on the team since I was your age, only the experience of playing matches makes you a better player. Ron was delighted they'd taken the bait, hook, line and sinker. Basing his judgment on the Hogwarts teams Ron had watched in his time there, he thought the Institute one was pretty strong. If Harry would just play Seeker, Ron would be quietly confident about the outcome of this afternoon's match. After spending the morning escorting the visiting professors and ministry officials around the Institute, Minerva then met up with her two friends, having previously arranged to watch the match together. That their grandson and niece would be taking part in today's proceedings just made it that little bit more special. Nearly didn't make it in time. Minnie, the Wizengamot meeting this morning turned into a total shitstorm. Dumbledore had cast spells on over a third of the members. They were bloody furious about it and wanted the old goat's head on a stick. Fudge is determined Dumbledore will be tried by the ICW. He nearly didn't get that vote passed in the chamber though. Only his insistence that they should concentrate all their efforts on fixing the many things Dumbledore's meddling had fed up carried the day. That and his assurance that Dumbledore would get what was coming to him, the ICW are also incensed at his actions and want him badly. Seeing her friend so riled up actually started Amelia laughing. I have to say Fudge took it well when you told him to stop pontificating and just tell us what he wanted. Taking a sip of her port, Augusta actually smiled at that memory. Today I get to see my grandson playing Quidditch, not something I ever imagined happening. After the last couple of days, this is something I really need, and wasn't about to miss the occasion by being forced to listen to Fudge waffle on all day. I think everything he proposed got passed. The minister will probably thank me the next time we meet. Snape is now headmaster of Hogwarts, and the ministry are funding big changes there. Minerva was glad she was sitting down when hearing that news. Though she wore a wide smile, the news had still come as a shock. Good, none of us here wanted to see Hogwarts close, just improve. I've already enjoyed my time working here more than all my years at Hogwarts, under Dumbledore. He took a once great school and brought it to its knees, all to follow a plan only he could see. I'm actually relieved to know he cast so many spells on me over the years. I would be ashamed of myself if I hadn't fiercely fought against some of the shit he pulled. Well, be prepared for the ICW to contact you over that. They intend to hit Dumbledore with as many charges as possible, probably the only reason the Wizengamot allowed his trial there to go ahead. They could see the amount of work involved and, as long as Dumbledore goes down, we're perfectly happy to let someone else do that work. Antonio's voice rang around the Institute, as his offer to commentate on today's game had been gratefully accepted. This was also the signal for the three ladies to take their seats in Minerva's veranda. Ron led his squad out for a formation lap around the pitch. The stands might not be full, but the noise being generated was amazing. The headmistress had pulled a few surprises on them this morning, one being their new Quidditch robes. While of course being in the Institute's colors, a large, Ins Pyre, was riding a broom on their chests. She'd also arranged the families of the players to be here for the match. Leading his squad past the stand holding his parents, Percy and Bill had Ron's heart almost bursting with pride. The official was a professional Quidditch referee, provided by the Italian ministry, and she called the captains down. I know this is a friendly match, but things can get out of hand during the game. I'm relying on you two to put a stop to that immediately. I really don't want to be handing out a lot of penalties today. Also, I'm aware both teams intend to be swapping players in and out. Just be careful that you only have 7 players involved at any one time. If that happens, I would have to invoke penalties for it. Both captains agreed, hands were shook and the game was underway. The Institute team was initially swamped, with Milan scoring 3 times in the first 15 minutes. Hannah then scoring the first ever goal for the Institute saw the stands erupt, and Ron swap a couple of players. They'd been playing for an hour and a half, a dominant Milan were now 90 points ahead. The last thing Ron wanted to happen was for them to get so far ahead that catching the snitch didn't matter. Some of the things Ron had tried worked quite well, some combinations simply hadn't gelled. Having sussed who was having a good game, and who had simply let the occasion get to them, Ron swapped in what he now considered their best team over the next 10 minutes. With Harry, Hermione and Daphne as the chasers, and the twins hitting those bludgers for fun, the Institute slowly started to claw their way back into the match. After scoring 3 unanswered goals in a trot, the stands were going mental, while the Milan captain swapped in his strongest team too. Harry's flying had been amazing since he first sat on a broom. That Hermione appeared to now share that ability was awesome to watch. Daphne was also a brilliant flyer, denied a position on her former house team because she literally couldn't batter her opponents into submission. Between the three, they gradually brought the score down to 40 points between the teams. Ron was practically losing his voice. He'd been shouting for over 2.5 hours, when Luna approached him. "What do I do with this, now that I've caught it? It flew past me so I just grabbed it." Ron nearly had both of them off their brooms, grabbing Luna and keying her. It was only after Antonio recognized what was happening the rest of the people watching caught on. Luna Lovegood has caught the snitch, the Potter Institute has won the match, and both those two better remember they're betrothed to other people. Oh, Neville and Millie have shot up to join them, and it's congratulations all round to everyone who took part in what was a very entertaining match. The visiting team were disappointed to lose but congratulated their opponents on a fine match. Their mood improved dramatically however when Pomona revealed her last surprise of the day. The Italian Minister of Magic didn't need any persuading to present. Each and every player with a commemorative medal barchoke had provided to celebrate the occasion. Noticing every medal was exactly the same, and they were being presented by their minister really lifted the mood of all the visitors. The Milan players headed off to shower and change, getting ready for this barbecue that they had only heard about on the radio. All in all, not a bad way to spend a Saturday. The three ladies sitting on Minerva's veranda had made as much noise as anyone watching the match, and were putting their rather flushed appearances down to that. It was a smiling though rather thoughtful Augusta who summed it up best. "Ladies, I couldn't tell you when I've had a more enjoyable afternoon. I can certainly see the attraction of living here, and can honestly say I've never seen my Neville happier. I don't think anything they do to Hogwarts will ever entice either my grandson or his betrothed to return to Britain, be that for school or to live. The situation with Frank and Alice will of course affect any decision I make. After witnessing the change in Neville since the summer, however, who am I to say miracles can't happen? They all left to congratulate the Institute's team, and their family. Cornelius was finishing off his Sunday lunch, sitting at the professor's table in Hogwarts. He'd arrived early, expecting to find resistance to his plan from the two foreign schools. Instead, they couldn't wait to go home and both would be leaving before dinner tonight. Putting his knife and fork down, it was time to disrupt their lunch. Knowing that cake and ice cream would be served after he finished speaking should help sweeten the impact of what he had to say. Making his way toward the podium, Cornelius took out his list of points he needed to cover here today. There were rather a lot, and he couldn't afford to miss any. Good afternoon everyone. I can't remember ever addressing Hogwarts students before like this, but, after the events of the other morning, there really was no other option. I wanted you to hear these things from your minister, rather than read some journalistic interpretation of what I was supposed to say. Firstly, Albus Dumbledore was arrested and is being handed over to the International Confederation of Wizards to face trial for his many crimes. He will never return to Hogwarts, which has now been placed under the control of the Ministry of Magic. This was greeted by stunned silence, so Cornelius pressed on. The new headmaster of Hogwarts is Professor Severus Snape. I offer him my congratulations, as well as my promise of aid to wade through the mess Dumbledore has left Hogwarts in. When the Minister of Magic started clapping, the rest of the school joined in on the applause for their new headmaster. I would also like to congratulate Professor Narcissa Snape on being appointed Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts. The school now has a leadership team in place ready to make the changes necessary to take Hogwarts where it needs to be. Again there was applause at this announcement. I'm pleased to see Mr. Crumb up and about once more, after his efforts in the first task resulted in a short stay in Hogwarts Infirmary. Miss Delacour was taken to the Potter Institute where Healer Pomfrey is confident she'll make a full recovery, and she too will be up and about in the next day or so. Cornelius got to experience the difference in his audience's attention even mentioning the Institute's name invoked. Now, due to the changes we need to make at Hogwarts, we find ourselves unable to host our guests from Beauxbatons and Drumstrang. They will both be leaving for home later on today, and returning on the date of the second task. This also necessitates the moving of our planned Triwizard Tournament ball. From Yule to summer. The minister had expected a reaction at that news, just not the one he got. Amos Diggory's son shot from his seat and raced to speak with a Gryffindor witch. The discussion seemed to be far more involved, rather than him asking her for a date, but he left the table with a wide grin on his face nevertheless. Severus knew for a fact Cedric wasn't asking the Gryffindor chaser for a date, but that short conversation had seemed intense, that bore investigation. Mr. Diggory, perhaps you could enlighten as to what you thought important enough to interrupt the minister's speech. Cedric now looked like a badger caught in a searchlight. Sorry sir. The Yule Ball being moved to summer freed me to do something else at that time. I was just checking that I hadn't missed my chance. Pray tell, what this something else is that has you so excited? Cedric was left with Snap staring at him, looking for an answer, in front of the entire school. I'm free to spend the holiday with some friends, abroad. The minister saved Cedric having to say any more. I'm going to take a wild guess here and say these friends are currently in Italy. Watching the boy crumble in front of him, and a number of students' heads going down too, convinced Cornelius he was right. It was time to put this distrust in his ministry, and Hogwarts, to bed. Mr. Diggory, Lord Potter is not an enemy of my ministry. His institute not an enemy of Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore was the reason Lord Potter left Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore is the reason the Potter Institute now exists. I cannot fault Lord Potter on any of his decisions, only congratulate him on what a magnificent achievement his institute clearly is. Seeing the Diggory boy still rooted to the spot, he advised him to sit as the minister decided to tell them the full story. A week or so before the end of last term, Lord Potter, his betrothed and healer Pomfrey witnessed Dumbledore obliviate me in the Hogwarts Infirmary. As Dumbledore turned his wand on them, they managed to overcome him, and knowing they wouldn't be believed, Pomfrey obliviated Dumbledore and they started to plan their departure right there and then. I've since had my memories returned, and Lord Potter was reaching out to me for help with his innocent godfather that night. With Dumbledore illegally taking that option away from the lad, Lord Potter was left with very few options available to him, other than to get him and his friends as far away from Dumbledore as he could. They were now hanging on his every word, and Cornelius didn't disappoint. McGonagall, Vector, Babbling, Clearwater and Weasley, all former Hogwarts professors who had their minds messed with by Dumbledore. I arrived here today with 2 healers, and every professor in the castle has now been examined to ensure they were free of Dumbledore's influence. Here was a man who believed in his own legend, and listened to no one attempting to tell him any different. Is it any wonder then that some of the best professors at Hogwarts left, and others of the same caliber refused to work under a headmaster like Dumbledore? When you look at the people who shaped and built the Potter Institute, they were all in this castle last term. All that talent, all those ideas, but Dumbledore didn't want to listen. He obliviated me because I was listening to Lord Potter, and was about to help him. We can all see the consequences Dumbledore's actions that day have led to. Moving back to the professor's table, Cornelius lifted his tumbler of juice. He hadn't planned on saying this much and his throat was now dry. Refreshed, and his thoughts reordered, he put his tumbler back down and continued. Today is a new beginning for Hogwarts, and we only have to look toward the Institute to see what can be achieved when everyone pulls together, and I do mean everyone. We're looking for your ideas too, your suggestions on how Hogwarts can be improved. It's your school after all, it's time to reclaim it from a person hell-bent on keeping our entire society stuck in the last century, instead of preparing the students under his care for the next. You'll see new professors arriving from tomorrow, your courses are being evaluated with history of magic and muggle studies in line for complete overhauls. My ministry and your new headmaster will be working closely and tirelessly to ensure everyone here gets a Hogwarts education that's second to none. Some of these changes start today and we intend to have most things we want changed in place by the time you return from your Christmas holidays, wherever you're spending them. The applause started off sporadically but quickly grew. Cornelius had just gone for it and this response was exhilarating. Just standing here and speaking to the students was having such an effect on him and them. He needed these students to stay in Hogwarts. By their response today, he'd just convinced most of them to do so. Cornelius hadn't had the time to sit down and work out what effect the removal of Dumbledore's influence on him was having, but he certainly felt a lot more decisive. I've merely given you a broad outline here today. Many more announcements, and a lot more details, will be provided by Hogwarts' new leadership team. Thank you for your attention here today. He shook hands with Severus, keyed Narcissus' knuckles, before saying goodbye to both the visiting heads. One thing a politician learned early on was not to overstay your welcome. He would leave the people at Hogwarts to enjoy their suite in peace. The atmosphere during lunch at the Institute was a lot more jovial. Ron was taking a right ribbing over his actions yesterday, but nothing seemed able to wipe the wide grin he was wearing from his face. You do realize you traumatized poor Colin for life. Apparently he woke up screaming from a nightmare last night. Yes, he was dreaming he caught the snitch, and you snogged him. Harry was rolling with laughter at the twins' antics. He was by no means the only one. Sorry mate, I need to permanently resign from ever playing Seeker again. Even Oliver would, catch the snitch or die trying, never snogged his Seeker. There wasn't much eating getting done at their table as everyone was too busy laughing. Luna of course didn't help. Harry, did Oliver at least tell you what to do after you caught the snitch? This saw the twins entering the fray again. Hey Harry, remember how you caught the snitch in your first match? Do you reckon Ron was checking to see if Luna had caught the snitch by the same method? Hermione was keeping her eye on Joan. The little witch didn't really understand what was happening here, but Luna and Millie were two of her absolute favorite people on the planet. The thought of Ron hurting either would have resulted in a severe ankle kicking. Only the fact both girls were loudly laughing along offered a stay of execution for the boy she'd considered an uncle. Hermione decided to end this, before things got out of hand, and she knew just how to do it. Could have been worse, Ron. Imagine if you'd played Ginny at Seeker. That wiped the grin off Ron's face. He even put his knife and fork down. That's it, Millie is Seeker for our next match. This resulted in howls of laughter, with neighboring tables joining in too. Pomona really enjoyed the more relaxed atmosphere inside the Institute, she had also recognized exactly what Hermione just did. The atmosphere was again going to take an upturn as Poppy led the three Delacours to a table, with Fleur moving rather gingerly as the quartet sat down to lunch. Spotting them, Joan was quick to grab Hermione's hand and start dragging her over there. Harry soon followed, greeting Fleur as Joan had shot straight to Gabrielle. "Good afternoon, Miss Delacour, I'm delighted to see you up and about. I hope you weren't looking for a quiet lunch though, everyone's still a bit high after the Quidditch match yesterday." Apolline invited the trio to sit with them as Fleur answered Harry. "My bed was pushed over to the window, we got to watch the full match. You and Hermione fly fantastique. Crumb, Zote next task would be easy win for us, as never seen you fly." Hermione let out a harumph of annoyance. His teamwork leaves a lot to be desired. Considering he's a professional Quidditch player, that's a really bad flaw in his character. "I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him." A grinning Harry couldn't help but answer that. Not really a fair comparison there, love. After all, you could probably throw him quite a distance. Hermione was now smiling too, though it was mainly due to watching Joan and Gabrielle chat, with Apolline acting as interpreter. "It's great to see her again, and so happy too. I must thank you for your hospitality and inviting them." That had Harry shaking his head at Fleur. "I keep telling everyone, I'm just a student here. Nobody believes me. I employed 2 people for the institute, Professor Sprout and my favorite healer here, the headmistress took care of the rest. If I went into the infirmary and started telling Poppy what to do, I'd get a smack to the back of my head. Why then does everyone think the headmistress is going to do what I tell her?" "Too true, Mr. Potter. Everything he just said there is correct, Miss Delacour, including Poppy being employed before me. Having experienced her care, you'll perhaps understand why I was delighted with her appointment." With the shenanigans these two got up to at Hogwarts, both were well aware of Poppy's abilities. A chuckling healer couldn't help but joke back. "Pomona, stop, you're making me blush, or should I be asking for a raise?" It was then the headmistress's turn to fire the joke right back at Poppy. "Our boss is sitting right next to you, ask him for me too." Harry's groan had both witches laughing at him. Fleur had never seen anything like this, professors sitting beside and joking along with students at lunch. Thinking back to the castle, where the staff sat at a raised table and looked down on everyone, Fleur just had to ask the question that was puzzling her. "How did you stand, Hogwarts, when everything is so different, Pomona was instantly serious. "We work very hard to keep things like this, the students and staff all enjoy and actually benefit from the more relaxed atmosphere. Things will be changing in Hogwarts now too. Dumbledore was arrested, the school is now being run by the Ministry and Snape's the new headmaster. Who knows what will happen there next, but we'll just concentrate on keeping on doing what we're doing, following the plans we made and the goals we set ourselves. Seeing you up and about, we must be doing something right." Poppy nodded in agreement. "She's still a bit sore, and the new skin will need a little time to let her move more freely, but overall I'm delighted with her progress." Fleur, staring at Poppy in disbelief, started Harry laughing. "You can't fool Poppy, she just knows things." This left Poppy shaking her head. "I wish I knew what was in those potions. I'm sure Dumbledore was giving them something to keep Frank and Alice in that condition." Pomona thought so too. Rosa had to admit defeat, and take the potions to a ministry lab for better equipment. She says they're like nothing she's ever seen before, and Rosa DeMarco is one of the top potions mistresses in all of Italy. They are certainly not potions normally handed out in any hospital, which lends credence to our theories that someone else was supplying them. If that turns out to be the case, that's another set of charges that can be laid at Dumbledore's door. The knock on their door was expected by both Snapes, they were certain of just who was on the other side of their door too. Severus opened the door and invited a clearly flustered Charity to come in and take a seat. She refused all offers of refreshments, wanting to get right down to business. "Severus, I sat at lunch and listened to our Minister of Magic announce to the school that there would be a complete overhaul of the subject I teach here, in the very near future too. My first question would have to be, why wasn't I told beforehand?" It was an apologetic Severus who tried to explain the situation to his Muggle Studies professor. "If I was in your position, I would be asking the exact same question." Sorry Charity, our meeting with the minister, where Narcissa and I officially accepted our new roles, ended just before lunch. There wasn't time to tell anyone anything, and then the minister said a lot more than he was supposed to at that podium. The ministry are really pushing bringing Muggle studies up to date, we've no option but to back him. Fudge witnessed Augusta Longbottom pick up a phone and talk with people at the institute. Telephones were not part of the course when he sat his newt, and I don't think the course materials have been updated much since then. Severus, how is this possible? I'm going to need lots of training. Charity, the experts at the ministry all learn from the same material you still teach. They're looking for someone not only to teach this new material, but to update and rewrite the entire Muggle Studies course. You could practically see the cogs whirring in her head, and coming up with an answer the professor didn't like. There's no way I could have a new course up and running in the time scale Fudge was talking about. That can only mean he's already got my replacement in mind. Surely he doesn't think a Muggle, or even a Muggleborn is going to be able to teach this updated course. This isn't Potter's Institute, they simply won't be believed. Both Severus and Narcissa had known this conversation was inevitable from the moment Fudge had made his announcement in the Great Hall. That had at least given them a little while to prepare. Fudge thinks he might have a solution to that problem, we weren't really in a position to argue with him. What I will argue though is that Charity Burbage is an excellent professor, and Hogwarts needs to hang on to as many of those as we can. Narcissa now put a much-needed cup of tea into the witch's hand. I can understand that would have been hard to hear at lunch today, but did you happen to pick up on the other course that's getting a complete overhaul too? Changing your subject to history could be a smart career move. Severus was quick to back his wife on this. One of the first things the ministry wants to investigate is when and why Hogwarts broke away from the higher standards of exams sat by students all over Europe. That investigation might lead to all of our courses being revamped. With history though, you will have ministry experts who would at least be able to set guidelines on what needs covered at what student level and how in-depth that material would need to be taught. In other words, you wouldn't be just thrown in there and left to fend for yourself. Again, Charity's mind was in overdrive, thankful that Severus immediately offered that she didn't need to make her mind up right this minute. While drinking her tea, Charity found herself giving a little chuckle at the situation she found herself in. I would need to be a pretty poor professor to be considered worse at teaching history than Binns. I still intend to think about this a lot more, but I'm certainly interested. I'm also interested in Fudge's solution for teaching Muggle studies. Charity, the ministry will be looking at whether a currently unused part of the castle could be outfitted to teach Muggle studies, or if they have to construct a new building on the edge of our wards. That's how serious the ministry are taking this, and why we really couldn't say no. A flabbergasted Charity was left struggling to form words, until her expression hardened. I approached Dumbledore all the time, you've both heard me at staff meetings, trying to get funds for new teaching materials. Every time the answer was no, no matter what I asked for. Do you think this was deliberate on his part? Keep our world ignorant of Muggles to avoid awkward questions like why Wizarding Society seems determined to resist any and all changes. The three people present could easily see this as something Dumbledore would want, and the whole country would soon learn that Dumbledore had many different and devious ways of achieving what he wanted. I think you might be right there, which will make our new history of magic classes even more important. The rise and fall of both Riddle and Dumbledore will have more far-reaching effects on our society than any goblin rebellions from centuries ago. I wonder if that's why Dumbledore left Binns in place too. No one has learned anything in that class for decades, everyone just studies the materials in their textbooks to pass the exams. This revelation from her husband actually had Narcissa letting out a loud sigh. We're going to be double-guessing everything Dumbledore had a hand in for years to come. And since that big nose of his seemed to poke in everyone's business, it's going to take years to sort this all out. They could see the truth behind her words, and Severus quickly agreed with his wife. I'm sure that's why the ministry are concentrating on Hogwarts, and especially the two subjects the minister mentioned today. We were all watching Hogwarts slowly die before our eyes. Narcissa and I already had new jobs lined up, away from the castle, from summer. If we can't keep Hogwarts open, it will literally mean the beginning of the end for our way of life in Britain. The damage done by Voldemort and Dumbledore is so great, drastic action needs to be done to prevent that demise. That's why we're seeing such a reaction. There's a lot more than our jobs on the line here. It was Charity who had the last word. Is it just me, or is a competent ministry and minister as big a shock to both of you as well? After watching them face the dragon, Joan had become all clingy again for the last few days. The only time they'd been apart since returning from Hogwarts, with Joan naturally needed to stay with them that night, was Friday's classes and Saturday's Quidditch match. After dinner on Sunday though, they were all ready for things to go back to normal, with Joan leaving to stay with Dan and Emma. Sitting snuggling on their sofa, the betrothed couple finally had a chance to celebrate the events that just changed their lives. I can't believe both of them are gone, so quickly too. It feels too good to be true. Harry keyed her doubts away. Riddle is certainly gone for good. Even if Dumbledore pulls something out the bag, he's already finished in Britain and Europe. With all the shit he's pulled for the greater good becoming known, no one will ever trust him again. I think the ICW will throw everything they have at him. Dumbledore has been hoodwinking them for decades too. More keying, and less discussion followed, before a knock at their door put an end to their enjoyment for now. We could ignore it. As much as I'd like to, Mum and Dad may be having a problem with Joan. That was all Harry needed to hear. He was up and answering the door, and received a surprise. Hey, pup, glad we caught both of you before you headed off to bed, your own beds of course. Knowing what he'd just interrupted didn't put Hermione in the mood for Sirius's poor attempts at humor. Harry, kindly remind your godfather we've dealt with 2 Dark Lords in the last week. Throwing him out of our rooms won't exactly present a problem. Hi Francesca, you of course are welcome here anytime. Him, not so much. This had Francesca giggling like a schoolgirl. Sorry Hermione, but that might cause a problem. You see, I've decided to keep the big mutt. Still giggling away, she held her left hand out so Hermione could see the diamond sparkling away on her brand new engagement ring. In a flash, Hermione was beside Francesca and offering her congratulations. The two ladies were now sitting on the sofa, leaving Harry to shake Sirius's hand before leading him over to a couple of chairs. The only other people who know about this are Francesca's parents. Hermione was now the one making bad jokes. I'll bet that was a hard sell. Their daughter, the famous architect, marrying a man who doesn't even have a job. Did they threaten to kick you out too? Carrying on as if he hadn't heard her, Sirius continued with what he wanted to ask. We needed to check with you two first, before announcing the date and venue to everyone else. We know Hermione's really busy on the comedy circuit, and we wanted to book her to do a turn at our wedding, give our guests a good laugh. They all tried to hold straight faces, but Harry broke first. Seconds later, they were all laughing away. Sirius recovered, and put his serious face on. I really wanted to ask if we can get married in the place where Francesca and I first met, your villa. Francesca had more to add. Sirius has told me everything, how you two even bent the laws of time to save his life. Hermione might joke about it, but you really did get rid of 2 Dark Lords in the last few days too. She smiled before moving on to what else needed to be said. You might not realize this, but you both also changed my life out of all recognition, and not just because you brought Sirius into it. Being the architect of the school that's once more front page on every Italian magical newspaper changed my career forever. Designing the Black Orphanage didn't do me any harm either, but La Armonia is going to take everything to another level. You two have affected our lives to such a degree, and in so positive a way, we want you both to stand with us on the day we get married. Harry immediately turned to his godfather. I thought you would ask Moony to be your best man. Remus won't mind me asking you, anyone else though would see him get annoyed. There's a day deliberately built in between the changeover of students leaving the institute for their holidays and the orphanage arriving. That's the day we want to get married. Not giving Francesca any time to change her mind there. Oh, my mind's already made up. Your godfather is going to be stuck with me for the rest of his life. What about you two, will you stand with us? Joan would make an adorable flower girl. Hermione was beaming a smile measured in gigawatts. Oh, you both knew we would say yes, though Joan is adorable no matter what she does. As plans were being discussed, Dobby popped in with refreshments, and also offered the couple his congratulations too. Hermione of course had started making a list, and no one said anything because Francesca had her notebook out too. This is rather a lot to get done in such a short space of time. You're planning a wedding in less than 3 weeks. Don't worry, Hermione. If we can build a school in a couple of months, we'll manage fine with a few weeks to get ready for our wedding. Both Sirius and I have never been busier, and neither of us have ever been happier. Students go home on Friday the 18th, we get married on the 19th, with the orphanage arriving on the 20th. We both want to be here for their arrival, then a few days away for a honeymoon, before returning to celebrate Christmas Eve. When you say it like that, it sounds doable. Hermione was interrupted by their phone ringing. Picking it up, Harry quickly answered. Yes, he's here. Is anything wrong? Harry was obviously assured everything was fine before handing the phone over to Sirius. It's Jillian. Apparently she has a visitor at the orphanage who's desperate to speak with you. They didn't kick them out because this person claims to be family. Hi Jillian, it's no bother. Yes, Andromeda is my cousin and I'd be happy to speak with her. Sirius then put his hand over the mouthpiece, as Jillian was calling this cousin into her office. Andy is the only member of my family I like. She told her father to stick a betrothal contract up his ass before marrying a muggleborn she loved. Got herself kicked out of the family, same as my mother tried to do to me. Andy, is that you? How's Ted, and little Nim? What, she joined the Aurors, not so little anymore then. How can I help? Sirius listened for a few moments before asking an important question. Andy, is this something you want to do, or are you being pressured into it? Okay, are you still staying in the same house, and can you get away for the weekend? You can bring Ted along too, if I can swing this. Leave your number with Jillian. I need to talk with some people, then I'll contact you. Too late to do anything tonight, but I promise you I'll be in touch, probably Tuesday. Take care, and say hi to the family for me. Sirius took a seat before filling the rest of them in on the other side of the conversation he'd just had. Andy works at St. Mungo's as a Medi-Witch. This afternoon, she was approached by Fudge, to see if she was interested in teaching Muggle studies at Hogwarts. She'll double her salary and not have to work any more night shifts, but for that the ministry want her to design the course she would be teaching. Andy knows she's out of her depth, and is desperate to talk with the people who produced the course taught at the Institute. Since this Friday is December's family visit weekend, I was thinking maybe she and Ted, her husband, could maybe tag along. Andy could see the modern studies classes being taught on Friday, before talking Dan and Emma's ears off all weekend. Mum and Dad would love that, having someone else to talk over their course with. They'll more than likely pick a few things up from Andy too. With their agreement, Pomona would probably approve the visit. Now Dumbledore's gone, helping Hogwarts improve is something we can all get behind. I can't see us losing any staff or students to them, but we shouldn't have a problem helping them keep the ones they've got. Sirius promised to speak with Pomona in the morning, before saying goodnight, and then he and Francesca headed home, to Harry's villa. As the young couple settled back down on their couch, both were rather blown away by the events of the evening. Francesca says we've had a big impact on her life, but she's had a huge impact on ours too. We literally wouldn't be sitting here if it wasn't for her. I'm so excited to see what she comes up with for the village, and love the name, Harmony. She could feel Harry's thoughts whizzing through his head. The conclusions he was reaching totally floored her. Are you sure? We know the problems they will face, they simply don't, and don't have the time to lose figuring that out either. After 1,000 years, there isn't a single piece of stone in the castle that isn't saturated in magic. They will spend ages before realizing it can't be converted to what we have here. The ministry apparently doesn't have any expertise in designing a relevant Muggle studies course. What chance would they have of designing a building it could be taught in? With Sirius's cousin possibly teaching the course too, this just feels like the right thing to do. This earned Harry a key from his beaming betrothed as she saw his thoughts on the matter. The Lily Potter Faculty of Modern Studies, designed by Lady Francesca Black, I absolutely love it. Wizards and witches in Britain all think of you as this Dark Lord Destroyer, now, and totally fail to see the wonderful, caring man you're growing into. My parents adore you, Joan loves you to bits, and I can hardly wait until you become my husband. I love you, Harry, with everything that I am. Her kiss almost had Harry forgetting his name, never mind what he wanted to ask. I loved Sirius's idea of celebrating where he and Francesca met by getting married there. I wanted to mark the spot where we met my parents, shared our first key, and you told me you loved me. Having pureblood witches and wizards learning modern studies on the exact same location would seem a fitting way to mark the spot where our lives changed forever. What do you think? The tears in Hermione's eyes were clearly of the happy variety. Both understood the British Ministry of Magic's reactions to the current situation would determine whether this idea became more than just a discussion between them. She didn't care though, just Harry thinking about helping was enough to make Hermione even prouder of her betrothed. Her lips once more on Harry's put all other thoughts out of both their heads. With their future now assured, they could actually relax and just enjoy these wonderful moments together. The first thing Albus's senses acknowledged as he slowly awoke was the bitter cold. There were cold iron shackles around his wrists. A slight movement by him was all that was needed to confirm his ankles were shackled by that same cold metal too. Whatever he was lying on was cold as well, so it was time to open his eyes and discover just how much trouble he was actually in. The room was brightly lit, overly so in his opinion. Having a glance around, Albus realized calling this a room was wishful thinking on his part. This was nothing more than a bare cell. After further examination, Albus had to revise his assumptions again. This was a rather special cell, with its walls, floor and ceiling constructed of cold iron, a substance that reacted to magic like a soaking wet blanket would to being thrown over a campfire. You may still get some smoke, but there would be no flames, unless the blanket was removed. Knowing the Ministry of Magic building held nothing like this just added to the apprehension Albus was feeling. Where the hell was he? As a section of the wall opened and a short, balding wizard entered, Albus was certain he was about to get some of those much-needed answers. Where am I? Why have you brought me here? How long have I been here? Do you know who I am? Oh, Mr. Dumbledore, has your memory been affected? Do you not know who you are? Of course I know who I am, I just wondered if you did. Since I'm your chief interrogator, you can rest easy on that score. I know exactly who and what you are. As for the rest of your questions, sorry but you didn't give me time to explain, or even introduce myself. My name is John Smith, and the way this works is I ask the questions, you are here to provide answers to them. I won't be answering any questions, until all of mine are answered to my satisfaction first. You really haven't grasped how this works, have you? If you refuse to answer, we have no choice but to use truth potions on you. Before that though, just in case you have ingested anything to negate our potions, you will be fed a series of purging potions. Now, due to the specific construction of this room, no magic can be cast in here. That means we either leave you lying in your own shit, or turn a hose on you. In a moment, we'll let you experience that phenomenon, fortunately without the purging potions, to help you decide what path you want to choose on our journey to the truth. Oh, the Italian ministry are really interested in the potions you charmed healers to administer to a pair of Aurors for well over a decade, under the guise of treatment. You have a little think about that, before starting to shout about how harsh our treatment is of you. As the wizard stepped from the cell and the door disappeared, jets of ice-cold water shot out of the walls and ceiling. Albus found himself struggling to breathe, not from any water hitting his mouth or nose but rather the shock from being drenched with intensely cold water. It actually took Albus a moment to realize the water had stopped hitting him, though lying there in a soaking robe did nothing to lessen his severe bout of shaking and shivering. As the water ran into the drain on the floor, the little man entered once more and attached a clockwork timer to a wall of the cell. I will return in 1 hour to ask you some questions. Should you not wish to answer, we'll begin your regime of purging potions. We are not deliberately withholding food from you, but just don't see the point of giving you any when your digestive system won't have time to do its work, before that food would be violently expelled from your body. I'll bring a weak cup of tea with me when I return, a couple of sips won't do you any harm. Think carefully on what you want to do next, the choice is entirely up to you. It took Albus 4 attempts to say what he wanted to, his teeth were actually chattering with cold. I'm a Triwizard champion, you'll lose your magic if I can't compete. Who says I've got any magic to lose? Anyway, your ministry are being very cooperative. After discovering just how many people in the ministry and Wizengamot you had spelled to do your bidding, they can't do enough to assist us. They'll schedule the second task for whenever we want. He set the timer to count down his 60 minutes before leaving an Albus Dumbledore who simply couldn't believe what he was hearing. If they had found all his people, then it really was over for him. Stepping outside the cell, the interrogator quickly entered the room next to it. "How's he doing?" "Cold, more irritated than frightened, certainly confused and stressed out his box. Nothing too worrying at the moment, he's probably lying there trying to figure out who we are, just how we know all you've just told him and how he's going to get out of here." Looking at all the gauges, and seeing none of the needles were in the red zones, was good enough for him. All the sensors built into the table were connected by cables to the control room that was monitored by a technician 24/7. John Smith. "Oh, I didn't think the old guy would get Bruce Banner or Peter Parker. I want him to know I'm lying about my name, and didn't want to call myself Godric." Gryffindor. "You really are a twisted bastard, the old guy has no idea what's coming his way. Listen Hugh, compared to that old guy in there, I'm a effing angel. That is, without doubt, the nastiest piece of shit to ever lay on that table. Our bosses know he's going to be a hard nut to crack but want it done. I feel like I need a shower from just being in the same cell with him, and we haven't even started on the potions yet." Looking at the old bald guy on the monitor, the technician had to ask a question. "If he's as bad as you say, how the bloody hell did he wangle becoming headmaster of a boarding school?" A grinning Harry was getting ready to face the new week when loud knocking on their door interrupted his pleasant memories of last evening. With a quick, "I'll get it love," over their rings, Harry headed for the door. This time he found a pair of red-headed twins excitedly waiting on him. Thrusting a letter into his hands, while demanding he read it, they took chances each at telling him exactly what the letter said. "It's from Angelina, all the people the headmistress invited said yes. Fudge now knows about their visit, but doesn't care. Says you and the Institute are not their enemies. He actually said he was going to help you, and Dumbledore obliviated him. You told us about that, so we know it's true. Fudge said Dumbledore's to blame for everything." Hermione had now joined Harry, and quickly read the note. "There's a mistake here, guys. Why is Lee's name not down as a visitor? We didn't get to pick the names. Didn't know whose names were on the list. Do you think the headmistress would add him? I think Lee and Antonio would have great fun commentating on any pickup games we have, and our little visitors would love it." Hermione handed them their letter back, knowing they would need to take it to Pomona. "Just ask her, one more visitor isn't going to make a great deal of difference." With that, the excited twins shot off down the corridor. "I wonder if we're curbing their enthusiasm a little too much, perhaps we could find them a safe outlet to have a bit of fun." Hermione had an answer for Harry almost instantly. "A fireworks display, New Year's Eve. Set them off on the Quidditch pitch and were practically spoilt for choice of places to watch them from. I think it should be Remus who suggests this to Pomona. She'll want him to work with the twins on the project, keep them in hand, and they'll love working on this alongside a marauder." This resulted in Harry receiving his morning key from Hermione. "Mr. I'm just a student here, Potter," that was downright devious, and utterly brilliant. They effortlessly switched to speaking through their rings, while heading out for breakfast. They wanted this to be kept between them for now, with Hermione's thoughts quite clear on the matter. "Looks like the Ministry are really pulling their finger out with this one. We already know teaching wizards and witches properly about the mundane world will change them forever. There's no going back once they start down that road, you can't put the genie back in the bottle once it's out. I think we wait and see what this cousin of Sirius's is like. Probably more importantly, what your mum and dad think of her, as a person and a potential professor. If we're all in agreement, we'll break the news to her before she goes back to Britain." Hermione also had a wide grin, and not just because of last evening. If she returns to the Ministry with not only a modern studies course, but a building to teach it in, Fudge will key her feet and triple her wages. Ew, could have done without the image of Fudge keying anyone before my breakfast. Joan was already seated, and waved madly at them, just in case they didn't spot her. Hermione waved back as they headed over. If Professor DeMarco was still working on the Longbottom potions, they would have a double period of Penny and Percy to start their week off. Knowing Rosa would leave the substitute professors clear and precise instructions as to what she wanted taught in each class, neither was worried about the quality of their lesson. Sitting beside Joan, Hermione just had to ask her parents, "Have you seen Sirius this morning?" Since this was his third time around, Dumbledore was becoming more familiar with the inhumane process they were very deliberately putting his old body through. As the pain of being chemically forced to expel every morsel from his digestive system began to wane, his appreciation of the powerful aroma resulting from these actions became far more pronounced. Just before it became totally overpowering, the jets of ice-cold water would instantly replace the dispelling abdominal pain in refocusing his mind away from the vile stench. Thankfully, while the severe change in temperature still shocked him every time, Dumbledore couldn't deny the forcible application of the ice-cold water was very effective at fulfilling its main objective, cleaning away everything his body had so recently and explosively expelled. As he lay there shivering, listening as the last of the water ran into the drains built into the floor, Dumbledore was already anticipating the next part of the process. A hot cup of tea and a mug of soup might not be much to look forward to, but, until he could figure a way to get himself out of here, it was really all he had. They wouldn't tell him how long the purging program would continue for, but the longer they took, the more time he had in hand. Albus was certain once they started to ask him questions under truth serum, his goose would be well and truly cooked. Interrogator Smith seemed very competent. He had no illusions that his darkest secrets wouldn't soon spill from his lips. At that, Smith walked in with a pair of metal cylinders Albus remembered were called thermos flasks. These were muggle devices that kept the tea and soup warm, since no magic would work in his cell, very clever devices that also had their own attached cups. Pouring tea into the stainless steel cup, Smith held Dumbledore's head up and helped him sip the sweet warm liquid. When the cup was empty, he switched flasks and started feeding the old wizard chicken soup. In a very light tone, Smith began their chat. "The latest news is you have been disowned by your brother, kicked out of the Dumbledore family. I know this is unusual, since you are the older brother, but there were so many families lining up to declare blood feud on yours. Sorry, that was rather cruel of me, since it's not your family anymore. Discovering that your brother was one of the most heavily spelled of your victims generated Abe a lot of support and sympathy, and saw the unusual motion pass through your Wizengamot unanimously. What possessed you to cast that amount of spells on your own brother, since the time he was a teenager too?" His first serving of soup finished, Dumbledore's eyes never left the flask as it refilled the cup. He chatted away, as if having a conversation with one of his closest friends. "Abe was telling anyone who would listen that I had murdered our sister. He didn't believe my story that it was Gellert's wand that cast the fatal blow. Gellert knew it wasn't his wand that killed Ariana and immediately ended our relationship, said I was a dark bastard." Pot, kettle, black. Taking another welcome sip of soup, Albus continued spilling his secrets. "Abe broke my nose at Ariana's funeral by punching me like a common muggle. It was very public too. Enough people were beginning to listen to him that I had to quickly put a stop to it. He still hates me, of course. It would have appeared too suspicious if I took that hatred away as well, but every so often the charms would start to wear off. I finally had to take action to destroy his reputation, annihilate his credibility, create the situation where no one would believe Abe no matter what he said. Would you believe the claims of someone who served time in Azkaban for casting inappropriate charms on goats? Did you force him into life he's led? I couldn't risk anyone getting too close to Abe. They might have figured out he was under so many charms. I also didn't want any Dumbledore offspring running around, possibly outshining their Uncle Albus one day. When people think of the name Dumbledore, I want mine to be the only one that comes to their mind." Smith let the old wizard finish his second cup of soup before changing the subject slightly. "There's teams of wizards and goblins tearing apart your old office and accommodation at Hogwarts. One of the things they discovered was the recipe for the potion you had administered to the Longbottoms. Our experts though are saying there must be a missing step, one you didn't write down." Albus actually smiled at that. "Yes, I was really proud of that one. Such a pity I couldn't actually boast about it to anyone. I infused the potion with my magic. Only someone infusing any antidote with stronger magic than mine would release them. The potion will eventually wear out of their systems, but we're talking years for that to happen, rather than months." Having used this method a number of times, slipping the suspect truth serum while they thought they were undergoing a purging program, something about Dumbledore's demeanor had been niggling away at the experienced interrogator. "You appear very calm for a wizard whose life and reputation now lies in tatters. Is there a reason behind this? I'm certain an opportunity will present itself for me to escape, and if I don't appear for the second task then those holding me captive will lose their magic. There is also the fact I know for certain Voldemort is not gone from this world. You see, he created soul jars, Horcruxes, and will never be gone as long as one of them survives. Since Harry Potter is walking about with one of those in his head, you can perhaps understand why I'm confident Voldemort will return, and the wizarding world will need me once more. Who else is going to stand up to him? After I defeat Voldemort, no one will give AF*** about my little indiscretions. I'll also be sure to secure a full pardon from whoever is in charge of this investigation before I'll even lift my wand against Voldemort. Taking the auto-injector from his pocket, it was quickly placed against Dumbledore's thigh and the press of a button passed a different potion into the old wizard's body. It not only put Dumbledore to sleep but reacted with the truth serum already present and ensured Albus Dumbledore wouldn't remember a word he'd said today, or that he'd even been questioned at all. He would know that a purge sequence had been carried out, including the tea and soup, but nothing else. Collecting both thermoses, he headed straight for the control room, after securing Dumbledore's cell of course. Hugh was on duty, and waiting on him. All readings are well within acceptable limits. Please tell me he was talking bullshit at the end there. That is without doubt the darkest bastard we've ever had in here, even the thought of him possibly getting a pardon makes me want to vomit. We both know that's a decision for way above our pay scale, let's see what they make of it. Hugh handed over a recording of the interrogation, knowing just how explosive this recording could be. Pomona had grown to love Friday evenings of a visit weekend. Since the extensive Quibbler coverage of the very first visit, families now arrived with a good idea of what awaited them. They were still almost all amazed though, that had become the standard reaction to actually visiting the Institute for the first time. That was why the only glum couple at dinner tonight attracted Pomona's attention like a moth to a flame. Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Tonks. Is our hospitality not up to standard? Oh no, headmistress. Your hospitality matches the rest of your wonderful school, top notch. I sat through lessons today where even I learned things about the subject our ministry want me to teach. Emma and Dan are wonderful at what they do, and have given me their course objectives for all 7 years. They've also given me their lesson plans for the first 4, and apologized that they hadn't gotten around to doing the rest yet. Andy was shaking her head in disbelief at that. They handed me what could be the most important documents for dragging magical Britain forward into the next millennium, and then apologized for not having lesson plans for lessons they'll eventually teach over the next 3 years. Those documents are nothing short of remarkable, and I can't say enough about how grateful I am to receive them, but I'm sitting here racking my brains over how I can replicate what they're brilliantly doing here in a 1,000-year-old magical castle. This actually had Pomona smiling. You know, it's amazing what you get used to. For those of us working here, our students too, this very quickly became our new normal. It's hard to imagine that a little over 6 months ago, we were just starting to put ideas down on paper. Our biggest and best decision was to choose the architect we did to design and get the institute built. We all decided on a brilliant young lady by the name of Francesca Rossi, though she will become Lady Black before Christmas. She, more than anyone, knows the problem you will face. We gave her an extensive list of requirements, which were continually added to, and she surpassed them all when she delivered us the institute. Dobby. The little elf appeared at Pomona's side and she had her question ready. Is Sirius and Francesca meeting with Harry and Hermione tonight? Dobby quickly confirmed they, and the Grangers, were having dinner in their accommodation while discussing tomorrow's wedding shopping trip to Naples. Could you ask if they could spare some time to speak with the Tonks? Before Ted or Andy could object about disturbing them, Dobby had popped away to ask. It was only a couple of minutes later that Dobby returned, only this time by a different method of transport. Joan was holding his hand and enthusiastically pulling Dobby into the dining area. The little girl headed straight for Pomona, guessing that the people sitting beside the headmistress were the Tonks. Hello, are you Mr. and Mrs. Tonks? I'm Joan Potter, pleased to meet you. I'm here to take you to our rooms. Uncle Sirius says he has a surprise for you. Uncle Sirius is quite funny, but sometimes his surprises are not ones you would want or like. Harry calls them pranks. I'm not supposed to repeat what Mum calls them, or what she calls Uncle Sirius sometimes. Andy couldn't help but smile at the little girl, who seemed to say all that without taking a breath. Beside her, Ted was chuckling away. Both stood, and ended up with Joan between them. taking a hand each before leading the way, with Dobby walking a step behind his little miss. The Tonks had spent their entire day with Dan and Emma, and also met Harry and Hermione in one of their classes. They of course already knew Sirius, who took great delight in introducing them to his fiancée. Getting the Tonks seated. As Dobby provided some refreshments and cake, it was a grinning Harry who got the ball rolling. Let me guess. You've loved what you've seen here today, but have no idea how to make that work in Hogwarts. You'll have quickly reached the conclusion that it just can't be done inside the castle. There will need to be a new building specifically designed and built to accommodate the running of the course. Bearing in mind the British Ministry couldn't even come up with a course, what do you think the chances are of them being able to manage that? Keying her betrothed on the cheek, Hermione took over. We're not saying that to score some cheat points here, but we all know it's the truth. The Ministry has looked down on Muggles and the Muggleborn for so long, they have no idea how to even approach this problem, which is why they approached you. We happen to think this is a wonderful idea though, and want to support it, and you, as much as we can. Harry seamlessly took over. We have pureblood students here who are learning to mix with Italian Muggles. Learning a dress code, speaking a little of their language and confidentially using their currency to buy what they want in Muggle shops and cafes. They all love learning and doing it, and have no intention of ever giving that activity up. Once you can show the students what's available to them on the Muggle side of the equation, pureblood supremacy holds very little attraction for them whatsoever. My parents died over a decade ago defeating a Dark Lord, and nothing inside magical Britain changed. For that institution to survive the drain of witches and wizards abandoning the sinking ship, there needs to be massive changes, and those changes need to happen as soon as possible. Francesca. Dobby was beside Francesca, with her required bag, before she could even move to get it. Thank you Dobby. Andy and Ted, you just got a small taste of how the Institute was able to be built in such a short space of time. These two are very determined, know what they want and quite decisive when they set their minds about something. I have to warn you, these are mere sketches, they only approached me with this brief a few days ago. Sirius passed the sketches along to Andy, who wasn't exactly sure what she was looking at. Harry soon cleared that confusion up. What you're looking at there is the first drawings of the Lily Potter Faculty of Modern Studies, to be designed by Lady Francesca Black and built at Hogwarts. I'm willing to fund the costs of designing, building, fitting and furnishing this faculty at the edge of the Hogwarts wards. All the technology you will need would of course be included too. I would advise hiring someone to keep all the tech running, and they could also act as your assistant professor. Hogwarts can pick up that wage bill, but we'll fund everything else, including an inbuilt contract to keep the technology updated. We have a specific location on the Hogwarts grounds in mind, but the final decision on that would of course be up to the architect, Francesca. Andy was speechless, currently switching between studying the drawings and starting at this pair of unbelievable teens. It was left to Ted to break their silence. This is a fantastic offer, that's going to cost you a small fortune. I'm struggling to see what you get out of it though. A grinning Harry couldn't help but look at his godfather. Sirius was asked the exact same question about his sponsorship of the Black Orphanage. His answer that day was outstanding, and could easily also apply here. To be perfectly frank, no one connected with the Institute wants to see Hogwarts close its doors. For it to remain open though, vast improvements in curriculum and attitudes needs to be made. The Lily Potter Faculty of Modern Studies is a massive step in the right direction. If that's not worth investing in, then I don't know what is. Taking a quick glance at his smiling godfather, Harry continued with what he wanted to say. The Potter Institute was always intended to be a family legacy. This facility can be one too. Built in honor of a former Muggle-born Hogwarts head girl who, in a time of terrorism against people like her, shone a spotlight on the pureblood supremacy crowd and showed them for the imbeciles that they are. I've personally seen all types of blood spilt, including my own, and none of it looked any different to me. The only purpose of our blood is so it can continue being pumped around our bodies and keeping its owner alive. Hermione noticed Joan's nose twitching. She normally just asked when something was bothering her now, but obviously having company left her unsure whether she should hear. Something the matter, sweetie? What's pureblood Superman? Trying not to laugh at that image, Hermione attempted to explain. Some witches and wizards, whose parents are also wizards and witches going back a few generations, think that makes them better than everyone else. That their pure blood makes them superior. Joan's eyes were wide and her mouth was hanging open as she glanced around the room at the people she considered family. That's just stupid. No one's better than you, Harry, or the rest of our family. No one at the Institute thinks like that. It was a smiling Dan who said what everyone else was thinking. Out of the mouths of babes. If a 4-year-old can see that, how can the British ministry run a society built on embracing those values? Francesca snuggled into Sirius. It is just all so totally different than what I'm used to. That day in the Wizengamot, they were starting at me like I was an exhibit in a zoo. They will never accept me married to Sirius. Which is why we'll be living in Italy, in a house designed and built by my brilliant wife-to-be. As you can see, since there is a wedding to organize too, this genius next to me is a very busy lady. Even so, she's prepared to have this facility built at Hogwarts, up and running before the end of March. This rebooted Andy's brain. How could you possibly have something as complicated as this ready so quickly? Do you know what the weather is like in the Scottish Highlands at this time of year? Oh, that won't be a problem. We'll erect a weather dome, clear and prepare the ground before port-keying the prefabricated sections into the dome and joining them together. If your ministry and school approve this project, I will go there with a surveyor and be able to firm up the dates for starting and finishing. Indicating the drawings Andy was drooling over, Francesca went into a little more detail. A self-contained generator is probably the easiest solution to power the facility, but we will need to run telephone and comms lines from wherever the nearest points are. As you can see from the drawings, the facility will have a classroom, similar to the one the Grangers use here. There will also be a computer suite. Since laptops are not really a practical solution, they wouldn't function outside the facility. The Tonks had heard from the Grangers today that each modern studies students entering their AL year would be provided with a laptop for use through to their NUTs. The Institute was currently investigating the best wireless system to be installed over the coming summer. This was simply not an option available at Hogwarts, so the computer suite made sense. There is also the equivalent of a muggle flat built into the facility. While fully functioning, its main use will of course be for demonstration purposes. Both the classroom and computer suite will have projectors fitted, and can easily be used as a version of our cinema. This proved too much for Ted. You have a cinema here too. I should have gone on the tour with the headmistress, while you stayed in modern studies. This drew a chuckle from Sirius. I'll see if Minnie can give you a walk round tomorrow, as we're all heading into Naples. A quick glance at Francesca saw instant agreement for the idea he'd just had. Would you like to spend the day in Naples with us? We always intended to invite you both and Nimmy to our wedding, and plan to do some clothes shopping for that tomorrow. From a professional point of view, a visit to a muggle shopping area is certainly something you should consider building into your course. We've been privileged to watch our lot experience Naples for the first time. It really was a life-changing experience for all of them. It was a delighted couple who quickly agreed to accompany the group to Naples in the morning. Both already understood their lives had radically changed since the moment they'd stepped inside this wonderful school, with tomorrow now promising to be of a similar magnitude too. It was pretty daunting though to realize that you were being charged with the formidable task of changing the attitudes of magical Britain students. Looking at these wonderful drawings once again, Andy for the very first time, actually began to believe she just might have a shot at pulling the impossible off. While Harry enjoyed the monthly family visits, he strangely preferred the Monday mornings after, when the Institute returned to normal. That normally didn't last for long though, as Harry found himself being accompanied to Pomona's office by an equally bewildered Professor DeMarco, with Penny temporarily taking over their potions class. Upon arrival, they discovered Pomona had a visitor, the Italian Minister of Magic no less. A clearly agitated minister barely allowed them to take their seats before starting on the reason he was here. Dumbledore's interrogation has thrown up some very disturbing allegations, concerning yourself, Lord Potter, and Voldemort. The headmistress assured me you wouldn't mind talking about this in front of Professor DeMarco, as I also need to speak to her on another matter. The headmistress has full disclosure on this matter, as do the staff and my friends who spent the summer at my home. The matter was dealt with before the headmistress began appointing staff to the Institute, hence why Professor DeMarco wouldn't know anything about it. It's really not something the people who were involved want to talk about, although there was always the chance we would have to. Nodding in understanding why she wasn't included in this information, the potions professor was then almost physically sick as her minister laid out these allegations. Dumbledore claims Voldemort made Horcruxes, and can't be banished until all of these are dealt with. His most shocking claim though is that you have one in your head. The minister didn't need to say any more, the consequences of that being true didn't require explanation. Rosa though required a drink before they could continue this conversation. Wishing it was something stronger than orange juice, even at this time on a Monday morning. There really was no good time to hear news as bad as this, about a young man her whole family had grown to care for. Rosa tried not to think about the Potter girl her own children had practically adopted as a sibling before nodding she was back under control, and ready to hear more. Most of what Dumbledore claims is, or was, true. That he had all that information for over a decade, yet did nothing about it, makes us very suspicious over his claims to be the supposed leader of the light. Dumbledore's greater good is exactly that, what's good for him. We have a top Italian mind healer visiting the institute today to routinely check on Ginny, because she came into contact with one of these things. I'm sure he would take time to examine me as well, give you some practical evidence to back up what you're about to hear. The minister and Rosa would both be ecstatic just to be told things weren't as disastrous as they thought, although both appreciated corroborating evidence would go further in dismissing these claims. Near the end of our last term at Hogwarts, Lord Black, Hermione and myself came closer to death than any of us want to think about. I actually did receive a key from a Dementor, not one of life's most pleasant experiences. The thing is, it beat the part of Voldemort right out of me, and released my magic to previously unknown levels. I was able to cast a Corporal Patronus powerful enough to drive the entire swarm away before they could get their hands on Sirius or Hermione. I'm certain the Horcrux is gone, and positive the Mind Healer will be able to confirm that. The two Italians in the room felt their spirits lift at this news, but Harry wasn't finished yet. I destroyed the one that possessed Ginny in Hogwarts. Hermione and I actually found another hidden in the castle before we left. It was destroyed by using the same method that worked on the first. Before we left Britain for Italy, passing news of this evil to Gringotts saw another Horcrux being found in one of their customers' vaults. The goblins hate these things, as any rational being would, and came fully on board with destroying any more this monster had made. It was Harry's turn to need something to drink, with Dobby instantly appearing with a cold glass of juice. Thanking the little guy, he took a couple of sips before continuing. Curse Breaker Bill Weasley was assigned to join the team of myself, Hermione, Sirius and Remus who would actually hunt these things. Since they were in Britain, Amelia Bones, who was head of their DMLE at the time, joined the team too. We destroyed another at Voldemort's mother's old shack, and were actively planning on capturing what we knew to be the last remaining Horcrux when it accidentally fell into goblin hands. We all really celebrated that news, as Voldemort had protected these monstrosities with lethal wards and deadly traps. He was mortal when the dragon killed him, there's no coming back from that. The minister began to relax for the first time since hearing of this, knowing healer evidence and corroboration from both Amelia Bones and Gringotts would satisfy even the most skeptical amongst them. He would be recommending immediately moving Dumbledore to trial. There was already a mountain of evidence that would see him found guilty of a multitude of charges. Really glad to hear that, Lord Potter. Now, something else we got out of Dumbledore was that the potion fed to the Longbottoms was infused with his magic. The antidote, that Professor DeMarco led the creation of, will need to be infused with even more powerful magic than Dumbledore's to actually be effective. It will eventually wear off, but we could be looking at years for that to happen. Harry was quiet for a few minutes as he and Hermione searched through Tom's vast knowledge, looking for a solution. We might have a method to help, but would rather discuss it with Poppy, the mind healer and our potions professor, before going anywhere near Neville or Augusta with this. Since this could and would happen today, all quickly agreed to that plan. After discovering Harry didn't have death literally hanging over his head and the Dark Lord really was gone for good, both Italians present were ready to agree to practically anything this young man wanted. Andy was beginning to regret telling the minister that anyone was welcome to her demonstration lesson tonight. A small conference room at a local hotel had been hired to basically give the Grangers' Introduction to Modern Studies lesson to whoever showed up. She didn't bat an eyelash at the minister arriving with Arthur Weasley, Griselda Marchbanks and another 3 people she didn't recognize. It was the party from Hogwarts that threw Andy off her stride. Only having Ted there at her side allowed the witch to cope with the fact her pregnant sister and nephew were in the same room as her. After that, discovering the current Hogwarts Muggle Studies professor was also in their party hardly bothered Andy at all, which was strange since she was effectively auditioning here to take that witch's job. With Ted's arm around her, Andy was able to take a deep calming breath and start her lesson. Good evening everyone, and thank you for coming along tonight. What I plan to do here is give a basic introduction to the things you see around you, electric lights, the projector and my laptop to name but a few, and how they all work by electricity. With Ted acting as her assistant, operating the laptop, passing out the samples of wire loaned from the institute, he even demonstrating fuse blowing on the rig Dan had built, Andy taught her lesson. While playing the short video clips of the institute's power and communication control cupboards, Andy also explained that the building they were currently sitting in would have something very similar to carry out the exact same functions. At the end of her lesson, Ted used the laptop to log into a news channel. With the date and time clearly displayed, their guests could easily see this was live. After a few minutes, which Andy needed to gather her thoughts, Ted lowered the sound, which appeared to emphasize the silence in the room. As Arthur had the most experience of the institute, it was perhaps understandable that it would be him who broke the silence. Outstanding Andy, Dan and Emma would be proud of that lesson. Andy wasn't about to take credit for something that wasn't hers. That lesson was designed by the Grangers, they've given me their entire course, including all the computer files too. Being there, and watching them teach, it really opened my eyes. Cornelius had instigated this entire thing, and really couldn't sit here with his mouth hanging open any longer. He'd thought watching Augusta Longbottom using a phone was astonishing, this last hour just blew his mind. Mrs. Tonks, I think I can speak for all of us when I say that is one of the most profound things we've ever seen. I'm really hoping you can answer my next question though, as I don't think there's another witch or wizard in this room who has the first clue how what we've just witnessed can possibly be taught at Hogwarts. With a wry smile, Ted switched off the news program as a few pictures were now displayed in a slow loop on the screen by the hotel's projector. Andy then explained the pictures. This is the Muggle shopping area in Naples. The Institute's students all get opportunities to visit here, their modern studies and Italian languages classes providing the abilities to blend into their surroundings. Dan Granger took me into a shop selling technology and recommended the laptop computer you see there. Harry bought it for me and then Dan loaded all the files they had onto it. Severus couldn't hold back any longer. Why would Potter buy that for you? What's in it for him and his institute? Oh, that's quite simple, no one at the Potter Institute wants Hogwarts to close its doors. Yes, they want the school to change, but not close. With that in mind, as well as arranging the hire of these facilities tonight, he's also making the following offer. As new pictures were now being displayed, Andy once again offered an explanation to what they were seeing. This is the proposed Lily Potter Faculty of Modern Studies. It would be designed by the same architect who designed and built the Potter Institute, and her work redesigning and refurbishing the Black Orphanage is nothing short of miraculous. This team have the expertise that everyone in this room is sadly lacking, and figured out within minutes such facilities couldn't exist within a castle whose rooms have been bathed in magic for a millennium. If a voice could be described as dusty, then Griselda's was as she asked the questions that cut right to the heart of the matter. How much would something like this cost? Who would know how to furnish and equip this building? I don't even recognize half the stuff shown on these pictures, far less how they got up on that screen. I have no idea of the total cost, but can tell you exactly how much it will cost the Ministry in Hogwarts. Harry intends to pay for everything, including renewing all the electrical equipment as it becomes necessary. He described it to me like top-of-the-range racing brooms. After 5 years they won't be the best anymore. Incidentally, that laptop sitting there cost more than the new Firebolt, and each of the computers for this faculty will cost about the same. Severus just had to question Potter's motives again. What does Potter and his institute get out of this? Surely he must have a long list of demands. No one throws that amount of gold around for nothing. Other than not wanting Hogwarts to close, he has no hidden motives or other agenda here. He has requested the faculty be positioned at a certain part of Hogwarts grounds, but concedes that decision will be made by the architect. Her involvement, as well as the faculty's name, are non-negotiable. To be frank, we're very lucky to have Francesca on board. She's brilliant, and very busy, including getting married to Lord Black just before Christmas. She also thinks this building will be up and in use by the end of March. Francesca will provide firmer dates after visiting the site, if this proposal is accepted by you. One other small point, Ted assisted me greatly tonight. Dan and Emma Granger effortlessly switch roles between teaching and operating the equipment. I would need an assistant professor, preferably one who was more knowledgeable than me on the equipment side, and could keep it all maintained and running. Harry has no intention of paying this person's salary, that will have to be picked up by the Ministry or Hogwarts. It was now Arthur's turn to bombard Andy with questions, without giving her time to answer any. Andy eventually put both her hands in the air to signal her surrender, as an embarrassed Arthur stopped speaking. I don't know the answer to most of those questions, Arthur, and I don't have to. Pomona explained to me that they sat down with Francesca and gave her a list of what they wanted. She returned with drawings that explained how that would happen. Everyone had an input before Francesca turned those ideas into the most amazing place I've ever been. We have to be honest here and say none of us would even know what to ask for. We have an expert available, who will take the knowledge she gained from building the institute to make this faculty the best it can be. Harry only pays for the best. With Francesca Rossi's involvement, that's exactly what we would be getting. Having been happy staying in the background all evening, Ted felt obliged to raise an important point here. When Francesca visited the ministry, she ended up with a wand at her throat. The way squibs are treated in this country is scandalous, certainly worse than myself as a muggle born. Here's the thing though, she's Italian, where that kind of discrimination simply doesn't happen and certainly wouldn't be tolerated, and one of that country's most sought-after architects. By the time she comes to start this project, she will also be the Lady Black. Anyone insulting her over blood status, or lack of magic, would not only see the wrath of houses Black and Potter descend on them, but you would have an international incident on your hands too. Without Francesca, this project doesn't even get off the ground. There is no expertise within magical Britain to even attempt this, and Harry certainly wouldn't pay for something not up to the same standards as the Institute. While agreeing with every word her husband just said, Andy maybe wouldn't have stated it so bluntly. Minister Fudge, we all support what you're trying to do here. It's not just the right thing to do, it's the only thing we can do to try and save our society. We only spent one weekend visiting the Institute in Naples but already feel safe in saying the vast majority of the students attending there won't want to return to Britain by the time they graduate. Without change, without this faculty, it's not only Hogwarts days that are numbered. Is this institute really that good? Hearing that from Draco made Andy smile. While the facilities and professors are world-class, the thing that amazed me most was the atmosphere. It was so welcoming, so inclusive. We were there while the monthly family visits were taking place. Those students who had their families visit were understandably ecstatic, but their friends were very happy for them too. Whether it was because their parents had visited before, or were scheduled to visit later in the term, I never saw one bit of jealousy all weekend. Every student is treated exactly the same, a policy that includes the school's owner, and that policy is working incredibly well for them. Nodding in agreement, Arthur had spent more time at the Institute than anyone else in the room. That's a great observation, Andy, and one I totally agree with. The change in my own children is nothing short of astonishing. Ginny's coming on by leaps and bounds. Ron has really embraced learning Italian and the twins haven't pulled a prank since leaving Hogwarts. Percy thoroughly enjoys working there, and says he's learning so much. I also agree with your earlier point. Molly and I think we'll need to travel to Italy to visit any grandchildren they have in the future. Amelia's ahead of the game and is already working out there. This was Cornelius's worst fear happening right in front of him, the hemorrhaging of witches and wizards from the shores of Britain to pastures new. Every single person in the room understood Hogwarts desperately needed this new faculty, and here it was offered at a price and timeline the Minister of Magic couldn't even have dreamed of. Mrs. Tonks, the Ministry and Hogwarts will be delighted to accept Lord Potter's incredible offer. I would also like to congratulate you on an amazing presentation. The Hogwarts students will be lucky to have you. Congratulations on being appointed head of the Lily Potter Faculty of Modern Studies." While Andy appeared delighted, her sister spotted where her eyes had traveled to. These black sisters spoke for the first time in 2 decades. "Andy, Charity is retraining to replace Binns. She will be our new History of Magic professor. That lesson was amazing. Congratulations, and welcome to our new Hogwarts family." Andy was lost for words, while shedding tears and wearing a massive smile. Charity tried to help out Hogwarts' newest professor. "From where I'm sitting, that looks like a stellar decision on my part. Outstanding lesson, Professor Tonks, and none of what you've shown us here is part of the current Muggle Studies curriculum. You really have torn the book up and written your own. Oh no, as I said earlier, the Grangers really have to take the credit for that. They were thinking of books to recommend for coursework, but seem to be leaning towards lists of web addresses." Spotting the blank looks, she went over to her laptop and typed in a web address, while giving a quick explanation of what a web address was. Those looks changed from blank to shocked and astonishment at the information Andy was able to pull up on the screen by pushing some buttons. They were still sitting stunned when Ted returned with a couple of the hotel staff, who laid out a small buffet and drinks. Ted figured he'd be making a trip to the bar soon. Tea, coffee or juice wouldn't be enough for some people here. Cornelius thanked Ted for the glass of brandy, before he approached Andy. "I really would like to thank Lord Potter personally for such a gift. I'm sure Headmaster Snape would too. Is there any way we could visit the Institute, even over the holidays if it was more convenient for him?" This had Andy immediately shaking her head. "Certainly not over the holidays. The entire Black Orphanage is spending Christmas at the Institute. Planning for this apparently started back in August. Everyone is so looking forward to it, with Sirius and Francesca coming back from their honeymoon to spend Christmas with everyone." This news had Cornelius puzzled. "I've not heard anything about that." A smiling Arthur joined the conversation. "Molly and I will be there to help. We did the same when Harry took the children to his house during summer while their new orphanage was being made ready. You might see some pictures in the Quibbler after the event. I already know what those pictures will show, children having a great time, and Harry won't feature in any of them. I've never met anyone who shuns their fame as much as Harry does. There are students from Hogwarts spending Christmas there too, visiting friends and probably lending a helping hand looking after the orphans. Relax, Minister, they're all too old to attend the Institute as students." That was also a very smart move, making Professor Tonks a head of faculty. She should be on the same salary as a head of house, and anyone skilled enough to act as her assistant salaried as a full professor. We need good people, so have to pay the salaries to attract and keep them there. As my wife has already said, Professor Tonks, that was simply an amazing lesson. Thank you, Headmaster. When I phone Harry to tell him this proposal has been accepted, that will put things into motion. Francesca will start on the detailed drawings the builders will need, and try to work a date when she can visit Hogwarts to plot a suitable site for the new faculty. I will of course mention that the Minister and yourself would like to visit the Institute, and I'm sure he'll pass that request on to Pomona. Won't it be Potter who makes that decision?" Andy and Arthur laughed at Severus's question. Harry is certainly the owner, but during term time he insists on being treated the same as the other students. He appointed Pomona as headmistress and expects her to run the school, which she does fantastically well. Nothing happens at the Institute without her approval. She is most definitely in charge. Arthur was still chuckling, now more at the confused expressions on the faces of the Minister and the Snapes. Nursing her third brandy, Griselda approached with her problem. "I hardly understood any of that tonight. How in the name of Merlin is my department supposed to examine students sitting that course?" Andy though was having a stellar evening, and was glad the Grangers had already prepared her with an answer to that as well. She really couldn't thank them enough, before thinking it was their future son-in-law who was making this entire thing possible. For Andy, seeing her sister talking with Ted was proof these changes really could work. Once more Harry Potter was stepping in to save Britain, and once more he wouldn't want any credit for his actions. The third black sister was having a totally different type of evening. Bella was once more ranting at her current lot in life. Living like a effing muggle again, if you can call this living. How long is it going to take the bloody ministry to announce the date of this second task? Her three companions were listening with one ear, having heard this many, many times before. There was also the fact that Bella's bloodlust had been somewhat sated when the owners of the last place they'd been hiding out had unexpectedly turned up. Bella had vented her frustration on the middle-aged couple for hours, their screams pushing the silencing charms to the very limit. Since Bella really couldn't use magic to torture the muggles, she'd been forced to get creative. They then had to burn the house down, again using muggle methods so as not to attract the ministry's attention. Whether the muggle authorities discovered the victims had been tortured before being murdered was neither here nor there to them. With no magic being used, and more than enough psychos in the muggle world to go around, no one would be looking for 4 dead Death Eaters. The 3 wizards, though all recognized this reprieve from Bella's murderous tendencies was only temporary. They needed the ministry to announce the date of this second task quickly, allowing Bella to focus her dark tendencies on something, and someone, else. What in the name of Merlin was holding them up? The more Poppy considered their idea for the Longbottoms, the more she began to think it might be the only way to break them free of the potion prison this couple were trapped in. They've been getting a little of Dumbledore's magic fed to them in potion form for well over a decade. With this abominable misuse of power, that magic has had plenty of time to infuse into every single cell of their bodies. I can't see a few doses of magic-infused antidote overcoming that amount of damage. Deliberately preventing healing is bad enough, but to plot and scheme to keep them in this condition, the old goat should face the veil for this abuse alone. The Italian mind healer was swearing in his native language again, only for his minister of magic to gently point out that all staff and students of the institute were currently learning Italian. He instantly offered his apologies. This Dumbledore has deliberately stopped this couple healing for all those years to further his own goals. I have no English words bad enough to say about him. I offer my services to aid you with this, again no English words strong enough. After discovering what they were going to attempt, Neville wanted to try right away. Augusta didn't seem inclined to say no to her grandson, so Poppy laid down the law. We will be doing these attempts a patient at a time, so you need to choose. I will then administer the maximum dose of antidote potion and, an hour later, the attempt will be made. During that hour, the people making the attempt need to eat and rest. This has never been attempted before, but we all think this is our best chance of success. Turning to his grandmother, Neville said what was on his mind. How am I supposed to choose between Mum and Dad? What if this doesn't work? Ruffling his hair, Augusta was so proud of her grandson and tried to answer his questions as best she could. There is no doubt in my mind that Frank Longbottom would insist you try to help Alice first. As to this not working, there is no way your magic could ever hurt either of them. If it only pushes some of that old bastard's magic out of your mum, it's still an improvement. It's something that may have to be repeated a few times, we just don't know. Just do your best and we'll see what happens, and remember, you won't hurt them. Hermione had asked Dobby to fetch Luna, and then some snacks. As soon as the little B***own discovered what they were about to attempt, Neville was plonked into a chair and Luna promptly sat on his lap, feeding him snacks between keys. When it was time to act, Luna tenderly keyed him before resting her forehead on his. You can do this, Nev. Use the mountain of love you have within you to push every last scrap of that hateful old man out of your mum. With his arms wrapped around his betrothed, and his grand smiling at him, Neville felt ready to deal with anything. Moving toward the bed that held his mother, Poppy had last-minute instructions for them. I'll be monitoring Alice, while Dr. Russo will be monitoring Neville. If either of us shouts stop, that's what you'll immediately do. Don't make us have to stun you. Nodding, Neville placed his right hand on his mother's forehead while his left rested on Alice's abdomen. He felt Hermione's hand on his left shoulder while his godbrother gave his right a reassuring squeeze before resting his hand there. Looking over at Luna and his gran, both wrapped in each other's arms for comfort and support, Neville knew exactly what he had to do here. Thinking of introducing Luna to his mum and dad was a dream for him, and the focus Neville would use here. Gathering his magic, he pumped all the love he had for the people around him in there too, as if casting his Patronus, before releasing his magic into his mum. As Neville felt his magic leave in one enormous burst, an ocean of reserves was suddenly available to him as Harry and Hermione began pouring their magic into him. Gratefully accepting their gift allowed Neville to continue with this level of magical transference into his mum. It was with a sense of awe Poppy watched as a visible nimbus of magic surrounded the witch currently lying on the bed. As the silvery cloud grew denser, she glanced toward the Italian doctor who was monitoring Neville. Poppy could see the word, "Stop," form on Dr. Russo's lips before an audible snap saw the cloud of magic being absorbed into Alice's body. The three teens slumped to their knees, only holding onto each other keeping them from collapsing to the floor. Luna soon joined them as an exhausted Neville managed to squeeze a few words out. "Did it work?" Poppy was scanning Alice as she answered. "It's a little too soon to say yet, but you three couldn't have given any more." The minister and Pomona helped Harry and Hermione onto beds, while Luna and Augusta did the same for Neville. Dr. Russo had to ask them to let go of Neville's hands so he could run some scans. "Mr. Longbottom, your betrothed is correct. You could not have given any more, and I was just about to stop you trying to do so. You are magically exhausted and should not perform any magic for at least a few days. I'm sure Madame Pomfrey will give you a more precise time, as she is your healer. I have to say, that was one of the most amazing things I have seen, and would be honored to assist you when you repeat the process with your father." Augusta quickly agreed with all of that, as Neville appeared too exhausted even to speak. After the Italian doctor had checked over Harry and Hermione, Dobby knew the best medicine for them. After joining their beds to make one, he soon fetched his little miss. Joan was initially worried until Dobby explained they were just exhausted. She trusted Dobby implicitly, knowing the little elf would never lie to her. Joan climbed over Harry and inserted herself in the middle of their loose embrace. She felt both their arms tighten around her and everything was once more perfect in Joan's world. All three were soon sleeping peacefully. Minister Rossi noticed the smile on the headmistress's face and ruefully shook his head. "How do you deal with this on a daily basis? My mind has just been totally blown, and it's barely lunchtime. It's easy to forget that's my boss lying there, because that's exactly what Harry wants me to do. He's an exceptional young wizard, who draws the best out of everyone around him. Yet, lying there, Harry has everything he wants in his arms. I've heard his betrothed joke Harry has a saving people thing, you just got to witness the latest episode of those adventures. The rest of the time, he's happiest being surrounded by family and friends while attending the institute. He's insisted since my first day as headmistress that I treat him like every other student. Most of the time I do." Poppy had been concentrating on Alice, and approached Augusta with her findings. With Neville now asleep, Luna moved around the bed to hold Augusta's other hand as they waited on the news. Augusta nodded toward Pomona and both Italians, indicating that they should come over and hear this too. First of all, their efforts were successful. Dumbledore's hold on Alice wasn't just broken, they shattered it. Stoic Augusta Longbottom broke down in tears, hugging her grandson's betrothed to her. Poppy's hand on her shoulder wasn't just for comfort though, she had even more good news. After their magic defeated Dumbledore's potion, it didn't dissipate, but rather sank into Alice. That magic is now helping her repair the damage the initial attack and over a decade of lying trapped inside her body caused. She's currently in a healing coma and my best guess is it will be a couple of days before she awakens. At that time, Alice might not dance out of that bed, but there's a good chance she'll walk. There were tears in the eyes of all present, but Poppy was forced to introduce a note of caution. Until we discover how this has affected Alice, and the three teens lying sleeping, we can't go forward with this on Frank. We'll know a lot more in a few days though. Augusta couldn't help herself. She stood and hugged Poppy for all she was worth, before working her way around the room. We had all but lost hope. Just having some again is wonderful. You get to tell Neville, Harry and Hermione that they need to wait though. It was a smiling Poppy who answered. Gee, thanks for that. Alice felt herself drift on a journey. She'd experienced this a few times lately being a relatively loose term as time had ceased to be a concept for her. It felt like she was drifting to the surface of a deep and dark lake. When Alice had momentarily breached the surface of this lake previously, there was barely time to draw a breath until she was somewhat inevitably dragged back below the surface. This time felt a little different though. For one thing, Alice felt she was rising from the depths faster than she ever had before. This time she didn't gently break the surface, Alice burst through it and flew away. The former oar gently opened her eyes, trying to make sense of what she was seeing. Alice was obviously in an infirmary of some sort, though she certainly didn't recognize this as somewhere she'd visited before. The low lighting didn't stop Alice recognizing the person sitting next to her bed. Though her voice hadn't been used for many years, she did manage to croak out one word. Mum. Augusta was dozing in her chair. She was getting too old for this, sitting here at 3 a.m. Hearing that one word however shot a bolt of energy through the grandmother. She was out of her chair in an instant, holding Alice's hand while seeing recognition in her daughter-in-law's eyes for the first time in 13 years. Oh Alice. It's really you. I need to get Poppy. I promised I would if you awoke. The healer was already hurrying towards them. No need, Augusta. My monitoring charm just woke me. How are you feeling, Alice dear? As Poppy's wand carried out its scans, Augusta helped Alice take a few sips of water to aid with her speaking. It worked. Odd is the only way I can describe it. Mum, where's Frank and Neville? How long have I been out for? Poppy made Alice take another drink before any of those questions were answered, only this one was laced with a mild calming potion. Understanding that Augusta would be the one answering most of the questions, she decided to get some reassurance in first. Alice, Frank is here and under my care too. He's in the exact same condition that you were, until a few minutes ago. We tried an experimental procedure to bring you back to us, a procedure that obviously worked. We plan to use the same procedure on Frank too, though the preparations might take a few days. Neville is also here, and one of the finest young wizards I've ever met. You are going to be told some things that will be hard to hear. I want you to focus on the fact that your family is fine. Appreciating the help Poppy was providing here, Augusta knew though there was no way to sugarcoat the truth. Alice, you and Frank haven't been with us in spirit for 13 years. Neville couldn't sleep. He was magically exhausted but his emotions were all over the place, denying him the slumber his body so badly needed. The minute hand on his alarm clock appeared to be crawling around its face. His roommate Ron's snoring, which he had years of experience in ignoring, was also getting to him tonight. Dragging himself out of bed, and pulling on his housecoat, Neville decided that looking in on his mum again might be the only reason he'd get any sleep at all tonight this morning. He needed sleep, needed to recover, before they would be allowed to heal his dad. Knowing this though still couldn't placate the desire to see his mum wake. So Neville shuffled his way toward the infirmary. Walking through the doors, Neville was sure he must still be lying in bed dreaming. Otherwise, he would have to believe that his mum was sitting up in bed and chatting with Gran. Having been alerted that someone had entered her infirmary, Poppy found Neville standing just inside the doors, absolutely spellbound. Mr. Longbottom, you were supposed to be following my orders and getting a good night's sleep. Since you disobeyed those orders, I have to add an extra day onto the time before we can try to revive your father. Just to prove I'm not a complete ogre though, you can stay and have a chat with your mum. Having heard Poppy the instant she began speaking, nothing was going to keep Alice lying in that bed. She swung her legs out and, with Augusta's help, took a few steps toward her beautiful boy. Neville was sobbing and moving before he realized it. Seconds later he was enveloped in a hug with his mother. My wonderful boy. I've missed so much, but I'm here now. Your mother is here for you now. Neither said any more, nothing else needed to be said. There wasn't a dry eye in the infirmary, as Neville led his mother back over to her bed and sat beside her. They would have plenty of time to talk, at the moment both were content simply holding each other. Cedric watched as a tearful Cho headed out the castle to catch the Hogwarts Express, going home for Christmas. Cho's manipulative claims that her Christmas would be ruined if he wasn't here with her too had fallen on deaf ears as Cedric simply refused to pull out of visiting the Potter Institute. Her ultimatum had Cedric thinking perhaps Cho wasn't the girl for him after all, as the excitement of visiting Italy easily compensated for Cho telling him they were through if he went. He wondered if his lack of reaction was the reason Cho was still crying, since they had broken up nearly a week ago. They were port-keying from just outside the Hogwarts wards, but the gathering group had a couple of unexpected visitors, both the headmaster and his deputy. If everyone supposed to be here has arrived, let us make our way down to the portkey point. It would have to be a Gryffindor who asked the question, so Lee promptly obliged. Excuse me, headmaster, but are you traveling with us? We have been granted a meeting with Headmistress Sprout, along with the Minister of Magic, who will be meeting us at the portkey point. We will be returning home today, so won't be interfering with your holidays. Now that was good news for all the students traveling to Italy. Phileas, Percy, Penny and the Weasley twins were there to greet the Hogwarts arrivals. It certainly took a minute or so for them to get accustomed to their new surroundings. They'd had to trudge through the trampled snow to reach the portkey point at Hogwarts, and now Phileas was leading the visiting officials alongside the pool area, through Pomona's garden and into her office. It was a pretty flabbergasted trio who sat down to cappuccinos that had a chocolate version of the school logo floating on top of the froth. Pomona and Phileas were sipping theirs when Fudge asked the first question. "Will Lord Potter be joining us today?" Knowing this would be asked, Pomona was ready with her answer. "I'm sorry, but Lord Potter is currently indisposed, under Healer's strict orders to rest, or he might miss Sirius's wedding tomorrow." "What happened? Did he have an accident? Is it serious?" "Oh, nothing like that, Minister. His betrothed and Mr. Longbottom all took part in a procedure to awaken Frank Longbottom. All three are magically exhausted. Since they'd already performed the same procedure successfully on Alice Longbottom, all three know they really need to rest today." They found this hard to believe, and the minister wanted confirmation. "Are you saying Alice Longbottom is now aware of what's happening around her? You'll see her when we tour the institute. She'll be sitting in the infirmary beside her husband. We're hopeful he'll wake today." This had Sissy sitting her cup back down. "If you don't mind, headmistress, I'll miss that part. After all, it was one of my sisters who was responsible for torturing them into that condition." As Severus was putting a comforting arm around his wife, Cornelius couldn't hide his enthusiasm. "That is amazing news. I came here today to provide an update about the Triwizard Tournament, and give you the latest information on Dumbledore's trial. I'll have to pass this news on to the ICW." Pomona hated to interrupt Cornelius, but didn't want him making a fool of himself. "Excuse me, Minister, but I believe Minister Rossi has already informed the ICW. He was present, along with a very respected Italian healer, when the procedure to heal Alice was carried out. Watching that had a profound effect on all of us, and I think this helped make his mind up to push for Dumbledore to be put on trial as quickly as possible." Sensing Cornelius's disappointment that Pomona appeared to be better informed than him on this matter, Severus changed the subject for a moment. "Headmistress, your office appears to be as different to Dumbledore's as possible. Was that a deliberate choice?" This actually got a chuckle from the witch. "Yes. My stipulation was no hiding behind a gargoyle, no hiding at all. We have a general office in the institute, with a rota of staff covering it, and my door is always open to anyone. Most chats take place in my garden, as I try to be behind my desk as little as possible. I apologize as you won't see the institute running as normal, but you said it was urgent and today was the only date available. Today most of our students are port-keying into the London branch of Gringotts, tomorrow we have a wedding, and getting the institute prepared for an influx of orphans the following day." Having recovered, Cornelius then passed on news he was certain Pomona couldn't hear from any other source. "Well, my next bit of news should be an early Christmas present for a couple of your students. The Triwizard Tournament is being cancelled. I thought that was impossible, champions would lose their magic. If it could be cancelled, why wasn't it done before?" Holding his hands up, Cornelius agreed with an angry Pomona and explained how the Unspeakables had come up with a method. "Until we got rid of Dumbledore, Magical Britain was shackled by the number of people unknowingly under his control. Add in the Death Eaters we finally dealt with and it's a wonder anything ever got done in the country. We're keeping this a secret, until Dumbledore has had his trial and been sentenced. Should he somehow escape during this process, we can schedule the second task and he has to turn up. As Albus has the lowest marks, his name will be shouted first. He either turns up, and we deal with him, or doesn't and the Goblet of Fire will carry out one last act before being thrown into the Vale. No other champions will be required to attend. That really is great news. Speaking of good news, congratulations Severus, on your marriage, impending fatherhood and promotion. Now, would you like a tour? Minerva and Remus are currently in London, making certain all our students make it home. They will be back in time for dinner, we hope you can stay and join us." With all three agreeing, they took a shortcut by crossing the winding swimming pool on a couple of decorative bridges and arrived at the student accommodation block just as Penny was explaining the "no magic" rules to their Hogwarts holiday makers. Seeing the questioning looks from their three visitors, Pomona soon set them straight. Our students quickly adapted to this, and none of the visiting parents have had any problems following this rule either. Spotting a telephone shocked the minister. The students have these devices in their rooms. We don't even have them in the ministry. Yes, being able to chat with their children from the comfort of their own home is a concept that has pureblood families scrambling to have telephones installed in their homes. This entire wing and a few classrooms are kept free from magic, though we're sure one day a solution to magic affecting electronics will be discovered. Anyone who can put TVs into a magical home will not only make a fortune, they'll start a revolution. They were next led to the Muggle Studies class. The classroom in your new building will look very similar to this, though I believe you are also getting a computer suite in a Muggle flat. This will make a huge difference, but I can't recommend visits to Muggle areas highly enough. The next classroom was a riot of color. One of the first things I noticed upon arrival at Lord Potter's house at the summer was just how bright and colorful everything was. Professor Palazzo teaches our students, and staff, the Italian language. She just loves her posters and pictures, they're educational too. We aim for our students to have the best education we can supply, and part of that education is to see them being comfortable in magical or Muggle society, in English and Italian. This had the minister asking a question he didn't quite want to know the answer to. What will happen to your students after they graduate? Will the institute really prepare them for returning to Britain? Understanding exactly what was being asked here, that no matter what qualifications certain students achieved, there simply wasn't a life available for them in magical Britain, Pomona confirmed Cornelius's worst fears. Our students are taught that working hard and giving your all can put their goals within their reach. We all know that in Britain, other factors are taken into consideration too, deliberately excluding most of them from ever achieving their goals. A magical village is currently at the planning stage, with the land where it will be built already purchased. Francesca's appointed as the architect and Amelia Bones in charge of overseeing the entire project. There are already some institute staff who are thinking of spending their retirement there, with Penny and Percy already looking to buy or rent something in this village too. You might have noticed both being very happy here. Penny is apprenticing under Phileas while Percy has a talent for administration and pursuing further training in that. Both have bright futures here. Pomona was watching Severus closely as they led the three of them into their potions lab. She wasn't disappointed. His stoic expression collapsed as Severus's eyes struggled to take in the most advanced potions lab he had ever seen. Rosa was finishing off writing her findings on the potion she developed to help the Longbottoms and was delighted to show her lab off. Narcissa was standing beside Pomona, knowing Draco's passion was also potions, yet neither her son nor her husband would ever have access to these facilities. Headmistress, we haven't seen half of your institute yet, but already I feel safe congratulating you on this achievement. I thought the photographs published had prepared me for what we would see today, they didn't even come close. It's simply breathtaking. Cornelius was quick to agree. Severus won't mind me saying we wanted yourself or Minerva to head Hogwarts. Augusta told me point blank that neither of you would leave here, I can see why now. Minerva's name is top of the list for a little home in the new village. The way of life here is so different from back in Britain, we all greatly prefer it. Severus approached with Rosa, and they were surprised to see him wearing an angry expression. Were you aware of what that old fool did to the Longbottoms? Whatever punishment he receives won't be strong enough, based on their case alone. Feeding someone a potion, infused with your magic, to deliberately prevent their healing is one of the most disgusting things I've ever heard of. At least Riddle made no pretense about being anything other than a Dark Lord. I truly think Dumbledore is darker. Absolutely brilliant work by Professor DeMarco here, some of the finest I've seen. They were interrupted by a group of laughing young children, two of whom clearly belonged to the professor. Joan approached the group. Sorry, headmistress. We didn't know you were in here, or that you had guests. Professor DeMarco promised to help us with the decorations we made, for the orphanage visit. We were just looking to see if she was finished her work. It's fine, Miss Potter, we were just leaving anyway. Using the name Potter meant she led 3 stunned adults out of the potions lab, heading for the library. It was predictable that Cornelius would ask the question. He didn't disappoint. I had heard Lord Potter had brought an orphan into his family. Can we assume that was her? Yes, Joan is simply adorable. She calls Harry's account manager, Uncle Barchoke, and has that wise old goblin wrapped around her little finger, along with everyone else she meets. The library proved another massive hit with their visitors, appreciating the frames on the wall holding the history of the Institute. I can't see us ever having a trophy room like Hogwarts, tucked away where the only students who see it are those forced to clean them during their detention. We like everything and everyone to be accessible. Nothing to hide is almost as big a motto here as inspire is. Pomona then took their guests up a level, with Sirius leading the minister and Severus into the infirmary. She led Narcissa up onto the roof terrace. Sitting at a table with Pomona, an emotional Narcissa couldn't help but get some things off her chest. Our entire world has changed in an incredibly short space of time. Seeing this today has me utterly convinced there will be more changes to come, and they will be permanent. The child I'm carrying will be born into a totally different world than Draco was. Since they won't be classed as a pureblood, I think these changes are for the greater good. Is it wrong of me to be glad that Lucius was killed, rather than put on trial for all of magical Britain to discover what he did in the name of blood purity? At least Draco was spared discovering the atrocities his father carried out. We were all set to leave Britain, had jobs lined up and everything, but Cornelius said he needed us at Hogwarts. He needed us so badly, he lent on Severus to ensure he said yes. Pomona summoned an elf, and soon there were 2 cups of herbal tea on the table. Narcissa needed a sip before she could say any more. Hogwarts could never match what you have here. If the castle closes, we could all be dragged down too. Narcissa, we started here with a blank slate, and had someone who was willing to fund everything. Traditions are fine, but they must never become a mechanism to trap everyone in the past. The Institute isn't just a building, it's so much more. We're here to teach our students, but also to nurture their hopes and ambitions. When faced with choices, my yardstick is always, what would Dumbledore do? I then do the opposite. Your first task for Hogwarts is to discover what you want it to be. That's why those drawings on our library wall are so important to us. They represent the birth of the Potter Institute, and are precious to all of us who were involved in creating what you see here. Narcissa dabbed at her eyes with her hanky, before drinking more of the calming herbal tea. Thank you, Pomona. I don't know whether it's hormonal, or simply that our lives have all been turned upside down, but our chat has really helped me. So has seeing just what is possible, when everyone works together. Hogwarts can never be this, but that doesn't mean it can't be the best version of Hogwarts we can manage. What you're saying though is that we need to discover just whose version of Hogwarts is best. This had Pomona smiling. We took opinions from everyone involved, some were included and some not. You won't get it right first or even second time. It should be constantly evolving, pushing what works while fixing or losing what doesn't. We use questionnaires for visiting families, asking them what they like or don't. You never know where the next good idea will come from. Sirius led the other 2 guests up to the roof terrace, where they all enjoyed the bird's-eye view of the Institute. Cornelius was amazed by their infirmary, but totally blown away by the opportunity to have a chat with Alice Longbottom. This is wonderful news, simply unbelievable. Do you think this news could appear in the British press? It would really give the entire country a lift, at Christmas too. Sorry Minister, I can't help you there. This is entirely a matter for the Longbottom family and not the Institute. We simply assisted with our facilities and staff. Zeno Lovegood will be spending Christmas with us, and since his daughter will one day become a Longbottom, I would guess that the Quibbler would be the publication to break the story in Britain. An elf appeared at Narcissa's side, handing her a notepad and pen. Ma'am should be taking notes. Much more to see here. Watching his former mistress's eyes almost pop out as she recognized the elf, and certainly the crest he wore on his robes, had Dobby smiling. Pomona inquired how Harry and Hermione were. Dobby quickly assured her they were sleeping and would be fine for tomorrow's celebrations. He popped away, leaving Narcissa staring at the strange stationery. It also left Cornelius shaking his head. Shit, even the bloody house elves are different here. Hermione was sitting in front of her mirror, supposedly getting herself ready to be Francesca's bridesmaid. Instead though, she had spent the last few minutes looking at the reflection of her mum helping Joan get ready for the wedding too. Joan was of course chatting away at a rate of knots, while the beautiful smile her mother was beaming toward her honorary granddaughter was not an expression Hermione recognized from her own childhood. Rather than being angry or jealous, Hermione was delighted with the relationship Joan and Emma shared. She must have zoned out because her mum taking the unmoving hairbrush from Hermione's hand brought her back to the present. You're not too old that your mum can't help you get ready. I can't imagine it will be too long before you and Harry are doing this yourselves. We need Harry to be 16 first, Mum. It will come soon enough, love. Your father and I have no doubts it will happen. With school, Joan and your friends, it will be on you both before you know it. You forgot to mention family in there, Mum. I happen to think we've got a great one, a family that will grow today too. As Emma pinned Hermione's hair up, she leant down and hugged her precious daughter, exactly the same way she'd just hugged Joan. I love our family too. Sirius was calmly standing beside Harry, awaiting his bride-to-be's arrival. Not in the least bit worried, Padfoot. Instead of an answer, his godfather posed Harry a similar question. How will you feel the day you're standing here waiting on Hermione? Harry's wide smile was its own answer. Exactly. I know this is the best thing I've ever done in my life. Waiting in Hogwarts that night, I was sure my life was over. You and Hermione turning up was like being reborn. You then gave my life meaning, a purpose, and that was before you introduced me to Francesca. I've honestly never been happier, actually I didn't think I could be this happy. What I'm trying to say is that you, Hermione, and of course Joan, are in for some incredible Christmas presents this year, that's if Francesca and I can actually find time to do some shopping. This set Harry off chuckling. Even now, his godfather was still cracking jokes. Sirius, just bringing Francesca into our family is a present for all of us. Neither said any more as Joan was walking down the aisle, sprinkling rose petals for the bride and her father to walk on. With Hermione following on behind, both the groom and his best man didn't need words to describe their emotions. The excitement and love in the room was palpable, and only when Minister Rossi got the wedding party settled down could he begin the service. The cheering when he eventually introduced Lord and Lady Black to the invited guests was thunderous. Back in London, another Minister of Magic was facing a crowd too. There might not have been thunderous applause, but with a public meeting, just having them listen to you was a bonus. Cornelius desperately needed to feed the British wizarding public a good news story on the run-up to Christmas, let them know that things were getting better. Ideally, he would have loved to release the news about the Longbottoms. Having a chat with Alice while she sat at her husband's bedside was simply amazing. With his shaky position at the moment, Cornelius simply couldn't afford to antagonize Augusta Longbottom by releasing the news before the family was ready for that step. Most of those who had dealt with Cornelius would be mildly surprised that he had a plan of his own. They would be utterly shocked that he had a plan B too. Cornelius began speaking about the changes currently underway at Hogwarts, now they had gotten rid of Dumbledore. Staff changes, course changes, these were all greeted with polite applause by those present. The minister of course knew it would be the next part that should generate the excitement he was after. It would appear Dumbledore was deliberately undermining the Muggle studies course taught there. The course hasn't been updated since before he became headmaster, and this dreadful oversight has left us woefully unprepared for dealing with Muggles in this country. As Minister of Magic, I couldn't allow this to continue. A new professor was appointed to totally revamp the course, and she approached the Potter Institute for help in this matter. Just the mention of the institute piqued everyone's interest in what Cornelius had to say next. He didn't disappoint. This will see Hogwarts teaching the exact same course as the Potter Institute, now called Modern Studies. Now, having all seen the institute's pictures in the press, your first thoughts will probably be the same as mine were: how will this be possible? An unbelievably generous offer from Lord Potter will see a brand new facility added to Hogwarts. This new addition will be designed and built by the same architect that produced the Potter Institute, the new Lady Black. Behind the minister, drawings of the new building were being displayed. Rather than going into great detail and risk losing his audience, Cornelius then invited the very same people to ask the questions they wanted answers to. The press section were all over that, sharing their amazement with their readers about how knowledgeable the Minister of Magic was on this subject. Being able to throw in the Potter name, and wildly estimate how much gold this project would cost him was the real kicker. Being able to show that Harry Potter had not abandoned them would be a real Christmas present for the vast majority of their readers. At their latest bolt hole, the newest edition of the Prophet certainly didn't generate the intended Christmas cheer amongst a particular quartet of Death Eater readers, quite the opposite. If it wasn't for the fact everyone considered them already dead, the more suspicious amongst the group might think the entire issue had been specifically designed by the Ministry with the intention of causing Bella's mercurial temper to spectacularly explode. She fumed while reading how Narcissa was now married to that betraying bastard Snape, and carrying the half-blood's child. The news that her already disgraced sister, Andromeda, was going to be teaching Muggle studies also added fuel to her temper. The real kicker though was that utter bastard Sirius, having the audacity to try and pass a squib off as the Lady Black. She was cursing up a storm, and swearing to painfully kill all of the Blacks. Only the projected date for the opening of this new building gave Bella something to focus on. Fudge will want to make a spectacle of its opening. The traitor Snape, his ch of a wife, my other ch of a sister, Sirius and his squib, even Potter, they'll all be there. Their stupid tournament, here is an occasion that will provide the targets we crave. It will also give you 3 time to plan how we get in there, cause murder and mayhem, and then get out. She stormed from the room, leaving the 3 Death Eaters left sitting there, and no doubt Bella didn't really care about the last part. Murdering as many as possible would be more important to her than escaping after springing the attack. Their world was rapidly changing around them. Bella would never accept those changes, appearing ready and willing to lay down her life in protest against those changes, in her own inimitable style of course. Rabaston, Rodolphus and Augustus were left with the task of plotting their extraction from the grounds of Hogwarts after the initial attack, or accepting going in that this was actually a mission they wouldn't be coming back from. Since none of them were ready to sign up for the latter, they had better get busy scheming. Their only certainty was that there would be no stopping Bella attacking this event. This was now personal for her, with all Bella's targets conveniently in the same place. Cedric was suffering from information and emotional overload. Everything he'd seen and heard about the Institute had in no way prepared Cedric for the experience of actually visiting the place. Case in point was their visit to the library during their tour. As Quidditch players, they had all seen the Quibbler pictures of the Institute's first Quidditch match. Here though was displayed a picture of their team, before the match. It was one figure in particular that caught Cedric's eye, and he had to check the names underneath to make sure he had the witch's identity correct. Indicating who he was commenting on, Cedric blurted out the first thing that came into his mind. I don't remember her smiling this much at Hogwarts. In fact, I don't remember her ever smiling at all. Fred couldn't resist. This isn't Hogwarts, Cedric, everyone smiles more here. His twin was of course quick on the uptake. Yeah, even Percy smiles since he came to the Institute. Since his elder brother was standing behind them smiling, the Weasley twins were actually being believed. It would appear absolutely everything was different here. As Cedric sat at dinner, her musical laughter entrapping him like a siren's song, before being interrupted by George politely nudging him in the ribs. We don't sit and stare at people here. If you want to get to know her, go over, introduce yourself, and ask if you can join their table. It happens every day here, almost every meal, so don't make a big thing out of it, because they won't. Fred also offered some advice. She's a lovely witch, and friends with practically everyone, including us. This is another benefit of our classes being so small. The slight downside to that is the staff miss nothing. Step out of line and the headmistress will be down on you like a ton of bricks. While agreeing with his twin, Fred didn't want that possibility putting Cedric off. We're all going to be busy from tomorrow, when the orphanage arrives. Tonight might be your only chance for a quiet chat. Percy then chipped in with some information his brothers didn't know. Miss Greengrass is not actually staying for the full holiday. Her father managed to arrange for Professor DeMarco to do some consulting work for him. He's hoping the professor will be able to offer advice on modernizing his businesses. Daphne and Astoria will accompany the professor back to Britain next week. Putting down his knife and fork, Cedric lifted his glass of juice and made his way over to the table that thankfully, due to most of the students heading home today, had a few empty seats. Hi, I'm Cedric. Do you mind if I join you? A smiling Daphne quickly answered the handsome seeker. Sure, grab a seat. We're all dying to know what's been happening in Hogwarts. Albus was determined that things were going to change around here. Stuck on his iron bed, with that metal not even allowing the comfort of a cushioning charm to be applied, his old body had developed sores. Since the iron room also prevented the use of healing magic, only lotions or potions would be effective in this location. The old wizard had developed a respectful fear of Mr. Smith, with only his mastery of occlumency ruling out Albus having his mind read. This didn't change the fact that Smith appeared to be, as unbelievable as that seemed, 2 steps ahead of him at every turn. Anything that Albus didn't understand, he couldn't control. Not being in control terrified Albus, and no matter what he tried, the old wizard couldn't wrestle the slightest smidgen of control over his current situation, or Smith. Today would be different. These sores were rapidly approaching the stage where he and they would need a healer's attention. Since this room appeared to be constructed primarily to avoid any magic being able to be performed within it, they would have to move Albus, and that would be his chance to escape. He would be forceful, he would play on Smith's humanity, he might even shed a few tears about really needing to see a healer, but this was Albus's moment. He had used his vast experience and carefully bided his time. That same mountain of experience was also screaming at Albus to make his move now. As he heard the locks on his cell door begin to disengage, Albus took a calming breath in preparation of pressing his case, only to discover all his preparations was for naught. A smiling John Smith entered the room with an unmistakable spring in his step. "Well, Albus, this is the last time we'll meet. I can't say it's been fun, what I can say is you're easily the darkest bastard ever to grace this room with their presence." Albus didn't care what else Smith said, he couldn't wait to get out of here. Again though, it appeared his adversary was once more a few steps ahead of him. A pair of burly gents were maneuvering what resembled an iron-hanging gibbet cage into the room, standing tall on a low-wheeled trolley. The gibbet, though newly manufactured, was obviously modeled on the medieval version that historically were used to seal convicted murderers inside, sometimes still alive, so the public could witness their punishment being carried out. Fear might be clutching at his old bones, but it was his anger that had Albus screaming his defiance. "This is outrageous. I won't play any further part in this. Who are you people? When the ICW discovers how I've been treated, it's you who will find yourselves stuffed into one of these appalling and barbaric cages." That calm voice that Albus had really come to detest once more interrupted him. "Albus, Albus, Albus. It would appear I will have to explain some of the changes that have happened since we've been having our little chats in here. Where to start might be the problem though. Let's see, you're no longer a Dumbledore, nor even a British citizen. The number of people after your blood are far too numerous to mention." The shock displayed on the old wizard's face couldn't be missed, so John went in for the kill. "I suppose the real kicker is Britain petitioning the ICW to have you declared a Dark Lord. With Italy, France and Bulgaria all throwing their full support behind that motion, it easily passed. That might seem shocking to you, but actually it's hardly surprising, considering how often you pulled the loyalty spells potions shit in your former home country. You see, when it was discovered that some of the ICW members were under charms or potions to be loyal to you, well, it meant the petition to declare you a Dark Lord was the most supported motion presented by the British in well over a century. As this move had been planned to the smallest detail, his 2 associates already had the cage open and were moving the instant John delivered the final verbal blow. Before he could even think to resist, a totally shaken Albus had been transferred into his new portable home. As expert hands secured that home around him, John got to say what Albus had immediately worked out, but couldn't yet control his shocked body enough to articulate. "Your case will be heard by the ICW, while you observe from your new portable prison. They are currently contacting whatever witnesses they wish to hear from, but you already know that you being declared a Dark Lord means you won't get to question these witnesses, or even offer a defense. You should know, since it was you who introduced and championed the Dark Lord protocols to the ICW. I can't help but wonder who you intended to use that specific protocol on, but I also can't help loving the poetic justice that sees this particularly disgusting piece of legislation used on the person who invented it." Due to his interrogations, John knew this was the old bastard's last line of defense for Harry Potter. Should the lad somehow defeat Voldemort and survive, Albus intended to use this legislation to have him declared a Dark Lord. With the sheer amount of witches and wizards spelt potion to be loyal to the old bastard, John could easily see that particular outcome coming to pass. He was absolutely delighted that the people above were now using Albus's own diabolical scheme against him. With news coming back to him too that Voldemort was really gone, and the Potter lad was rid of the terrible affliction the dark bastard had left behind that Halloween, this really was a joyous day for John. He actually felt dirty just being in the same room as this piece of filth, and absolutely agreed that Albus was the darkest of Dark Lords. The cage was designed to contain the prisoner in a standing position, but the old git's legs had collapsed as the once great wizard sobbed uncontrollably while being wheeled from the room. Albus simply couldn't believe what he was hearing. He knew there was absolutely no hope left for him now. Albus had written those protocols himself, specifically to strip any possibility of the accused even being allowed to legally defend themselves. Once you were officially declared a Dark Lord by the ICW, all your legal rights and entitlements were stripped away. All his grand schemes and underhand dealings were left about as much use to him as the shit being washed away in this room. Like that shit, his hopes just disappeared down a very deep drain. He wouldn't even be allowed to mention Horcruxes, or the fact that Potter actually still was one. Albus then had an emotional breakdown, unable to mentally cope with once more being so thoroughly outmaneuvered and totally defeated. Albus had moved people around like chess pieces to suit his needs for most of his life, never thinking that one day he might be faced by people who played the manipulation game better, and more ruthlessly, than he did. Only one word kept running through his now shattered mind: checkmate. John had faith in the people above him, the justice being handed down here just emphasized that. Faith was more than justified, and his superiors knew exactly what they were doing. Albus would never escape, and, with that last bit of hope crushed, John didn't think the old wizard would last long after receiving whatever totally deserved punishments were handed down to the ancient git. Albus simply had nothing left to live for. In stark contrast, a wizard who once thought he had very little left to live for was discovering just how wrong he had been. Standing shoulder to shoulder with his godson, they watched as the adorable Joan scattered rose petals in front of Francesca, as the bride walked down the aisle toward her soon-to-be husband. A beaming Sirius couldn't take his eyes of his beautiful bride-to-be, leaving Harry having to carry out his best man duties earlier than expected as his godfather needed to be nudged every time a verbal response was required for the ceremony. Only after Harry handed over the ring did Sirius manage the rest of his duties without prompting. He certainly didn't need to be told twice when it was time to key Francesca. While Harry, Hermione and Joan were all delighted for the newlyweds, those three members of the wedding party couldn't help but think of another wedding, one where they officially became a family. Their ages decreed that ceremony wouldn't be taking place anytime soon, but the decision of where to hold that wedding was made here today. The mere thought of Joan walking in front, while Dan led Hermione down the aisle toward him, had all of them wearing wide grins. Celebrating with the new Lord and Lady Black had placed grins on everyone's faces, though Emma and Dan's hugging of the trio confirmed their thoughts had drifted toward that future too. A wonderful meal followed before Harry had to get his head back in the game. He had a best man speech to give. Thankfully he'd enlisted Hermione's assistance to help him write it, so was confident it would be well received, except possibly by Sirius. The Hogwarts group stood and watched the chaos that ensued as the residents and staff of the Black Orphanage arrived at Pi. It only took a moment though for them to realize just how organized this chaos actually was. They then got a bit of an explanation from Daphne, who seemed delighted with the opportunity to talk with Cedric again. These kids spent part of the summer staying at Harry's house, along with his close friends. That's when they decided to adopt Joan. They've all known about this visit since before school started, and it's hard to tell from here who's most excited about their visit. This was true. From where they were standing it looked more like a large family all happily greeting each other, rather than a group of orphans visiting a school. It's not just because Hermione, her parents and Neville are on the board of the orphanage. Everyone who took part in looking after them over the summer was excited for their return visit. Harry says these are some of the young witches and wizards he built the institute for, children who wouldn't catch a break back in Britain. Every single one of them already has a place reserved here for them, and they know it. That might be why they're so excited to be here, but I think it's more to see again the people they met over the summer. Looking around, it was Alicia who just had to comment. I'm surprised there's no radio or press present, this is pure publicity gold. Again it was Daphne who supplied the answer. The institute was certainly offered piles of gold to allow that, but immediately refused. You might see a picture or two in the Quibbler After Christmas, which is owned by Luna's father, but that will be it. The only reason there was a radio broadcast from here was to try and take the pressure off Gringotts. They were being inundated by parents trying to get their children into the institute. They don't go looking for publicity here, it's just that people can't seem to get enough of hearing about our institute. With a shake of his head, Cedric just had to ask. How do you know so much about all this? Simple, Cedric, there really are no secrets here. The goblin you see over there greeting the children is the Potter accounts manager, Barchoke. He's a frequent visitor here, on the board of the orphanage, and Joan calls him her uncle. You can be sure he'll be sitting with us tomorrow for Christmas dinner, though might have a slightly different menu. Can you see any of that happening back in Britain? There was no time to answer that as the group began being introduced to the Institute's latest visitors. They were soon involved with getting the children organized for their stay. The youngest ones were back in the tents they'd loved at summer, only this time erected in a classroom. Those older children were staying in student accommodation, emphasizing what they had to look forward to in a few years. The Hogwarts visitors quickly found themselves caught up in the organized chaos, and actually enjoying it. That evening the planned barbecue was a roaring success. Even a couple of their younger visitors having to be fished out the pool didn't dampen the mood. It was a chuckling Fred who confirmed to the Hogwarts contingent this was normal. When we have the parents visiting, there's usually at least one younger sibling who can't resist the pool. Little Maggie Creevy loved getting magically pulled out of the water and being dried by a charm. She currently holds the record with jumping in 5 times over one weekend. His also chuckling twin looked around before confidently predicting that record would be broken during the orphanage's visit. Katie had noticed some younger kids around before the orphanage had turned up, and wondered if they had problems with the pool too. George was again confident in his answer. They live here, Katie, all year round. None of their parents even left for the holidays, so they're all well used to our pool. They even have swimming lessons in it twice a week, as part of their day classes. The institute is like one big family, and we all love it. With impeccable timing, Professor DeMarco interrupted their conversation. That's quite a recommendation there, George, but not quite true. I was supposed to be leaving with the Greengrass sisters, to visit their father's potion business. Daphne was quick to pick up on the supposed part. Has there been a change of plan, Professor? Yes, unavoidably I'm afraid. The ICW is proceeding with the trial of Albus Dumbledore, and I've been called to appear as a witness over what he did to the Longbottoms. Professor McGonagall has also been cited, with the headmistress being excused. They didn't want to pull too many institute staff away, knowing the kids from the Black Orphanage were visiting. It was Fred who asked the question they all wanted to know the answer to. Are Harry and Hermione being cited to give evidence? A smiling Rosa was able to put their minds at rest. Dumbledore is guilty of so many crimes, only a few are going to be gone into detail at his trial. Harry, Hermione and the Longbottoms are all being spared having to give evidence. Turning to Daphne, Rosa revealed why she came over. Can you please phone your father and explain about the change of plans? Probably better if you check with Astoria to work out what you two would like to do before you phone home. As she headed over to talk with her sister, Cedric was having a bit of a moment. Daphne can phone Britain and talk to her family. I saw them in the room we were given but I never put it together before. How do you get one of these back in Britain? We've got one at the Burrow, Mum loves it. The staff were all well aware Cedric was rather taken with the eldest Greengrass sister, so Rosa threw something into the cauldron that none of them had realized, far less even thought about. When Francesca gets the new non-magical building completed at Hogwarts, the students there will be able to phone any friends they have at the institute. This bomb dropped like it was full of smiling gas, as each person realized what that would mean to them personally. The links between the institute and Hogwarts began to strengthen right there and then. It was hard to tell if the children were this hyper because it was Christmas Eve, especially since they displayed the same level of excitement every day since their arrival. A friendly Quidditch match between the Institute and Hogwarts had their high-pitched voices screaming with excitement, Lee and Antonio's hilarious commentary helping to keep that excitement level bubbling away. Heading toward lunch, the arrival of Sirius and Francesca cranked that excitement up another notch. Hagrid's arrival almost started a riot. To be fair, it had been snowing heavily when Hagrid left his cabin and headed to the Hogwarts portkey point. With his hood up, his cloak, beard and hair full of snow, to a child Hagrid looked like a very tall version of Santa. With it being Christmas Eve, almost all the young children thought he'd simply arrived early. With his cloak removed, the warmth of Hagrid's welcome would soon have the snow melting from his person, if Minerva hadn't spelled it away, before hugging her huge friend. As old friendships were renewed, Hagrid finally got to talk with the people who'd invited him to spend Christmas here. A smiling young couple were soon engulfed in the tearful half-giant's gentle embrace. Joan stood waiting with the Grangers, before Hagrid dropped to his knees in front of them. "Ah, and, ye must be Joan. These two told me it would be worth comin' here just to meet ye, and, I've never known our Hermione here to be wrong about anything." It was a smiling Joan who held out her hand. "Pleased to meet you, Mr. Hagrid. Mum and Harry have told me so much about you." Hagrid held his hand out, and let the little girl rest hers on his much larger version. "Please, just Hagrid. Oh, I almost forgot in all this excitement, I brought a little something for ye." It wasn't just Harry and Hermione who looked on with a little trepidation as their largest friend went back to his cloak and searched through his deep pockets. Both were very relieved after instantly recognizing what Hagrid had returned with, fearing one of his misunderstood beasties might be making an unwelcome appearance here. Holding out his hand to Joan, the little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement at what was nestling in the palm of this massive hand. The little bundle of brown and white fur opened its eyes and proceeded to wag its tails as he spied Joan. "Oh, he's beautiful. Is he really for me?" As if answering Joan's question, the little pup roused itself and ambled to the edge of Hagrid's fingers and into the now speechless Joan's waiting arms. "He's a Cruppy, s.a. Krupp puppy. He's very smart, loyal and, if he likes ye, will be a friend fair life." Since the pup was currently cradled in Joan's arms, licking her face while wagging both tails like mad, everyone took it as settled that these two would soon be the best of friends. Harry knelt beside Joan too, and whispered to the happily crying girl. "The first time I ever met Hagrid, he gave me a present too. Hedwig has been with me every single day since." As if mentioning her name summoned the snowy owl, she glided in and landed on Harry's shoulder. The smart owl appeared to cock her head to the side, examining this new member of their family, before bobbing her head up and down and adding a bark to her obvious seal of approval. As Hermione introduced Hagrid to her parents, both were very conscious of their daughter telling them the large wizard was one of the gentlest souls she'd ever met. Dan couldn't help but feel relieved at that. Especially since neither he nor Emma could think of anything they had in their arsenal that could stop an angry Hagrid, should that ever become necessary. The longer they watched this gentle giant interact with their family though, the more they discounted that possibility and relaxed. They had spoken before with Hermione and Harry about this habit of compulsive situational threat assessment they'd both recently developed, not something that had ever concerned the former dentists before this summer. Hermione had hugged them both before confessing that she and Harry were the exact same, and that this habit increased at least tenfold where Joan was involved. Both were dismayed to learn Hermione thought this was something Harry would have in one form or another for at least decades, due to his childhood spent with the Dursleys and then Dumbledore's shenanigans during Harry's time at Hogwarts. Joan found her path to lunch blocked by a suspicious Crookshanks. The little girl confidently held her Cruppy toward the curious cat. This had Ron laughing. "Does this seem familiar? I remember getting Crookshanks to check Pig on the express back from Hogwarts." "Hey Harry, shouldn't it be institute policy that Crookshanks has to check any pets that get brought here?" A hand settled on Ron's shoulder as a smiling Hermione confirmed her familiar was already on the job. "This is where Crookshanks' family is, we don't need a policy to cover something he's already doing." Hermione was going to mention that they had all learned that lesson the hard way, but it was Christmas Eve, and there was a movie to watch after lunch. Pomona and Minerva sat either side of their large friend as Hagrid got his first taste of the Institute during lunch. "I've spent the last 50-odd Christmases at Hogwarts, but I've never felt anything like this. I think it's 'cause everyone actually wants to be here, instead o' simply having nowhere else to go. Sirius must have cut his honeymoon short to be here, now there's a hell o' a recommendation fair ye." Both witches couldn't help but laugh at that, and at Sirius's prank too. Remus was sitting having lunch with Gillian Green, when a large sprig of mistletoe appeared above their heads. Neither seemed to mind the resulting key, though it generated quite a reaction amongst all who witnessed it. As everyone began making their way to the cinema, Cedric was left wondering if his conjuring was up to creating mistletoe, but only if Daphne was sitting next to him. Joan said goodnight to everyone in their apartment before heading off to bed. Harry gave Hermione a few minutes to get Joan settled before going in to say goodnight. Hedwig was as usual perched on Joan's headboard while Crookshanks stretched out across the bottom of the bed. The Cruppy, named Patch by Joan, was snuggling into his new owner as Joan couldn't stop talking to Hermione. "Oh, I knew this was going to be my best Christmas ever. Just being here with you and Harry was enough to do that, but I never thought it would be this good. Hagrid looks so scary, yet is a very, very nice wizard. How did he know to pick Patch specially for me? You're right. Our friend Hagrid is a very nice wizard. He's also an expert with all types of animals. He chose 2 of the 3 animals in here now, and Crookshanks is so clever, he chose me himself." Harry now had his arms around Hermione from behind as he too answered Joan. "You have to remember, this is our best ever Christmas too, and you Joan Potter are a big part of that." She lay there almost glowing with happiness as both her favorite people wished her a good night. Joan didn't think she'd be falling asleep anytime soon, but wasn't bothered about that. She lay there bathing in an emotion the little girl didn't have any experience of before this summer, contentment. Cedric also got his Christmas present early, when Daphne confessed she and Astoria were now staying for the entire holidays, with their parents coming out here for a few days after Christmas, but before New Year. The Hufflepuff thought that news could have him conjuring mistletoe wandlessly, with how happy that made him. The former Slytherin though had other ideas, as it was her wand that created the mistletoe above their heads. Cedric was again reminded how different the Institute and its students were, before Daphne's key blew all thoughts of anything but this beautiful B** owned straight out of his head. It had been arranged that breakfast would be served first, before the presents would begin being distributed. The only exception to this rule being Joan, who had Patch sitting on her knee while she ate. As soon as breakfast was cleared away though, the tables groaned under mountains of presents. The sounds of tearing paper, squeals of delight and laughter rang around the Institute. There were soon bicycles, tricycles, sit-on toy cars, carts and even toy brooms whizzing around the pool area, with plenty people available to act as marshals and keep the traffic flowing safely. Minerva was keeping a close eye on everything, and everyone, while thinking just being involved in this made her feel so proud of the small part she played in helping organize these festivities. As an educator of many years standing, Minerva couldn't remember being busier, happier or more content with her life. She was about to discover some people didn't think the affect she'd had on their lives was small. The new Lady Black approached her and, after wishing each other a Merry Christmas, had a request for Minerva. "I've started some rough drawings for Harmonia and I'm looking for people to give me a bit of input, basically on exactly what they're expecting from the village. I'm asking you because we know you're planning to live there. I'm intending the process to be rather like the way things developed with the Institute, only I need a little more detail from you." It took a moment for Minerva to reply, as she struggled to understand the last part of that question. "Of course I'd be more than happy to help, but what details do you need from me? Simple things like, do you want a house, cottage or an apartment? How many bedrooms? What type of kitchen? Think of it as your wish list. Oh, and some former Gryffindors we both know and love intend to see those wishes come true. You tell me what you want, and where on the site you want it, and we'll make it happen." As the first tear escaped, Minerva looked over to where Sirius was following behind Joan on her little bike, not trusting her safety to the stabilizers or balancing charms. A basket had been hastily added between the bike's handlebars where Patch seemed to be enjoying the ride as much as Joan was. Watching as members of the current and former Gryffindor Quidditch team were doing a similar type of shepherding with the kids on toy brooms saw the rate of those tears increase. Tomorrow she would play her part in tearing down a wizard Minerva thought was a great and good man, someone she'd respected and followed for decades. Minerva now knew just how wrong her opinions were, and how a lot of those opinions were falsely manufactured and manipulated by an old bastard she'd considered a very good friend. Minerva was more than willing to do her bit in court tomorrow to see justice done. It was thinking about what all those years of being manipulated while under charms or potions might have cost Minerva that had her Highland temper running hotter than molten lava. Could Dumbledore's manipulations have possibly cost her a chance of a family of her own? Minerva had been under so many compulsions, over such a long period of time, the healer had said he was amazed that she could still function at all. It came as quite a shock then for Minerva to discover that, not only did she have a family, but that family forgave her actions while she suffered under Dumbledore's control and manipulations. Francesca led the now crying witch away in search of a cup of tea, or perhaps something a tad stronger. The Dark Lord was wheeled into a transparent booth, a booth that was charmed to allow sound in, but not out. Everyone inside the chamber would be able to see Albus, but not hear him. With the booth now sealed, the chamber doors opened, allowing the wizards to flood in. The hostility being directed toward the booth was as shocking as he'd planned it to be, only in those plans Albus wasn't the one in the booth. No, he would be the supreme mugwump, who just made her stately presence felt by her rather royal walk to her grand throne at the center of the chamber. Witches and wizards, we will now bring this extraordinary sitting of the International Confederation of Wizards to order. The wizard formerly known as Albus Dumbledore is with us today, not to face trial, but to hear testimony of his many, many crimes. The wizard is well aware of this process, since it was he who authored and championed it through this very chamber. The sheer amount of hostility within the chamber aimed at the booth was palpable, again everything was playing out as Albus has designed. How this piece of disgusting legislation ever made it into our laws will become clear as we proceed today. After his sentence is passed down, there is already a proposal to remove these protocols from our legislation. A task force is already being set up to look through all legislation passed while this wizard was a member here. This will be a massive task, only surpassed by an unsurprisingly similar task our British friends find themselves faced with. The first person called to give testimony against Albus was his brother. The medical reports indicated Aberforth Dumbledore had been under the influence of constant compulsion charms since his late teens. Abe's description of how Albus used a lover's tiff with Gellert Grindelwald to murder their magically damaged sister, Ariana, drew gasps of shock from those members in the chamber. The packed public section had to be threatened with being evicted before they calmed down enough to allow Abe to continue. His brother then proceeded to tell the chamber how Albus had basically ruined his life, using spells and compulsions to destroy his credibility, so no one would believe Aberforth's claims that Albus had murdered their younger sister. Those spells had to be repeatedly recast on Abe over many decades, basically isolating him from mainstream wizarding community for his entire life. Before Abe left the witness stand, he stared right through his broken brother. Albus could only nod. Aberforth had finally gotten the justice he desired, though it felt more like revenge to the brother in the booth. Before Minerva stood to give her testimony, again a healer's report was read, leaving no one in any doubt of Albus's crimes against this witch. Minerva highlighted Albus casting charms on her to basically do his job at Hogwarts, while he swanned around pretending to have 3 full-time jobs. His tendency to use Hogwarts as his own personal fiefdom was also accomplished by liberal use of his wand on anyone who disagreed with him. Minerva highlighted that a professor possessed by Voldemort was teaching defense for a full year. It couldn't be coincidental that this was the same year Albus hid the Philosopher's Stone inside Hogwarts, a decision that led directly to a death at the school. Allowing a dark artifact to control a pupil, who released a 60-foot basilisk within the school was yet another case of criminal negligence highlighted by the former deputy. The revelation that some students were left in a petrified state for over 6 months by the former headmaster again focused a ton of ire in Albus's direction. After spending a year with Dementors surrounding the castle, I found that my treatment of certain students in my care was simply wrong, on so many levels. I asked our school healer if I could be referred to St. Mungo's. You all heard the report that was read out before I took the stand. The next witness surprised Albus, simply because he was sure he'd never seen this wizard in his life before. Turned out he hadn't, but this highly respected Italian mind healer soon piled on the pain. He was clearly incensed about what Albus had done to a young witch in his care, altering her memory to cover up the fact there had been a basilisk roaming around Hogwarts, with no thought given to the mental health of this innocent young girl. The Italian ministry had been required by their laws to remove this child from her situation, though thankfully all sides were now working together for the benefit of this child. Albus thought memory charming the Weasley witch was a trivial matter, but it was clear the chamber didn't agree. Almost all had children of their own, and some even grandchildren. Albus simply didn't understand that no parent would ever stand by and let some amateur mess with their child's mind. Once again Albus didn't recognize the next witness. Hearing that she was an Italian potions mistress explained that, discovering that she taught potions at Potter's Institute meant this wasn't going to be good news either. I would just like to say up front what this wizard did in this case is the most despicable and disgusting use of potions I've ever heard of. The Longbottoms were a husband and wife team of British aurors. They excelled at their job and were a highly respected team, receiving honors for their bravery and dedication to duty. After an incident that saw them suffering prolonged bouts of the torture curse, they were admitted to St. Mungo's Hospital, spending over a decade in the spell damage ward. Rosa needed to stop for a drink of water, before she could continue with the next part of her evidence. The potions they were being administered at St. Mungo's were actually designed, by the wizard in the booth, to keep both in an almost vegetative state. On breaking down the components of this potion, an antidote was brewed, but it didn't work. You see, this wizard had infused the potion with his magic, meaning only stronger magic could free them from their potion prison. I'm delighted to report we accomplished that task, and the entire Longbottom family sat down together to enjoy their Christmas dinner at the Potter Institute. A stunned Albus couldn't believe this witch had deconstructed and then brewed an antidote to his potion, or that anyone else was magically stronger than him and able to release the Longbottoms. He also couldn't believe the applause this witch was receiving, but at least he recognized the next witness. Once again a healer's report was read out. That the British Minister of Magic had so many spells cast upon his person once more saw the chamber vent its considerable outrage in Albus's direction. Cornelius calmly explained that he was beginning to suspect the old wizard was playing fast and loose with his wand, so took steps to protect himself. The minister readily admitted being outraged to discover he was right, but then horrified when the reality of just how prolifically fast and loose the old wizard had been with his compulsion and loyalty charms began to unfold. The minister really did paint a horrific picture of just what Dumbledore had been up to, and admitted that it would take years before they could ferret all the harmful legislation he'd steered through the Wizengamot, the very same Wizengamot he'd personally compromised to aid his aims. The main reason we handed the prisoner over to stand trial at the ICW is that we still have no idea how many backdoors he deliberately inserted into our laws. There would have been lynch mobs at the ministry if the wizard formerly known as Albus Dumbledore had gained his freedom on a technicality, one he specifically placed there for that purpose. He has proved time and time again that he can't be trusted, and truly believes he's exempt from the laws the rest of us live our lives by. To protect our world, and its citizens, this wizard should never see the light of day again. Albus had known what his sentence would be from the moment Smith broke the news he'd been declared a Dark Lord. Hearing the Supreme Mugwump pass that life sentence of solitary confinement though added the touch of finality to the situation. He never noticed the booth opening, and barely registered the sting of a needle on his hip. An unconscious Albus was wheeled from the chamber, still in his iron cage. The Snape family were listening to Dumbledore's trial, which was being broadcast live to most corners of the world. As Albus was being led away, Severus switched the radio off. He had no interest in listening to some commentator spouting rubbish about something they knew nothing about. An exasperated Draco couldn't hold his silence any longer. That's it. There's no more. They didn't even mention Potter, and we all know he started this entire thing. Narcissa huffed in Draco's direction. The further into her pregnancy she traveled, the further away Patience seemed to be. Think, Draco. This was nothing more than a carefully planned and perfectly orchestrated political exercise to put that old git away for good. The French and Bulgarians just wanted their champions out of the Triwizard, and Dumbledore punished. The Italians wanted their pound of flesh, so were able to promote their potions mistress and healers, while royally sticking it into the old git at the same time. Severus took over from his wife. Fudge didn't want to shoulder the cost or responsibility for getting Albus to trial, and containing him for the rest of Dumbledore's life would have been a nightmare. Potter has now rid us of 2 Dark Lords, there was no need nor appetite to drag him into this. Fudge wouldn't want anything to jeopardize our new Muggle studies building, and Potter's Institute is such an international boon to the Italian ministry they wouldn't allow his participation, unless Potter wanted to. Knowing Potter, Draco was confident that would be the last thing he would volunteer for. Deciding to change the subject, As to not upset his mother further, Draco threw something out there that was sure to get a discussion going. Is DeMarco really that good a potions mistress? Watching as her two wizards discussed their favorite subject put Narcissa into a reflective mood, sitting wondering if next year could be as bad as this one. Considering she was sitting here, carrying her new husband's baby, Narcissa thought she would have to use a different word than bad to describe the last 12 months. The three Gryffindor chasers were standing outside the twins' room, hoping to go along to breakfast with them. It soon became obvious why their repeated knocks were going unanswered, as the twins in question were part of a family group slowly shuffling their way along the corridor. That both Fred and George looked knackered, and were sweating buckets saw more than a few questions heading their way. Those questions were eventually answered by Millie, wearing a wrap over her swimsuit while helping her clearly exhausted betrothed along the corridor. These three decided they ate far too much yesterday, so joined Harry and Dan in the gym for a workout session this morning. It's been a few weeks for all of them since they last trained, while Harry and Dan work out every day. A shower and breakfast should see them refreshed and ready to face the rest of the day. When asked about her own attire, Millie easily explained. When not training on Harry's beach, he and Dan use the gym here. Hermione and Emma prefer to take their exercise in the pool. I love swimming too, so join them as often as I can. No one can keep up with the four of them though. It was a baffled Katie who asked the obvious question. Why did they train so hard? Leaning on his betrothed, Ron had regained enough breath to answer that. At the start of the summer, Harry and Hermione portkeyed back to his villa covered in blood. It wasn't theirs. Death Eaters had attacked the Grangers in their own home. Lucius Malfoy's death had been reported back in Britain. Thanks to the Prophet though, details of his actual demise had been sketchy to begin with. An article printed in the Quibbler had certainly added more truth to the matter, though their friend's involvement in it was not mentioned in great detail. That House Potter declared blood feud on the houses of Malfoy and Parkinson had grabbed all the headlines back home. On his birthday, Harry again arrived there bloody, only this time he was the one doing the bleeding. Harry took a curse to his shoulder, saving Sirius's life in the Wizengamot chamber. The curse was intended to kill his godfather. At Halloween the four of them raced out of the Institute to save our father from Voldemort, rescuing him and sending Granny V packing. Let's not forget the tournament at Hogwarts, and all that's in the last 6 months alone. That's why they trained so hard, to be ready for whatever comes next. Ron felt a hand on his shoulder, giving a supporting squeeze for his explanations. He turned his head to discover Harry and Hermione standing beside him. Harry appeared just as sweaty as the trio of Weasleys, but in nowhere near their state of distress and exhaustion. Hermione was in similar attire to Millie and smiled as her betrothed spoke with their friends. You three did really well in the gym today. Dipping in and out of training more frequently will certainly improve your fitness, without feeling like you're about to keel over any second. The twins managed a grin, or grimace, at that before Harry addressed his former Chaser teammates. The children will be returning back to London before New Year. Give everyone at the Institute the chance to prepare for the new term. You have the option of joining them, to spend New Year with your families, or staying here and portkeying back to Hogwarts for the opening feast. Taking over seamlessly, Hermione continued with their offer. You are all staying in guest quarters, which won't interfere with getting the Institute ready for our returning students. We also want to arrange a trip to Naples, to give you the full Institute experience. With all three Weasleys, and Millie too, heartily recommending that option, the trio of Chasers quickly agreed, and promised to pass that news around the rest of the Hogwarts visitors. As the group broke up, Harry couldn't help but smile at Hermione's comment over their rings. I don't think they'll have any trouble convincing Cedric to stay longer. Harry's reply had both of them smiling as they headed back to get their showers and collect Joan. I don't expect them to have trouble convincing anyone visiting from Hogwarts to stay longer. As the trio of Gryffindor chasers made their way toward breakfast, Katie was left shaking her head. I just can't get my head around the fact that's the same shy, skinny boy we've played Quidditch with for the last 3 years. It was Alicia who was now shaking her head at that remark. Probably because it's not. You could see the difference in Harry at the end of summer term. Standing up to Dumbledore, McGonagall and Snape was where it started. While partly agreeing with her teammates, Angelina had a slightly different take on events. I think it was getting betrothed to Hermione that drastically changed both of them, for the better. Watching them with Joan brings a lump to my throat every time. The three of them clearly adore each other. Neither witch could disagree with that, and breakfast called for the trio of hungry witches. The idea of spending extra time at the institute almost had them too excited to eat, almost. Cho was having a miserable holiday, with thoughts of Cedric being her ex-boyfriend, while also being in another country, keeping her squarely locked into that miserable mood. That misery though was massively increased when she laid eyes on the latest edition of the Quibbler. There were a couple of pages featuring pictures of the children from the Black Orphanage Christmas visit to the Potter Institute. All the children appeared to be having a wonderful time and, while the institute looked fabulous, its owner appeared nowhere in any of the pictures. What really reduced Cho to tears was recognizing her former boyfriend in the corner of one of the featured pictures. There, plain as day in the background, was the handsome Cedric with his arm around a simply stunning B***owned witch. The pair obviously didn't know the picture was being taken, as both were far too interested in each other, oblivious to everyone else and their surroundings. That she'd rather publicly attempted a very large slice of emotional blackmail on Cedric, if you go to Italy then we're over, that he'd gone to the institute anyway was quite humiliating enough for the teenage witch to suffer through. She'd thought Cedric was special, possibly even, the one. Why she'd stupidly decided to play silly games with their relationship was a mystery to her now. Cedric was originally prepared to give the institute a miss and take her to the Triwizard Ball, only that event being changed to a summer date saw him accepting the institute's offer to spend the holiday in Italy. Cho knew Cedric was a very honorable wizard, he would never have been flirting with another witch if she was still his girlfriend. The fact that she had foolishly broken up with Cedric at Hogwarts, because he wouldn't spend the holidays at home, certainly led directly to his picture in the press with another witch. This fact though took Cho's public loss of face to an entirely different level altogether. This was not now confined to Hogwarts because Cedric's scandalous actions while in Italy had just been published nationwide. Where was the angst-ridden wizard who'd just been dumped by his very pretty girlfriend? The wizard pictured in the Quibbler bore no resemblance to Cho's expectations. Cedric clearly didn't appear to be suffering from a broken heart. On their return to Hogwarts, Cho had originally been prepared to take Cedric back, after he'd publicly apologized and groveled a bit first. Her tears began to fall in earnest as the realization of the situation she now faced hit hard. Her dreamed-of scenario of reluctantly letting her ex-boyfriend come back to her looked more and more likely to remain just a dream she once had. She could now only hope the picture didn't tell the story Cho thought it did, that Cedric was now in a relationship with another witch. Dumped and publicly humiliated, twice, in such a short space of time was a lot for any young witch to take. The students returning to Hogwarts from the Potter Institute found themselves under siege from barrage after barrage of questions from friends desperate for information. The institute visitors were beginning to think their fellow Hogwarts students had spent the entire return journey from London on the express compiling lists of questions to be asked about their holiday to Italy. By port keying back to the castle from Italy, they had at least avoided being grilled for hours on the train. They were paying for it now however as the questions just kept coming. Every time one of them answered a question though, it seemed to generate at least 4 others. Cedric was astonished to discover the entire school knew about his new girlfriend. Daphne had said yes when he asked her on New Year's Eve. Spending a day in Naples, being led around with Daphne on his arm, was one of the most spectacular events of Cedric's life. Being accompanied by Astoria and the girl's parents just added to the occasion. Cedric was actually relieved he wasn't the only one in their group of 5 whose mind was totally blown. There was no hiding the pride that both Greengrass parents had in the way their daughters were dealing with everything their new school expected of them, even using their still basic Italian skills when the situation called for it. Details of Cedric's intensive interrogation at the Hufflepuff table quickly spread around the Great Hall. Very few had recognized the smiling B***owned Cedric had his arm around in the Quibbler picture. Discovering it was Daphne Greengrass was certainly a shock. That Cedric had also met her parents in Italy was a shock of far greater magnitude. This alluded to a far more serious dating situation than was first thought. Meeting the parents of a witch you wanted to date was considered a big deal in pure-blood society. The rabid seeking of news from the institute had to be put on hold however, as Headmaster Snape stood and began announcing the changes that would soon be happening at Hogwarts. Hearing that Lady Black had visited Hogwarts, and had a firm date for the work on the new Muggle Studies building beginning, perked up everyone in the hall. Cedric could hardly wait to send an owl to Daphne, via Gringotts, with the news they should be able to call each other on the phone at the start of April. Then again, their experience of the Institute suggested that news would be announced there soon too. There didn't appear to be any secrets at the Institute, and the front page of tomorrow's Prophet would explain why they didn't hear this news before leaving Italy. That Cedric never even glanced in her direction once during the feast told Cho her emotional blackmail gamble had spectacularly backfired on her. She tried putting food in her mouth and chewing, so as not to be seen moping. Being one half of Hogwarts' top power couple also came with some disadvantages. Everyone wanted details of their really public breakup. That everyone should have been talking about how she and Cedric looked so good together, opening the dancing at the Yule Ball, just rubbed salt into a wound that wasn't going to heal anytime soon. The heartbreak of now knowing she had so stupidly lost Cedric left Cho just wanting the feast to be over. She currently craved nothing more than getting to her dorm and shutting the rest of the world out. There, behind the closed and silenced curtains of her bed, Cho could use that privacy to finally give free rein to her anguish and cry bucketloads of tears. The front page of the Daily Prophet led with a quite iconic picture, featuring the Minister of Magic, the new Hogwarts headmaster, the architect who was now Lady Black and Professor Tonks, the new head of Modern Studies. That all four were standing smiling at the site where the new Modern Studies building would be erected left no doubt in readers' minds that those smiles were genuine. That Hagrid's hut could be glimpsed in the background fixed the location for anyone who had even visited Hogwarts, never mind attending that school for wizards and witches. The drawing of what the new facility would look like, along with a timetable for its construction and completion, explained why all four people in the picture were wearing genuine smiles. To most of the paper's loyal readers, who usually believed everything printed on each page, there was a sense of disbelief that this was actually possible, especially within the timeframe quoted by the Prophet. It was another group of four who were excitedly studying this information. However, at the moment, only Bella was smiling. We have a date, and a location. Now all we need is a plan. The silence Bella's declaration caused dragged on, becoming uncomfortable before Augustus felt he simply had no choice but to speak up, however dangerous that might turn out to be with the mercurial Mrs. Lestrange involved. I think we need an objective first, that will determine whatever our plans are. What are our objectives here? What do we hope to achieve with this attack? These are things that need to be decided before we can even begin to plan. Is this one last hurrah for the Death Eaters, where we kill as many as possible before being taken out ourselves? Personally, I would vote against a suicide mission, but will stand with you three if that's the decision reached here. The silence this time was total and prolonged. No one dared to interrupt as they could all see Bella mentally working through the process of reaching a decision that would shortly affect all of their lives. While killing as many unworthy witches and wizards as possible was certainly appealing to the Dark Witch, Bella eventually decided that simply wouldn't inflict enough pain on British magical society. She wanted much, much more. They four had suffered for over a decade in Azkaban, and were suffering still. Being forced to live as muggles was certainly painful. She wanted to extract some payment for that. Their suffering should be the stuff of nightmares and eventually passing into legend. After coming to that conclusion, figuring out who should pay was the easy part. Potter, it all comes back to that little bastard. Since that horrendous Halloween our master was unbelievably defeated by a toddler, our entire world dramatically shifted because of that one terrible event. Even those cowards who denounced our master, and shifted gold around to avoid Azkaban, eventually paid a horrible price for being Death Eaters. We four are the last of our proud blood crusade still standing. Taking a disgusted look around at the way they were forced to live, simply to avoid being detected by the Ministry, Bella spoke straight from her heart. We're still suffering today, and that's exactly what I want for Potter. Not to kill him, that's too quick, too clean, but to leave him suffering enough pain that he would eventually wish for the release of death. I think that should be our objective, our aim, to take down the person who ultimately symbolizes the oppression to our pure blood philosophy. How we accomplish that, I will leave up to you three wizards. We have a few months to come up with a plan that accomplishes those aims. As living or dying is not as important as achieving our goal. Rabastan immediately thought he had the answer to the first part, destroying Potter. Take away his family, his mudblood, and that little orphan girl who now calls herself a Potter. This was met with nods of agreement, but his brother added something else to their wish list of aims. Snape deserves a killing too, that traitorous bastard played us all for fools. While no one disagreed with that as a worthy goal, Augustus was still trying to conjure up an objective that didn't see the four of them dead at the end of whatever mission they decided on. A smile spread on his lips as Augustus thought he just might have thought of one. I wonder how Potter would react to his little orphan being kidnapped right from under his nose, by Bellatrix Lestrange. Think of the mental agony, not knowing if the girl was actually being tortured, or even if she was still alive. We could increase and prolong that agony by sending him the occasional body part from his little orphan. Being helpless to stop this, and knowing this was directed at him because of his actions against Death Eaters, would surely end Potter's relationship with his betrothed. This brought nods of agreement from all three Lestranges. Bella especially appeared to love that idea. Augustus wasn't finished though, not by a long shot. I agree that slowly but steadily destroying everything in his life that he cares about is a far better revenge. Killing Snape, the Minister of Magic, and the squib who calls herself Lady Black should create enough of a diversion so Bella has a shot at snatching the little witch. It should only take a few seconds to drop whatever disguise you choose and then let people witness the dreaded Bellatrix Lestrange snatch the little Potter by ch. It wasn't long before, like the picture they'd been studying all morning, the only remaining Death Eaters left in Britain wore genuine smiles too. Now they had an agreed-upon objective, all they had to do was plan on how to achieve their aims. At first, Albus considered his new accommodation rather luxurious, considering he'd been officially declared as a Dark Lord. After being strapped onto an iron table, enclosed in a tiny iron box they'd called a room, almost anything else would seem like luxury. Having a bed, pillow and blanket certainly went a long way in pulling Albus out from the funk he'd spiraled into after his conviction, especially after not being allowed to defend himself in any manner whatsoever. Having his own plan rather brilliant turned against him had certainly added another layer of hurt to the situation. Here though Albus even had a facility that allowed him to relieve himself like a civilized person, rather than having to soil himself and then suffer the indignity of those ice-cold jets of water, cleaning his person. Even the fact that everything in the room was brilliant white was rather comforting, after the drab, rusty cell he'd so recently occupied. However, the reality of his new situation soon began to bear down heavily on Albus. Yes, the room was bright but it never darkened. 24 hours a day, the brightness, like everything else in his new life, remained exactly the same. The food simply appeared in his windowless room and wasn't terrible, though bland, and so far every meal had been identical, at least they weren't going to starve him. What was really getting under Albus's skin though was the isolation. He was a wizard who'd thrived on contact and interacting with others, denying the old wizard any contact from outside these four walls was pure. Times a day a guard would check he was still alive. This check consisted of peering through a panel that opened, allowing the guard to look into the cell through a thick glass pane. This check never lasted longer than 10 seconds, and the guard never spoke or displayed any emotion, despite all of Albus's increasingly desperate efforts to engage them in conversation. These very brief interruptions were his only contacts with another being, though it barely qualified to be termed as contact. This form of almost polite containment, where they cared for the needs of his body but kept Albus in total isolation, was rapidly taking a toll on his mental health. He'd spent his life manipulating people to get what Albus Dumbledore wanted, for the greater good of course. Here though was a situation totally out with all of Albus's previous experiences. He had no wand to cast any spells and no potions to surreptitiously apply to his unsuspecting victims. He couldn't even get information, never mind persuade someone to help. When the old wizard actually found himself missing his chats with Smith, then Albus knew he was in trouble. The downward spiral his sentencing had sent him into was beginning to seem like nothing next to the potential his current circumstances had to cumulatively affect his mental health. Albus couldn't believe that reputations he'd spent over a century carefully cultivating could be torn down so effectively and completely. In such a short space of time everything that had mattered to him had been utterly destroyed. Those who once called him friend or colleague couldn't wait to distance themselves from the old wizard. Any that weren't potioned or spelled now thought they were incredibly lucky, rather than just admitting they bought into Albus's line of bullshit so completely that nothing else was necessary to gain their total cooperation. It wasn't just the speed of his downfall that had terrified Albus, the manner it had been accomplished had left him powerless to fight against the tidal wave that simply overwhelmed the grand life and reputation he had built for himself. Albus considered himself one of the greatest minds alive, yet his destruction appeared to have been orchestrated by people who not only seemed to be at least 3 moves ahead of him, but also knew every one of his deepest and darkest secrets. That they then told the entire bloody world, in excruciatingly truthful detail, about things they had no right to know were the final nails in his reputation's coffin. While he was technically still alive, Albus Dumbledore had effectively already been buried, unloved and unmourned. With physically escaping from this situation simply not an option, the dawning realization that the next time the door opened would be to take his dead body out of it was the final blow to any optimism he had left. The old wizard spent ages searching through his vast accumulated knowledge for an answer to his problems. Albus really had nothing else to do. Those searches were of course in vain, and proving counterproductive to his state of mind. Reviewing his memories weren't exactly easing his stress levels as spending hour after hour pondering, what if, with every decision he'd made in the last century was leaving Albus spending more and more time in an almost trance-like state. In his rarer and rarer moments of lucidity, the old wizard could easily see himself slipping away a little more each day, with nothing available to simulate his mind and help fight against this malaise of indifference. He could foresee in his future where his tenuous grip on reality could eventually loosen, and Albus understood there was only one destination on this single track. These conditions had him locked onto. The greatest mind in wizarding history, Albus Dumbledore, seemed inevitably headed slowly to the state of madness. To escape the painful torture of total isolation, where his only occupation was to sit and reflect on the slow realization of the many mistakes he'd made in his life, the surrendering of his intellect into total madness began appearing more and more like an attractive option to Albus. At the institute, things quickly returned to normal, with the only event on the school's calendar for this month being January's parental visit. Plans were already being made to contact next term's Muggle-born potential students. A home visit by Minerva, accompanied by Dan or Emma, would immediately follow a letter offering their son-daughter a place at the institute. Minerva would deal with their introduction to magic, while either of the Muggle studies professors would use a laptop to offer an introduction to the institute. It was thought having these prospective students, and their families, visit the institute while classes were running would be a far better advert for the institute, rather than the alternative of showing them around an empty school during the summer holidays. A free weekend visit to Italy was also a big draw to the Muggle-born families. A Friday in May had already been penciled into the institute's calendar for the start of this event. There would be 3 students attending from the Black Orphanage, so once the total number of Muggle-born could be established and locked down, only then would applications be accepted from other potential British first-year witches and wizards. Those eligible who already had siblings attending the institute would also place high on the list, just below the first 2 groups. It was also decided the institute's term would begin on the Friday nearest the 1st of September, rather than slavishly sticking to that date. This would allow new students to get settled on the Friday, with uniforms, wands, books and materials, and also arranging their accommodation within the institute. Saturday would be spent allowing older students to confirm their course choices with timetables handed out on the Sunday and classes then starting on the Monday. The main focus of the institute though soon switched to preparing their first pair of students who were scheduled to sit the more difficult and demanding European OWL exams. Rather than feeling the pressure, Fred and George were thriving in their new environment. Being trusted with arranging the fireworks display on the last night of the orphanage's visit was a tremendous responsibility for the pranksters. Working on this project with Mooney was not only a privilege but an absolute joy. The twins reckoned it would be a given that the children would love their fireworks, that the adults were amazed and delighted with their efforts was something of a surprise. That both their parents proclaimed they were very proud of them was more akin to a shock than a surprise. With all the staff of the institute helping with their studies, Fred and George knew they could never give less than their best during their OWLs, with all students of the institute expected to do the same during their time at school in Italy. Having their friends visiting over the holidays had been great. They'd originally been surprised at the twins' new more mature attitude, that was until they spent some time staying with them here. After their visit to Naples, the three chasers were discussing whether they could apply to be part of the new first-year intake. The possibility of going back to the beginning of their education didn't seem to faze them, all three saying they would be extremely happy having to spend the next 7 years here. Neither Fred, George nor Lee could work out if the witches were serious or not, with Lee more than willing to get in on the act too if they were. Harry and Hermione adapted easily to the new addition to their family. With both their familiars, Dobby and Sirius available to help too, Patch fitted right in with the rest of them. Joan clearly loved Patch from the moment she laid eyes on the Cruppy. It was also blindingly obvious that Patch simply adored his little mistress, and that endeared the pup to everyone else. It was having no one trying to murder or control them that the young couple found to be strange and unusual. With 2 Dark Lords dealt with, and the British Ministry of Magic desperate to play nice as Hogwarts really needed a Muggle studies building, there were currently no threats against them on the horizon. Both Barchoke and Amelia had reminded the couple that there had been no investigation into Azkaban's destruction, and at least one member of the Lestrange family was still alive. Amelia had also uncovered a report of a Death Eater attack in Europe, with even the Dark Mark being cast. While this news was disturbing, there was nothing to link these people or acts to them and no details of any potential danger of attacks. Anyone targeting the Institute itself would be in for a shock, of the not even being able to find it variety. The threat of Death Eaters trying to snatch students from Naples was so low it had been dismissed. Death Eaters would stand out like sore thumbs in both the magical and Muggle sections of Naples, and the Italian ministry always had an increased aura presence on official Institute visit days. Every student who left the Institute also carried a bound and linked emergency portkey, with the wards not only stunning but also capturing anyone who tried to abduct a student or use that as a method of entry past the wards. No, Harry and Hermione would always be vigilant, but there were currently no viable threats against them, their family or the Potter Institute, its students and staff. The young betrothed couple were now free to look forward and make plans for their dreams to become a reality. Those plans were being discussed amongst themselves, based on information Remus had quietly gotten from the Italian ministry. The excitement between the couple was simply magical as they tried to get their preparations at a stage where they could tell others of their intentions. As Lord Potter, and head of my house, getting married at 16 won't present any problems with the ministry. The minister himself has already offered to officiate at the ceremony, a ceremony that would be over a year away. They were deliberately speaking their thoughts, letting their excitement build. I can legally marry at 17, or 16 with my parents' permission. I can't see Mum or Dad objecting if we marry next August instead of September. We can marry, go on our honeymoon and be back for the start of our 6th year. An engagement ring for my 16th birthday, and married the following summer. The keying that followed Hermione's suggestion was so tender that no other words were needed. Yes, they were moving their timetable forward a year, but it was legal, so why not? Dan and Emma's permission was needed to hold their wedding in the August, but they could legally wed 6 weeks later without it, but during term time. Neither teen could see them objecting to this. Hermione expected her mother to go straight into wedding planning mode. To stop themselves getting caught up in the moment, and possibly exceeding their self-imposed limits, the exceedingly happy couple moved on to the next item on their to-do list. They needed to sort out this year's summer holidays, with Harry adamant that they and the Institute staff definitely deserved one. The only thing I want on the Institute's calendar is the orientation weekend for our 20 new first years. The staff have worked incredibly hard since last summer, and I think a visit to Ambrosia before the next term starts should definitely happen again. Hermione loved that idea, and tried to add some flesh to their own summer plans. If we go on holiday in July, that leaves us August to hang out with our friends, arrange for the orphanage to have a holiday too and be available for the first year visit, with Ambrosia's a few days later. While both were in agreement and excited for the approaching summer, it was the following summer that easily still held most of their focus. Dobby quietly appeared before the teens knew they actually needed him. Dobby can arrange for dinner to be held here tomorrow night. Will the invitation be for just Little Miss and the Grangers, or would you like me to invite the Blacks too? Remus is visiting London for the weekend, or should that be Miss Green he's visiting? Neither teen thought there was a snowball in hell's chance of the Grangers saying no to Hermione and Harry getting married, and Joan was sure to be as excited as them, so decided to turn it into a family party. Sirius and Francesca would be getting invited too. This news would spread around the institute like wildfire, but neither team cared. They could have another dinner for their friends the following night, with Ron, Neville, Luna and Millie all already earmarked by the couple to officially be part of their wedding. Harry had a thought that was so powerful, Hermione could easily experience it too. An ecstatic Joan was leading the which she called Mum down the rose-petal-covered aisle toward the wizard she would soon call Dad. That this was all three of their dreams tied up in one moment had tears of joy running down both of their cheeks. In what was now a rare moment of reflection, Harry wondered how the scared and lonely little boy, locked in his cupboard, came to have all this and be so amazingly happy. He didn't really need to wonder as Hermione wrapped him in her arms as the love and reassurance flowed between them. This is forever, love. Me, you, our family and friends. We've struggled to get here, and will certainly face more challenges as we go through life together. We'll face those challenges together, as a family, and come through to the other side. Harry keyed the witch who meant the world to him. The day you popped into that train compartment, asking if we'd seen a toad, was the day my life began to change. You even fixed my glasses. My life changed that day too. I met a boy so kind and brave that he jumped on a mountain troll's back to save me. How could I possibly say no when he asked me to be his, in front of your mother too? I love you, Harry, and next summer simply can't come quickly enough. Their rings allowed the couple to converse while still keying, so that's what they did. Cornelius, hearing that the new building at Hogwarts was structurally finished, quickly arranged an invitation that saw him arriving after dinner to see for himself exactly what all this fuss was about. Severus and Andromeda escorted the minister to the new building, keen to show off the centerpiece of their plan to keep Hogwarts open, and ensure all three of them still had their jobs come September. The first shock Cornelius received was the covered walkway leading to the new building, the second was the number of students already using the walkway, clearly heading for the new facility. His first sight of the actual building was another shock to his system, or rather the 6 red telephone boxes lined up alongside the strange-looking building. Do the students need to use these too? Enter the building. It was Andy who took up the explanation. No, these are genuine Muggle telephone boxes, containing actual working telephones. We know the Institute students actually have telephones in their rooms, that's simply not possible at Hogwarts. This though gives our students an opportunity to phone families, friends and, in Mr. Diggory's case, his girlfriend in the Institute. Severus was nodding along with the professor in charge of what was quickly becoming Hogwarts' pride and joy, and it wasn't even fully operational yet. It would seem the latest fad for purebloods is to have a Muggle telephone in their homes. Sitting in your comfiest chair, sipping your favorite tipple, while talking on the telephone is a lot more practical than getting on your knees and sticking your head into a fireplace. It's also made a tremendous difference to the older Muggle-born students still at Hogwarts. Continuing their twin attack, Andy also explained the educational benefits. We have a change machine that exchanges our coins for Muggle currency, forcing our students to learn and handle the correct coins needed to make calls. This should allow them to use any telephone box in Britain, as they will be the exact same as these ones here. The minister could clearly see all 6 boxes currently had a student in each of them, with another 8 or 9 queuing for their turn to make a call. That this Muggle technology was so readily and easily being used by witches and wizards all over the country was more proof, if any were needed, that they simply had to embrace these changes. Entering the building, Cornelius found himself being introduced to the assistant professor technician who would keep everything running, while assisting Professor Tonks with teaching her subject. This is Aaron James. He's extremely knowledgeable about his subject, but is struggling with explaining that same subject to people who know nothing about it. He keeps using big words or terms that none of us will have heard before, far less understand. Andy was smiling at her assistant as she said this, and Aaron took her comments in good spirits. They were currently standing in the cloakroom section of the building, where students' robes and wands would be left. Entering the main teaching classroom was a revelation for the minister. He recognized the desks and chairs in the middle of the huge classroom, but that was all. There was one wall that seemed to be finished, with boxes of computers sitting beside it. The rest appeared to be a proliferation of wires sticking out from everywhere. The electricians finished installing all the lights, sockets and switches. I'm now putting all the data cables in place. This is the central teaching area, just like a normal classroom, except for Andy's laptop and the projector. Around the perimeter of the class is the computer desks, where the computers will be connected, once I get all the cabling done. The laser printers will be installed down by Andy's teaching position, so she can keep an eye on them. Looking around the room, that even to their uninformed gaze was clearly not yet finished, a flabbergasted Cornelius just had to ask the question that popped into his head. Do Muggle schools all have rooms like these? Not all of them, yet, and very few of this quality. Lord Potter wanted the best, and that's what you'll have here. This is more like a setup you would see in a university. We have a server room sandwiched between this classroom and the large Muggle flat. It cost an absolute fortune to run the data cables to this facility. Seeing he'd lost them with such a simple concept, Aaron tried to explain. If we're fitting a phone into a building, tapping into the nearest junction box is usually sufficient. The amount of data needed for Hogwarts meant that was a non-starter. These high-spec computers would be left dragging along at a snail's pace waiting on the connection. We needed a city to take our connection from, and we set up an office in Inverness as a front. All the equipment was delivered there, and the most powerful data connection we could get installed there too. We then had to run a physical cable from that connection down through Loch Ness, across land to Hogsmeade, then up to Hogwarts. Without using magic, it would easily have cost more than all the equipment in here to do that, and have taken us until at least the end of summer too. This was a shockingly revelation to all of them. The amount of gold Lord Potter was spending on this was simply staggering. The minister though took a different view. It would appear not only were we clueless about this, but didn't even know what we actually needed, or even what questions to ask. Not to worry, Minister, Lord Potter wouldn't know that either. He does know who to ask though. Lady Black is one of the smartest people I've ever met. One side benefit of this is now having a junction box in Hogsmeade, making installing telephones in the village a simple matter. Aaron was beginning to understand what Andy meant about them not understanding what were to almost everyone else basic and simple concepts. He tried to explain their connection as water flowing through a pipe. The wider the pipe, the more water you could get through it. It was the same principle as the more powerful their connection, the more data could be transferred to and from the computers. They also struggled with the concept of each student would be allocated a login and password, allowing them their own area on the server. He didn't even bother mentioning automatic backups of the server. It was going to be extremely difficult to explain basic computer functions to people who were astonished by being able to flick a switch and lights came on. He consoled himself with the thought that the students must be easier to teach than their headmaster or head of government. Aaron intended to get a couple more hours work in after they left, then watch some satellite telly in the Muggle flat, before kipping there for an early start tomorrow. With the date for the official opening now set, Aaron was determined there would be no holdups from his end. He expected to be finished at least 2 weeks before the opening, and Andy was already talking about running a few classes before the official opening to ensure everything was working properly. There was a rather casual meeting between the institute staff and the orphanage board taking place, discussing the orphanage summer visit to Italy. The casual atmosphere changed when a Sirius Antonio knocked and entered. Sorry to interrupt your meeting, but there's been a disturbing development concerning next week's visit to Hogwarts, and all the people I need to speak to right away are currently in this room. Now having everyone's attention, Antonio gave them some background information, most of which they already knew. Harry and Hermione getting married here next August by Minister Rossi is no secret to anyone in the Institute. Due to the number of people phoning home, it's now no secret to the witches and wizards of Britain either. Fudge really needs this ceremony to be a success next week. He desperately needs to publicly show Lord Potter has not abandoned Britain. He has invited everyone and their granny to this ceremony, and we have some serious concerns over the lack of security provisions put in place to support this event. Taking a seat, Antonio explained he had taken his concerns straight to the top. Unlike Fudge, Minister Rossi takes these security concerns very seriously, and I led a team he assigned for your safety over to Scotland, to familiarize ourselves with the area where this will be happening. No one noticed us, which didn't fill our team with confidence, but they also haven't noticed 2 hides inside the presentation area, hides that are very similar to the one Voldemort used at the first task. It was as if all the air had been beeped out of the room. Everyone thought those days were now well behind them. Our current thinking is to wait and see if anyone attempts to use them, with the intention being to capture and interrogate the shit out of them before the ceremony even starts. Knowing the experience within this group though, I'm open to any suggestions. Hermione immediately started asking question after question, without giving time for anyone to answer. Do we know this is Death Eater's work? Do Death Eaters still have the Dark Mark, with Voldemort now dead? Will the Parseltongue shield charm still work? Is there anyone left we can test it on? It was Sirius who just got serious and interrupted. Hermione, the last time that spell was cast, it quickly turned into a shit show. Are any Death Eaters trapped by this spell able to cast curses at anyone else? I'm talking people not protected by this shield, as there will be a lot of people at this ceremony. Antonio gave his best guess as to who created these hides. Since Fudge is making room for anyone who wants to attend, especially press and radio, we can't think of anyone else who would need to build these to attend the ceremony. Barchoke offered Gringotts aid with anything they needed, even if only a place to take anyone they captured for questioning. He offered his opinion on this situation too. All the prisoners supposedly died in their cells when Azkaban went up in flames. That the bodies of the 4 guards were never found leads Gringotts to believe 4 prisoners escaped, and placed the guards into their cells before destroying the entire prison. These are not people to be taken lightly. What are their goals here? What did they hope to achieve? Is this a suicide mission, with the aim of taking out as many as they can? Harry was left shaking his head. These Death Eaters are like cockroaches, they just keep coming. I'm not prepared for me, or anyone in my family, to be used as bait in the hope of ending this, or to appease the British ministry. Sirius, what do you think they're after? These will be some of the most fanatical Death Eaters, the worst of the worst. My cousin Bella was a Lestrange, as well as being a crazy ch. She hated everyone who wasn't also a Lestrange, or who hadn't named themselves Lord Voldemort. She would kill the Tonks on sight, also the Snapes since Severus is a half-blood and married to her other sister. Me for marrying a non-magical, and Francesca for being Lady Black. The Grangers, for multiple reasons, and especially you. She really is a psychopath, and actually enjoys torturing and killing. The headmistress just had to step in after hearing that. Looking at Neville and Luna, Pomona delivered her judgment. I think it's now too dangerous for my students to attend this ceremony. Their safety is my main concern here. I of course understand Lord Potter will make his own decision on this, for him and his betrothed. Turning to Antonio, Harry asked what the British ministry's position was on this. We didn't tell them what we found. All the British ministry's gold is being spent at Hogwarts, updating courses and hiring new professors to meet the higher criteria that the Institute already teaches. They, somewhat understandably, thought their Death Eater problem was dealt with, so didn't see the need to spend gold they didn't have bolstering their Auror department. Their current Aurors simply don't have the level of training needed to cope with this situation. What's the saying, fool me once. They've already been publicly embarrassed by this trick, yet still have no idea it's about to be used against them again. We can't let them walk into this situation blind. We need a meeting with Fudge, Snape and probably Andy, preferably in our villa so word doesn't leak back to Britain. Antonio, what can the Italian ministry offer us in this situation? Harry, as I said, Minister Rossi takes the protection of his citizens very seriously. We could easily put 40 or 50 Aurors on the ground, take total control of the situation. We would obviously need the British ministry's agreement on this. Set up a platform where you could be seen, but not approached, and ward the hell out of that area. We can make it as safe as possible, but there will always be risks. Hermione added a note of caution. Remember the Wizengamot chamber, the use of a Imperio curse was almost our undoing. There are just so many things we would need to guard against. Knowing this was an area of goblin expertise, Barchoke made an offer that should solve most of their problems. We can have a platform warded as unplottable, until your party portkeys onto it. The wards would then allow you to be seen and heard, while deflecting any curses fired at you harmlessly into the air. Nodding in agreement, Harry let everyone know what was driving him. I just want to see the end of this problem. After this ceremony, the only time I want to set foot back in Britain will be when visiting Ambrosia's. I wonder if we could tempt them to move to Italy, a custom-designed restaurant in Harmony. Hermione's idea had appeal for everyone sitting in the room, with Francesca and Sirius immediately offering their support to try and make that happen. Knowing Remus was returning to London with Gillian, Harry asked him to contact the people they wanted to talk with, and see if arrangements could be made. Antonio would be present, representing the Italian ministry. Barchoke representing Gringotts, with Sirius, Remus and the Grangers finding themselves invited along too. It was a clearly worried Cornelius who arrived with Severus and Andy on the terrace of the Potter Villa. Seeing all the people waiting on their arrival didn't lessen that worry one iota. Andy immediately headed for Dan and Emma. She couldn't wait to tell them how her first couple of test classes had gone in Hogwarts' new building. Harry was handling the introductions for the minister and Hogwarts headmaster. You'll both already know most of the people here. This is Antonio DeMarco, who is not only a senior hitwizard at the Italian ministry, he and his family live in the institute, his wife being our brilliant potions professor. A raised eyebrow from Snape was the only reaction. Fudge must have so many worrying scenarios running through his mind that there was nothing left to react with, at the moment. This is Senior Account Manager Barchoke. He handles all of House Potter, Black, Institute and orphanage dealings with Gringotts. He will also be Ragnarok's representative in these discussions. I'll hand you over to Antonio, since he discovered and then brought this serious problem to our attention. After hearing about the hides found at the site of the official opening ceremony, and Antonio's conclusion that this indicated a planned attack on that ceremony by Death Eaters, Fudge exploded. His entire career was on the line here. This ceremony needed to happen. This is preposterous. Britain no longer has a Death Eater problem. Some fled the country, with any that stayed being tried by the Wizengamot and sentenced to death. If any try to return to Britain, they will face the same swift justice, and they certainly know that. It was left to Barchoke to explain Azkaban. Dropping the bomb that there was certainly at least one Lestrange still alive stopped Fudge's protest in its tracks. Dobby bringing in some old European newspapers of the attack at Halloween only bolstered their case. You didn't need to be able to read the language, their pictures told a story that was all too familiar to anyone who had lived through those times. Sirius was sitting with his arm around Francesca, but it was to his cousin he directed his attention. Andy, there's a fair chance Bella might have survived the fire at Azkaban. After Andy reacted to the shock of that news, a glance at Severus received a slight nod of understanding from the headmaster to Sirius. Dobby popped in with a decanter of brandy for their guests, even Snape needed it now. The former Death Eater was well aware exactly how Bella would view his marriage to Sissy. Both of them would be murdered if that psychotic witch if Bella was given half a chance. Cornelius had knocked back his first brandy, and was now nursing his second. His personal pity party was now in full bloom. He'd worked harder than at any time in his life. Cornelius thought he was so close to pulling off the miracle needed to save Hogwarts, and his career, only to have it snatched away at the last moment. What did that large Italian just say? Sorry, could you repeat that? I said that the Italian ministry are willing to take over security for the entire event. Here was an unexpected but wonderful option Cornelius couldn't even have dreamed of. If everything went right, he would get all the plaudits. If not, the British ministry had a ready-made scapegoat. He was listening to the hit wizard talk about possibly capturing prisoners and preventing the entire attack. He just had to interrupt at that. These people are already officially classed as dead. It doesn't matter what happens to them. The Grangers can shoot them, and no charges will be forthcoming. The sarcasm was practically dripping off Emma's words. Do you hear that, Dan? The last time we shot someone, who was about to murder the Lady Black, Minister Fudge here publicly proclaimed we'd carried out an assassination. I can't decide if trying to arrest us for killing his friend Malfoy, while he was casting the torture curse on you in our own kitchen, is worse. Looking Cornelius right in the eye, Dan then made their position on this matter crystal clear. My wife has been held under a torture curse, while Harry was attacked by a wizard under the Imperio curse, and we'll never be able to forget Hermione having 3 simultaneous killing curses fired at her. To be blunt, Minister, we are Italian citizens, attending an event now under the security control of the Italian ministry. We don't need your permission to defend our family from anyone attacking, and we will defend them. Emma keyed Dan's cheek before adding a gentle reminder. Dear, you forgot to mention we very publicly shot Voldemort too, twice. This led to some chuckles breaking out around the room, and an abject apology coming to the Grangers from Fudge. There was something more Cornelius desperately wanted, so just had to ask. If these 4 can be captured before the ceremony starts, can we then proceed as originally planned? All eyes eventually tracked to Antonio, the company letting him know they trusted his decision. If the threat is over, then I don't see why not. You can wait at the Institute, and I can phone you the all clear, or to go with Barchoki's platform idea. After the goblin explained to the minister what this would entail, Harry and Hermione standing on a protected platform no one could approach or curse, Cornelius began to relax. Even with the restrictive second option, the ceremony would still go ahead. Once the Modern Studies building came officially into use, that should be enough to eventually save Hogwarts. In the short term though, Harry Potter had to turn up and lend his name to the project, to save all their careers, until the facility did its job, and slowly changed their world. Augustus and Rabaston silently made their way through what passed as ministerial security. It was a joke, and Augustus felt more secure about their plan now than at any time since they'd developed it from Bella's ultimate revenge idea. Rodolphus was right, the ministry were spending more gold on teaching wizards and witches how to be muggles than training their Aurors how to do their jobs. For perhaps the first time since Bella chose this target, Augustus was beginning to believe he might survive today. Those were his last thoughts, before being stunned unconscious. The knock at their door roused Harry from his sleep. Discovering that Barchok was the one doing the knocking was a complete surprise. I've asked Dobby to invite Dan and Emma too, you will all want to hear this. As Hermione joined them, fruit juice, Barchoki's beefy drink and Emma's cappuccino appeared on the table, just as the Grangers arrived at the door. Taking a sip from his mug while everyone got seated, Barchok then gave his news. Antonio's squad captured 2 not-so-dead Death Eaters heading towards the hides. They waltzed right past the British Aurors, but Antonio's squad have glasses that allowed them to easily see through their disillusionment charms, and both were stunned before they even knew they'd been discovered. They were questioned using truth serum, one is a former unspeakable while the other is one of the Lestrange brothers. Taking another sip from his mug, Barchok gave them a brief history of how they escaped Azkaban, and what they've been up to since. It was time though to get right up to date. Bellatrix and Rodolphus are still at large, having left their latest hideout before the Aurors arrived. They plan to arrive at the ceremony, wearing high-class clothes and glamour charms. Hermione just had to react after hearing that. Did they honestly think that will work? With how lax the security is, Antonio rated their chances of success at very high. Bellatrix Lestrange was a psychotic witch before she was sentenced to Azkaban. Now life, hers or anyone else's, means absolutely nothing to her. She was living her very best life, until a baby destroyed Bella's master. She wants revenge on the boy who lived, and her twisted mind came up with a plan that makes me want to vomit. They're targeting Joan. The 4 others shot to their feet, their rage clear for all to see. Dobby also appeared with a noise like thunder, rage too pouring off the little elf. No one will hurt Dobby's little miss, Dobby won't allow it. Dobby will hurt them first. Dobby will watch over his family. Barchok rose and went over to Dobby, resting his hand on the elf's shoulder. Dobby my friend, we will all watch over your family, and especially little Miss Joan. Antonio was ready to murder both prisoners, just for speaking the words. Joan, Mariana and Giovanni run about the Institute together every day, and their dad is certainly considered an honorary uncle by our Joan. Looking around at the other 4, who were still on their feet, Barchok gave them the reassurance they needed to hear. Antonio's got the place flooded with his Aurors and hit wizards, they will be captured, and no one leaves the Institute until they are. Their knowledge that nothing could touch Joan inside the Institute, and they wouldn't be leaving it unless Lestrange was captured, that more than anything calmed everybody down. Emma was filled with rage but still shed a few tears. We didn't believe you that first day in Ambrosia's, when you described Death Eaters to us. Even after having the door blown off our house and tortured on the kitchen floor, we struggled to believe people like that existed. But targeting a 4-year-old little angel to punish her family is a whole different level of depravity. What will happen to these sick bastards when they're caught? Oh, they'll certainly die, it's just who's going to do it and the method of execution that will need to be worked out. When Dan growled, I'm willing, available and will work for free, the entire room agreed with that sentiment, even the house elf. There was quite the crowd now standing about inside Headmistress Sprout's office, all waiting on her phone ringing. Harry and Hermione's friends who had stayed at their villa last summer were there, hoping the news would allow them to travel to Hogwarts in support of their friends on this momentous day. Minerva and Poppy were also accompanying the group of students, with Amelia and Barchoke adding themselves as welcome support too. The Granger parents, Sirius and Remus, would be looking after Harry, Hermione, Joan and Francesca, though the first two were more than capable of defending themselves. For Ginny and Poppy, this would be their first visit to Britain since Hogwarts term ended, and Minerva's first visit to the castle since Poppy had pushed her through the flow, beginning a life-changing journey that started in St. Mungo's before moving on to Italy. As almost all the students were meeting family at Hogwarts, they were desperate to go, but understood that unless there was word from Scotland that it was now safe to travel, they wouldn't be going anywhere. Under Headmistress Sprout, there was no compromising student safety. After Dumbledore, that was exactly the way her students wanted it to be. As the phone rang, the room went silent while Pomona pressed the speaker button. Everyone immediately recognized Antonio's voice, and he didn't waste any time either, getting straight to the point. "We've got both of them." Our glasses saw right through their disguises, multiple stunners instantly dropped them, and we soon had their glamours dispelled. Positive ID, but they won't be waking up anytime soon. Bellatrix must have been hit with 8 or 9 stunners. No one was taking any chances with that sadistic witch. The atmosphere Antonio's call generated in the large office was first one of relief, quickly followed by excitement as the relieved and reassured headmistress gave the green light to their Hogwarts visit. Harry and Hermione had been discussing the situation over their rings, and came to a conclusion. It was Harry who called for their attention. "Listen everyone, I don't think we should mention that there was ever a threat to the ceremony. The British Ministry and others can decide how they want to play this later. Antonio has over 50 Aurors working security for this ceremony, and we don't want anyone knowing they're there, just in case some other nutter decides to start something." All quickly agreed, with Francesca actually apologizing to the group for something coming up on a building project, and thus making them all late while she quickly fixed the problem. This was greeted with wry chuckles, and a loving key from her proud husband, who decided it was a marauder-worthy prank. With the threat now taken care of, Barchoke was going to head back to Gringotts, until a certain Miss Potter took his hand and skipped towards the portkey point. As there was no way her uncle Barchoke could ever refuse the little angel, he was apparently heading to Hogwarts. There was now a crowd, waiting on their arrival at Hogwarts portkey point, with parents soon hugging their children. While Harry and Hermione were bedecked in their House Potter regalia, the other students who had traveled with them proudly displayed their allegiance by wearing their institute robes. As the institute crowd and their parents dispersed towards the platform to wait and witness the ceremony. It was only a few minutes later that the minister, the Snapes and Andy approached Harry. It was apparently time for them to head towards the presentation platform too. With Joan still holding Barchoke's hand, that pair found themselves being sandwiched between Harry and Hermione in front, with Dan and Emma behind them. Sirius, Francesca and Remus brought up the rear. Cornelius was just so relieved to see this ceremony go ahead, he didn't care who was in the party from the institute. As long as Harry Potter was present, nobody in the invited audience would be looking at anyone else anyway. He led them down towards the platform with Headmaster Snape at his side. The two Black sisters following on, with the institute party just behind them. They were making their way down using the new covered walkway, which was packed on both sides with people trying to get a closer look at the boy who lived. The presentation group from the institute could clearly see why Antonio had been concerned with security. There must have been a couple of hundred witches and wizards along each side of the open walkway, yet there was hardly a British Auror in sight. As the crowd surged, trying for an even closer look, a very young witch in a pretty short dress found herself being violently ejected forward and landing roughly on the actual walkway. The little blonde looked about 6 or 7, her Harry Potter picture and quill had flown out her hands as she tried to protect herself while landing on the cobbled walkway. A sharp cry told everyone she wasn't successful, her scraped hands were the first clue. That she was using them to hold a nasty bloody gash on her knee while loudly sobbing was the second. It would appear she'd been waiting on her hero, hoping to have Harry sign her picture. Before anyone could react, Joan had released Barchoke's hand and dashed forward to speak with the injured girl. "Are you all right? That looks sore, my Aunt Poppy is here and will fix." Joan never got to say any more as the injured little girl exploded into action. She had Joan by the throat and a wand that appeared from nowhere in her hand, now pointed at her hostage's face. Her crocodile tears had instantly been replaced by a cackle that Sissy, Andy and Sirius instantly recognized. Bellatrix Lestrange had fooled all of them. "I've got your little girl, Potter. I'm going to kill her while you watch." Bella's agonizing scream could be heard all over Hogwarts as both her wand hand, and the wand she held in it, were magically pulverized. Bad witch will not hurt Dobby's little miss. No one had ever seen an enraged house elf before. Dobby's appearance, demeanor and actions would certainly give those who punished their elves second thoughts, if not night terrors. In her agony, Bellatrix's hold on her hostage had lessened, allowing Joan to slip from her grip. The 4-year-old was just about to kick this girl on the ankle when Dobby popped her away, straight into Barchoki's waiting arms. The last thing Bella would ever see was not a house elf, but an enraged woman pointing something at her. "Not my granddaughter, you by ch." Emma's bullet impacted on Bella's forehead, killing the feared witch instantly. Both Harry and Hermione had immediately cast the Parseltongue spell that would hopefully affect any other Death Eaters in the vicinity. With both of them casting it, Rodolphus was overwhelmed by a pain infinitely worse than their master's cruciatus. He was on the ground without even realizing it, welcoming the release of being hit with multiple stunners from Aurors that, like Bella's wand, had appeared from nowhere. As the Death Eater was down, and they now had about a dozen Italian Aurors around them, Harry and Hermione cancelled their spell. Severus was also on the ground, though now being comforted by his wife and sister-in-law. Hermione soon had Joan wrapped in her arms. "Mum, Dobby sorted that bad girl out, but he wouldn't let me kick her." Holding Joan tighter, Hermione explained what had happened. Thankfully Barchoke had prevented her from seeing the shooting that followed Dobby's actions. "That wasn't a little girl, darling, but a woman pretending to be one. You can take a potion that can turn you into someone else." It was a raging Antonio who confirmed Hermione was right. They must have used polyjuice on the people we captured too, along with an Imperius. I just hope they didn't murder the children who provided them with hair for their polyjuice disguises. The crowds of spectators weren't pushing forward now, rather trying to get away. The Grangers both had their guns out, looking for any signs of trouble. Watching as the dead little girl transformed into a fully grown witch, still in a tiny dress, was grotesque. Hermione and June were joined in their hug by Francesca, with Sirius, Remus, Dan, Emma, Barchoke and even Dobby forming a protective inner ring around them. There was now at least 24 of Antonio's detachment formed in an outer circle around all of them. Conversing over their rings, and holding onto Joan for dear life, Harry knew Hermione would be fine. She also agreed with what he had to do next. Harry approached a now sitting Snape with his hand held out. "Sorry Headmaster, we knew there was at least one other Death Eater out there. It seemed like the quickest way to identify them, since by then we also knew they would be disguised using Polyjuice Potion." Severus took the offered hand, using it to help himself get back on his feet. "I have never felt anything like that before, and hope never to do so again. I couldn't breathe, far less answer any questions asked of me." "Ah yes, both Hermione and I cast it at the same time, and put quite a bit of our anger into it. Sorry again, you certainly weren't our intended target." Their friends started arriving, recognizable by their robes, and Antonio's Aurors were letting them through. Harry nodded toward a blonde teen, and a distraught Draco was also allowed through to check on his mother and Severus. Harry was turning to Fudge. Cornelius didn't know how long he'd stood there, contemplating what he would do next, now that everything had turned to shit. He was watching the Italian Aurors place and then seal Bellatrix's body in what appeared to be a large leather bag. It was then portkeyed away to who knows where. Cornelius certainly didn't care, just realizing that Psychopath had been so close, with a wand in her hand too, was responsible for at least half of his current malaise. The other half came from the utter certainty that Potter would soon be portkeying back to his institute. Cornelius couldn't even blame him, but for the Italian Aurors today would have been a national disaster. That the darkest witch in at least a century was taken down by a house elf and a muggle showed just how badly Hogwarts needed this building. Their lack of knowledge and understanding of muggles was so staggering, they didn't even know what questions to ask about them. A certain pair of muggles were now responsible for taking down a Dark Lord Magicals in Britain were so afraid they wouldn't say his name. Now his top lieutenant, that every witch and wizard in Britain was terrified of lay dead on the path. Not forgetting they had actually written and produced a Muggle studies course that could potentially save Hogwarts too. There must be a way to officially thank these people, get them back to visit Britain for an awards ceremony. They needed to show the world that Britain could change. It wasn't until he heard Potter speaking that Fudge once more became compos mentis to what was happening around him. Minister, the situation is now under control. I think we need a slight delay though, say half an hour. Fudge could only nod, thinking Potter could get whatever the hell he asked for, if the ceremony could still go ahead today. It was Andy who made a suggestion that was quickly adopted by everyone present. We're nearer the new building than the castle. We could go there and have a cup of tea, or something stronger. Within 2 minutes, the walkway was lined right up to the new building with Aurors whose robes and insignias indicated they were Italian. As the party followed the path to the Lily Potter building, a now smiling Fudge headed towards the presentation stage. Announcing a slight delay, due to an accident, should keep everyone calm. That, and the dozens of Italian Aurors that were now making themselves visible. The moment they entered the Modern Studies building, Hermione, with Joan still wrapped in her arms, headed straight for her mum. Dan already had Emma in an embrace, Hermione and Joan just joined them. "Are you okay, Mum?" "Actually, I'm fine. That witch was going to harm our Joan, I didn't even hesitate for a second. I remember the story you told us, of you, Harry and Ron taking that potion to become someone else. I just assumed this was the same, that was certainly no little girl." With Sissy still fussing after Severus, it was Andy who approached the group. "Emma, please don't torture yourself over this. Believe me, Bella would have happily killed as many of us as possible, and was deadly serious about her intentions for Joan. You and Dobby saved at least one life today. Our sister didn't deserve to live for all the atrocities she's happily committed. Sissy and I are just sorry you were left to carry out the sentence." Harry arrived, hugging and then keying Emma on the cheek. "Hermione and I were a second late. Just seeing Joan in danger froze us for that initial second. Dobby was magnificent, and I just told him that. A member of our family was in trouble and you were amazing." This was reiterated by all of the group, especially Antonio. "It was my job to keep everyone safe, and we nearly had a disaster on our hands. Your reactions are fantastic." Joan was now walking around the classroom, hand in hand with Hermione and Francesca. She didn't seem affected at all by what had happened. That Dobby was walking behind his little miss certainly helped. Normal service had been resumed for the little girl. Minister Fudge actually gave a very good speech, about how things had to change, and that this fantastic new facility could only help with that. He also kept repeating that this hadn't cost the Ministry or Hogwarts a canute, thanks to the unbelievable generosity of Lord Potter. Harry was then introduced, to much cheering, and invited to say a few words before officially opening the building. He stood there for a moment, slowly shaking his head. "Sorry folks, I'm in a bit of shock here. I agreed with every word Minister Fudge just said, and that's never happened to me before." This generated quite a bit of laughter, and Cornelius was certainly prepared to endure a bit of harmless laughter to get a public endorsement like that from Harry Potter. Harry wasn't finished though, nowhere near finished. The minister emphasized, "The amount of gold I've spent on this facility, but the which this building is dedicated to means far more to me than any amount of gold. My mother and father fought the good fight, giving their lives in the hope that I might live. They obviously achieved their aims, but here's the problem, nothing in magical Britain changed." Harry's gaze slowly traveled over the now massive crowd, trying to make eye contact with as many people as possible before continuing. "The women in my family have always been strong though. Hermione and Emma defended our family when we came under attack in the very heart of magical Britain, the Wizengamot. Today, their strength, skill and bravery was needed once more as a member of our family was again the focus of a deadly Death Eater attack. When I tell you the member of our family who was deliberately targeted is only 4 years old, perhaps you'll understand how angry I am." Using notes Barchoke had provided from prisoner interrogations, Harry explained how Bellatrix Lestrange had murdered the 4 guards at Azkaban, freed her family, before reducing the prison, and everyone inside it, to ash. How they used these vile acts to cover any trace of their escape, being officially declared dead meant no one was even looking for them. The four of them then traveled all over Europe, searching for their master with the aim of resurrecting him, before Pettigrew, who was also officially declared dead, beat them to it and also botched the ritual. Their aims today were to kill as many people as possible, sowing mayhem all around in an effort to aid their main objective here today, the kidnapping and eventual murder of a 4-year-old little girl, just because her last name is Potter. Their disgusting goal was to destroy my family, and hopefully set themselves up as the new leaders of the pureblood movement. Would British purebloods have flocked to support them after they deliberately murdering a small child? We'll never know, because Bellatrix is finally and unequivocally dead, and the other 3 Azkaban escapees are currently in the custody of our goblin friends, after being captured by Aurors sent by the Italian Ministry of Magic to oversee this event. Taking a moment to center his thoughts, Hermione helping tremendously with that endeavor over their link, Harry then continued with his speech to an enraptured audience. It would have been so easy to take my family straight back to Italy, and cut all ties with Britain. Does anyone here doubt for 1 second I had every reason to do so? Looking around though, I see students who, whether because of the Potter Institute class sizes or their age, are being denied access to what is taught there. What will be taught in this new building is the exact same course students at the Institute learn so many life-changing skills from. Modern studies merely opens students' eyes to a whole other world out there, a world that offers so much more than being just a witch or wizard in Britain has to offer. Those same students will demand to be allowed to experience so much more of it, and the modern studies course is designed to pass on the knowledge and skills needed to see them do so safely, and especially how to do so without risking breaching the statute of secrecy. Hermione gave him an idea, and Harry just went with it. I'm giving away a bit of a secret here, and can only hope Professor McGonagall doesn't give me a detention for it. Yes, I'm not exempt from detentions and it will at least be meaningful work. Next month, students from the Institute will be offered the chance to attend the Arena di Verona, a Roman-built amphitheater that's nearly 2,000 years old and holds almost 30,000 people. A play by a world-renowned British playwright, William Shakespeare, will be performed. A version of Romeo and Juliet, with quite a well-known cast, will be performed that evening, in Italian. Are we pushing the boundaries? Yes, but that's what we do at the Institute. Loud applause coming from those wearing Institute robes, and Cedric loudly shouting about the possibility of blagging an invite had Harry shaking his head but now smiling. Mr. Diggory, how many times do I need to say this? At the Institute, I'm just a student. Now, if you approached Headmaster Snape about a friendly Quidditch match between the Institute and Hogwarts, I'm sure our Quidditch captain, Ron Weasley, would be happy to also approach Headmistress Sprout with the same proposal. Now, if the game just happened to be the same weekend as the play, I'm pretty sure we could get some extra tickets. He had to stop talking as the roar of approval from the crowd took his breath away, and also pulled Harry's speech back to happier subjects. Harry then got on with why he was here. Apart from the Italian language, those are the types of things this building will make achievable to Hogwarts students, but only if everyone works at it. Minister Fudge, Headmaster Snape and Professor Tonks are all fully invested in this, but they also need the support of just about every witch and wizard in the country to implement the type of changes needed to keep Hogwarts open. Achieving that though is only the first step of the journey, slowing the flow of witches and wizards leaving Britain behind because official policies in place has their circumstances of birth, rather than their abilities or educational achievements, defining what opportunities are available to them. It will be a long and hard road. I can't help but think choosing to travel that road must be a better option than clinging to beliefs that consider murdering an innocent 4-year-old which is an acceptable problem-solving solution. The audience were enraptured at Harry's words, but there's always one. All I'm hearing is honeyed words, words that don't help the honest wizards this damned institute of yours is putting out of business. We're standing in front of this brand spanking new and, according to our minister, very expensive building. How much of that massive mountain of gold needed here was actually spent in this country? I don't know anyone in this crowd who received any orders from its builders. Harry's gaze had now locked the disgruntled wizard. He was easy to spot as those around him had quickly moved away, leaving him standing alone. Expecting something like this, Harry and Hermione had prepared a response. Let's answer your points one at a time, shall we? An honest business, so your business charged everyone the same price for whatever you sell. You didn't overcharge certain customers to provide discounts to others. That's hardly honest, is it? After some indignant spluttering, the wizard finally found a reply. That's just business, it's the way it's always been. Yes, but you can hardly call it honest, can you? Customers you were deliberately overcharging have now taken their business elsewhere, as they are perfectly entitled to do. Now, while I will happily admit the building was manufactured in Italy and portkeyed here in sections, I am reliably informed by the project's brilliant architect, Lady Francesca Black, that this country simply didn't have the skills or expertise needed to take this job on. Everything inside the building was purchased in this country though, and installed by a British firm. They also hold the maintenance contract to keep all the equipment inside the building in working order, and a member of their staff will be working, alongside Professor Tonks, as an assistant professor. That firm are, of course, here today, and handing out business cards. They are an honest business, who are adapting to the rapidly changing world we live in. The price you would be charged for their services will certainly depend on variables like amount of work involved and materials required. Your blood status will not matter one iota in any part of that transaction. Now that is what I call an honest business, one I'm very happy to offer my public endorsement to here and now. Harry indicated the owner of the company and began to applaud, applause that was quickly picked up by almost everyone in the crowd. As the applause died down, Harry continued with answering these nonsensical accusations. That's the way it's always been, I bloody hate that phrase. What does it mean, forever, back a generation or two? To use it as justification to financially discriminate between your customers isn't just wrong, it should lead to a boycott of your business until you change that practice. I don't even know what your business is, I just know neither myself or the Potter Institute would deal with someone so ethically and morally corrupt. You obviously came here today with the sole intention of making a scene. I hope you're happy with the answers you received. The wizard was outraged that this whelp had just publicly destroyed his business, where Potter led the country would now follow. He had just been ruined, so made another very poor decision. His hand suddenly had a wand in it, but Auror Stunners had him on the ground well before any spell could be cast. Cancelling their delusion charms, a pair of Italian oars then dragged him away by his ankles. As the crowd around him had been moving away since the instant he'd shouted at Harry, no one else was involved when the wizard was immediately and easily taken down. This left Harry shaking his head. Because a schoolboy wouldn't bow down and agree with his ludicrous opinions, and even stupider business model, he went for his wand. That right there is the problem with Wizarding Britain. Certain people think their circumstances of birth give them the right to basically rule over the rest of us, and the trouble always starts when those of us they look down upon tell them to piss right off. I had this building built because I have friends at Hogwarts who weren't getting the education they deserved. All I asked was that the building be named after my mother. She and my father died that Halloween, saving me from Voldemort. I can only hope they think their sacrifice was worth it, and that they are proud of their son. I am certainly proud of my parents. Hermione and Joan joined him on stage, both hugging him as Harry set about finishing his task. I declare this building open, and can only hope it gets time to start changing witches' and wizards' minds, before bigoted people decide it's changing too much and try to burn it down. Now, if you'll excuse us, I intend to take my family home. It's been a rather trying day. Hermione activated her portkey that took the three of them home, to the Potter Institute. It was hours later when Dan and Emma found Harry sitting at the play park. Hermione was pushing a laughing Joan on a swing. Our Joan looks none the worse for her experience today. How are you and Hermione coping? Harry smiled back at Dan before answering. Being back home, and hearing Joan laughing, is working wonders. How did the rest of the day go? As Emma walked over to join Hermione and Joan, Dan sat and updated Harry on everything that happened, knowing his daughter would catch every word too over their link. After you three left, Antonio didn't see the need for stealth anymore. 50 Italian oars appearing meant there was not one word of complaint from anybody, and orderly queues formed to view the new facility. Andy couldn't resist showing off a bit, and had hand-picked students at almost every computer. Aaron was such a great contact to make, and is going to email us advice on laptops, and what types of wireless networks to look at. We can then run that past our contractors here, see what they make of it. I know that politically the Institute needs to choose an Italian contractor, but being able to have access to a second opinion could be invaluable. Putting his hand supportively on Harry's shoulder, Dan had some words of comfort for his future son-in-law. You did exactly the right thing today. You officially opened the new building, then got your family home. No one could ask any more of you. Fudge was surprised and delighted you stayed at all. Hogwarts now has a modern studies building and course, so they're ecstatic. The ministry got you standing there and making a speech, so Fudge is over the moon. Sadly, I think what happened around those events will be largely ignored. Nodding in agreement, an unsurprised Harry answered Dan. That's just business as usual in magical Britain. The real test will be what happens when the students begin really learning about the modern world, and start deciding they want a lot more of it. To be honest, Dan, at best it's a coin toss between British witches and wizards actively embracing the changes the modern studies program will bring about, and the building being burned to the ground to stop this muggle blasphemy destroying an ancient way of life. All we can do is hold our heads up and say we gave it our very best shot, and with Emma's shooting that's really saying something. Dan couldn't help but laugh at that, and also marveled that Harry was able to joke about this. You said today that you hoped your parents would be proud of you, Harry. They really couldn't be anything else. Emma and I are so proud of you both, we really don't have the words to say it all. Dan's hand moved to Harry's other shoulder and gave him a manly one-armed hug. Oh, a word of warning though, you might be in bother with Pomona. Minerva was never going to say no to a Quidditch match, so a Hogwarts team are now going to be visiting the weekend of the Romeo and Juliet performance. You will certainly need to organize more tickets. There were a number of Hogwarts staff who would like to see if taking witches and wizards to a Muggle event is beneficial to their students, or if it's even possible to do so. The very thought of this outing had Harry grinning like a madman. We'll beat them here at Quidditch, then totally blow their minds in Verona. Dan, and unsurprisingly Hermione too, burst out laughing at that. 15 years later, the first person Harry met was Minerva, who soon had her arms around him. She might have retired to her lovely purpose-built cottage in Harmony, but always got a phone call if there was any Quidditch taking place, so was still a familiar face in the Potter Institute. It wasn't Quidditch Minerva was here for today though, rather something else the Institute was becoming rather renowned for. All those years ago, sitting on your terrace when you and Hermione pitched us the idea of the Potter Institute, I don't seem to recall the school being used as an exclusive wedding venue getting mentioned at any point in our discussions. Then again, since the Institute changes the lives of everyone who works or attends here, it's easy to understand why couples want to take their vows in the place that means so much to them. If I remember correctly, it was Percy and Penny who were the first. A smiling Harry remembered Percy being more nervous to ask him about holding their wedding here than he was in asking Penny to marry him. Yip, we did such a good job. That the floodgates then opened for others to ask. I'm pretty sure Ron and Millie were the next couple to be married here. My favorite wedding in the Institute though was Remus and Jillian's, with the entire Black Orphanage on holiday here at the time. This had Minerva chuckling. I'm sure that after today, we'll all have a new favorite, especially you and Hermione. A smiling Harry hugged his retired friend, before turning and finding himself in another witch's arms. Rosa DeMarco had tears in her eyes, but her smile told everyone these were extremely happy tears. I've been a nervous wreck all morning, while nothing is going to wipe the smile off Antonio's face. We've been expecting this for a few years, and now it's here, we're just so happy. She gave Harry another hug, followed by a handshake from Antonio that contained more emotion than he'd ever seen the large wizard display. Harry understood those emotions, and certainly shared them. It took Harry another 15 minutes to reach his destination, and he could feel Hermione getting more and more frustrated with every single delay. So many people and friends wanted to talk to him today. After Harry and Hermione sat their NEWTs and left the Potter Institute as students, their accommodation suite had sat empty. It was rechristened the Potter Suite, when Joan and her best friend, Mariana DeMarco, were allocated the suite as 11-year-olds. Both young ladies had returned to their suite today and were currently sitting in chairs while Hermione and Emma were supervising those fixing their hair and makeup. Daniel Potter was jokingly complaining that, since this would be his suite come September, those 2 months would be needed to get the smell of perfume out of the room. Key-ing his wife, Harry then bent down and key-ed Ed his 8-year-old daughter, Lily, on the cheek. Her gran was working on her hair, as the poor girl had inherited bad hair traits from both her parents. She had such a sunny disposition though, that Lily's smile could, and frequently did, light up an entire room. She had been asked by her big sister to be her flower girl today. Lily had immediately said yes. 4-year-old James was, as usual, bouncing off the walls with the unbridled energy and excitement he was becoming renowned for. So much so that his usual shadow, Dobby, followed on behind. The unusual thing about this was a house elf wearing a tuxedo and black tie, exactly matching the outfits worn by Harry, Daniel, and his grandfather, Dan. When Dobby's Miss Joan had asked the little elf to attend her wedding, there had been tears shed for days from the emotional little guy. Joan had also asked Dobby to wear a suit. While he was always going to agree, he negotiated the right to bake her wedding cake as payment for dressing up. Everyone was very happy with the amicable trade they made. Dan had drawn his favorite duty today, watching his youngest grandchild, Emma Rose, known as Rose to the family. The toddler had only recently found her feet, and wanted to walk everywhere, but only because she hadn't mastered running yet. She was the only Potter child who had Hermione's eye color, with the other 3 inheriting the green eyes of Harry's mother. Looking at the time, Emma hugged and Ed the 3 girls sitting on the chairs before embracing Hermione. "Don't make me cry, Mum, today is emotional enough. My little girl is getting married." Emma thought of a memory that left her beaming with happiness. "Joan was your little girl from the moment you met her in that orphanage. I'm just so glad your dad and I were there to witness that meeting, and watching our family grow over the years has been a dream come true for us both. Miss DeMarco, your brother is a very lucky wizard." As Joan rolled her eyes at her grandmother's antics, Mariana couldn't help but laugh at the woman who was like another grandma to her and her brother. "Of course Gio's lucky, he's marrying my best friend. I watched these 2 dance around each other since their early teens. Hey, we were teens dancing around each other in the Potter Institute. Most of our family work here, those that don't own it, no chance of keeping secrets, and being a Potter here brings absolutely no pressures, not. It took ages for our peers to think of me as just Joan. You and Gio were a godsend, just treating me as a normal girl." A grinning Harry just had to answer that. "Antonio and I thought it was hilarious the way you and Giovanni made eyes at each other for years. You've run about together since you were 4, and he was just turning 6. His wife wasn't letting him away with that. Harry James Potter, you could hardly be classed as suave when you were younger either. I had to you first, and ask if you wanted to be my boyfriend." Ing his smiling wife, Harry then told his side of the story. "All true dear, and best decision I've ever made. To be fair, I asked you to be my betrothed less than an hour later, and we've been together ever since." The "ew" came from Daniel Potter. "If they're going to start ing, then it must be time for us to leave." Emma was chuckling at her grandson's predictable reactions to his parents' ing before leading Daniel out, and then Dobby pointed James in the same direction. Dan had Rose on his hip, but still managed to hug his other 2 granddaughters and Marianne before leaving too. As the hair and makeup people left, there was now only the 5 of them in the suite, all family. As Joan had treated the DeMarco parents as family since she was 4, the Potters and Grangers had gladly reciprocated with the DeMarco children, Marianne and Giovanni. Today, that link would become an official one, and every single person in both families were delighted about that. As Hermione began to hug everyone, prior to leaving and taking her seat for the ceremony, Joan suddenly stood and held onto her mum tightly, and twitched her nose. "Honey, what's wrong? You know you can ask us anything. It can't be anything to do with who's waiting on you down that aisle. You and Gio have been in love for years." Taking a calming breath, Joan asked her question. "Dad, I know tradition dictates my father walks me down the aisle, but you and Mom do everything together. Could both of you take Joan Potter for one last walk, before I become Joan DeMarco?" Hermione lost it, and was in floods of tears. Harry managed to hold it together, but only just. His beautiful daughter was standing there in her wedding dress, wearing a necklace from her Uncle Barchoke, that must have cost a fortune, and Harry knew he couldn't deny her request, not that he would ever want to anyway. "I think that's a wonderful idea, but only if you promise not to swing on our arms. You're a bit too old for that now." Uncle Ron was acting as an usher today, and had just been tasked with telling the wedding party they were ready for them. He knocked on the door, and opened it, to be greeted by a room full of riotous laughter. Severus glanced at the Daily Prophet lying on the desk. You at least had to admire the newspaper's moronic tenacity. The paper's leading story was reminding their readers that the eldest Potter daughter getting married today, using years-old photographs lifted from back issues of the Quibbler, and unashamedly begging for an invite, or even a picture, of the momentous event. Deliberately describing Rose Potter as an orphan who transformed into a princess under the Potter's care, their attempt at flattering an invite for today would go down like a lead balloon in Italy. That no one associated with the prophet had ever set foot in the Potter Institute didn't seem to discourage them, it just appeared to whet their appetite for when that invitation must eventually arrive. Severus had no difficulty imagining reporters and photographers sitting today in the prophet offices, just waiting on that golden invitation coming from the Institute so they could cover the biggest story since Potter married Granger. They didn't receive an invite to that wedding either. Severus had realized years ago that British purebloods were so set in their ways, nothing could shake them from their brainless beliefs. They could now phone each other, and quite happily chat for hours about how stupid muggles were, and how they mustn't let their ways influence pureblood ideology, absolute dunderheads. Lily Potter's Muggle Studies building undoubtedly saved Hogwarts from closure, but Severus was still certain magical Britain was doomed. When Scorpius Snape graduated from Hogwarts in 3 years, Severus would be moving his family out of Britain. Sissy kept looking at Europe, but Severus was certain they would be heading further afield. Draco had served his potions apprenticeship in Boston, and now somewhat poetically called the state of New England home. Visiting the Institute, and attending the play in Verona, had a profound effect on their eldest son. Flashback. You've been so quiet, Draco. Everyone else who returned from the Institute has never shut up about their experience. Is something wrong? Everything's wrong, Mother. Taking a moment to put his thoughts in order, Draco then answered. Rabid Aunt Bella was a grade 1 nutter, a extremely dangerous psychopathic but a muggle took her down in the blink of an eye. Potter and Granger then had her husband down a second later, and Severus too. Severus could only nod in Draco's direction. That was without doubt the worst pain he had ever experienced in his life. He would gladly never think of that incident ever again. Potter seems to have unlimited magical power, his political power is unbelievable and, combined with Lord Black, their financial clout could see them running the country anytime they wanted to. I was struggling to work out why they didn't, until I visited Potter's Institute. Draco had only been toying with the food in front of him, but need a drink of his juice before continuing. Potter doesn't want to run Britain because everything and everyone he's ever wanted or cared about is now in Italy, and having an unbelievable time there. The Institute building is unquestionably an astonishing achievement, but it was the atmosphere in the school that amazed me most. Greengrass was a totally different person from the which I knew, Davis too. I hardly got to chat with Daphne. Diggory was monopolizing all her time, but Tracy explained to me that the Institute wasn't just a school, it was a different way of life. Already she couldn't see herself coming back to Britain, and then I looked around. Potter, Black, Bones, Bulstrode, Greengrass, Longbottom, Lovegood, a tribe of Weasleys, and even McGonagall now plans to retire there. Who's next to leave Britain? Taking another sip of his juice, Draco then explained what really got him thinking. The performance in Verona was a whole other world, a world I very much enjoyed. The Institute students had studied the play beforehand, so Tracy sat next to me and explained what was happening. It was one of the best nights of my life. She said there was a whole wide world out there, and their European qualifications could open doors that a Hogwarts education left you not knowing they even existed. We're going to be sitting the harder qualifications now, aren't we? Hiding his smile, Severus confirmed that Hogwarts students now would be. A nod from Draco seemed to indicate something had been settled in his mind. His mother though couldn't help teasing her son. Are we to assume you'll be joining the queues for the phones in the evening? Trying hard not to blush, Draco played it cool. I might be. I told Tracy we should keep in touch. End flashback. Draco had certainly kept in touch with Tracy, so much so that both of them now lived and worked in America. They also lived together as a couple, but both said they were having way too much fun to settle down and marry just yet. Severus recognized as a parent there were some questions he didn't want answers to, so didn't push, and convinced Sichi to tail the same approach. He also recognized that magical Britain was doomed when the pureblood head of the prince family couldn't wait to head for pastures new after leaving Hogwarts. Draco, knowing his bloodline would see him welcomed with open arms, simply stated that neither the Ministry of Magic nor the Wizengamot held any attraction for him. The ministry had once toyed with the idea of not recognizing qualifications gained at the Potter Institute. They could have saved themselves the trouble as none of them wanted to return. The institute students all recognized they had far better opportunities in Italy and beyond, irrespective of their blood status. Thinking that Potter had done their job for them, he saved Hogwarts from closure without costing them a canute. No changes of any consequence were made at the ministry. The new Hogwarts though was opening its students' eyes to what was available out with the ministry, and even beyond Britain's borders. Severus expected the ministry and Wizengamot to recognize the danger signs one day. He was also sure Scorpius had time to sit his NEWTs and the Snapes leave the country before the shit hit the fan. Emma was starting to panic. Hermione should have been sitting beside them by now, in her place of honor reserved for the mother of the bride. As the bridal march began playing, the guests all stood to watch the bride's entrance, an entrance that put tears of joy in practically every guest's eyes. A simply stunning Joan Potter was walking down the aisle, in the middle of her parents while each of them held their daughter's hand. Mary Ann walked behind with Lily, and carried the bride's bouquet. A radiant Joan simply beamed with happiness. Walking hand in hand with her mum and dad, toward the wizard who would soon be her husband, and surrounded by their family and friends, it didn't get any better than this. Her family all immediately recognized what was happening here. Joan had spent years walking between her parents, rejoicing in the love they shared. Joan noticed the tears streaming down Jillian's cheeks, but her smile was wide too for the little orphan girl who spectacularly blossomed in the love of her family. Sirius was also in tears but blew Joan a key, a move that was taken up by quite a few guests, including an emotional soon-to-be father-in-law, a tearful goblin and a sobbing elf. Her grandfather also blew Joan a key, her baby sister, still in Dan's arms, then tried to copy the gesture. That Rose ended up blowing a raspberry instead saw a ripple of laughter pass through the guests. As they reached a waiting Geo, Joan Key, Ed her dad and mum in thanks, retrieved her bouquet from her best female friend before standing next to her soon-to-be husband. Her proud parents then took their seats beside the rest of their family, overjoyed to witness their oldest daughter getting married to one of her best friends. The end. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.